Yeah, and talking about the opening ceremony, it's kicking off right behind us as I speak. The players are getting ready. Absolutely everyone is prepared to start those games. But as you mentioned, we begin with the World Rapid Championship. And that has 3 days of fantastic chess, 13 rounds for the Open, 11 rounds in the women. Maybe we can take a look at the format, what we have. 5 days of spectacular chess. Okay, but before we do that, let's remind ourselves of the previous winners. So, talking about previous winners, 2024 was when it all kind of kicked off. We saw a lot of drama, a lot of fantastic chess, and very young Volodin Musin become the World Rapid Champion, but he's there amongst a whole list of amazing players.
Yes, incredible. Actually, he went undefeated. Who would have thought it? But already the year before in Samarkand, he also went undefeated. So actually, he has a run of 30 games undefeated in the World Rapid Chess Championship. Incredible.
Absolutely. There's one person who seems to be dominating, though. It is a 5-time world champion. He's also a 5-time world rapid champion, Magnus Carlsen. He won the event before 2012, and that was when it's 2020. 2012 is when it became a lot more consistent. And talking about World Rapid Champions, take a look at this one here. We're looking at the women's rapid champion, Ju Wenjun, having won the titles back-to-back, and Koneru winning last year, but also it was a double for her.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, she already won 2019 in Moscow, repeated it in New York. She's very strong in rapid. Yeah, I think Blitz is not exactly hers, but when you have time and then with all her experience and fantastic strategical vision, she's an incredible force.
Yeah, and the main thing about most of these contenders, is that they're very calm over the board. A lot of them are very consistent. Ju Wenjun, she mentioned it yesterday in the press conference. It's all about consistency. It's all about being able to play those good moves very much all the time.
Exactly, yeah, especially when then you get into this final time trouble phase, yeah, because the rapid has this kind of feeling that you have time, everything, and then suddenly that escalates. Yeah, you are down to a minute, and then you have to rely on your 10 seconds increment.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about 10 seconds increment, let's take a look at the format, because as you mentioned, the rapid, it starts with 15 minutes, but that players do get from move 1 that 10-second increment. And we start the whole event with 3 days of rapid. It'll be 5 games in the Open today, 4 for the women. And then it all continues over the next 2 days. And then we're actually, I would say, treated to 2 days of what is going to be intense, thrilling, all the adjectives you can think of. Blitz.
Yeah, absolutely. And 19 rounds of Blitz, and then the first 4 players qualify for the knockout, where they will play 4-game matches. What a final day that will be.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we're going to have any co-champions this year.
Definitely not.
It will be decided on the day. There will be a winner crowned. And, well, there's a lot of things to play for. It's not just the pride, the honor, the glory.
Not? Really not?
It's also a little bit about the money, because the players are going to be in for a chunk of change at the end of it. First prize in the Open nets you 70,000 euros. And I was saying to you that it used to be dollars,
yes,
but now it's euros.
Yeah, I think the players appreciate it a lot. Yes.
Yeah.
And 50,000 for second, 36 for third. But also look at this, that there are so many great prizes for the other players as well. This is very important, because this is such a difficult event that whoever takes, for example, 10th place or also finishes in the top 20 has a brilliant event.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right, it's generous prizes all round, and generous in both the Rapid and the Blitz. So you could literally walk away, if you win both events, with 140,000 euros extra in your pocket. And here are the prizes for the women. Again, a significant amount of money on the line, 40,000. First prize for both Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, very nice. 310,000 in total.
Yeah, absolutely. So much money on the line, such an atmosphere, such a vibe. And right there in the playing hall, it is our very own Charlize, ready to show us what it's exactly like there on the floor.
Welcome to the playing hall, everyone, where the FIDE World Rapid Championships are about to take place. And you can see it's a pretty massive hall here at the Sports Center at Qatar University, with almost 400 players here in attendance. The opening ceremony just finished shortly ago, and now the players are ready, waiting at their boards to play the first rapid game of the day. We've got big names like Magnus and a lot of new faces here as well. Everyone here just play the most exciting chess that they can. Games are about to start. Stay tuned. It's going to be an exciting day.
Absolutely, an exciting day ahead for all of us. And we, of course, begin with round one and some pairings. And, you know, I mentioned at the beginning that over 300 players are playing, but it's not just any old 300. It's 300 of the best. So maybe, you know, round one, maybe we can take a look at the pairings ahead of us.
Absolutely, we should, because there is something I want to talk about if we look at the pairings. For example, Magnus Carlsen is up against Lorenzo Lodici on the first board. Lodici, who made headlines in the World Cup by knocking out Hans Niemann. There you have it. And also Daneshvar against Nyepo. Daneshvar is a 2600 plus player, 18-year-old, 19-year-old Iranian prodigy, not an easy opponent. And also Mendonca is a 2600 plus player. And just these rapid ratings are a little bit tricky. Yeah, sometimes it does not really reflect the strengths. So I don't think that the top three players are really happy with their pairings.
No, certainly not. It's not the start that you want, right? You're getting there. You're a little bit nervous because you don't quite know what's ahead of you, and you're playing a young prodigy. And someone who's come on off some excellent tournaments there. You mentioned Lorenzo Lodici, as you mentioned, in the World Cup, you know, defeating Hans Niemann and Mickey Adams. I had to point that out.
Yes.
Because he broke a lot of English hearts on that day. And Badia Daneshvar having a fantastic global chess league. Leon Luc Mendonca, also very young. And he's got the black pieces against Levon Aronian and Alireza Firouzja. He's got the Bangladeshi Grandmaster Niaz Murshad. And again, I see so many strong names here, but often there's a mismatch between players' classical rating and their blitz.
Yes, and also just look at the 11th board. Mamed Yalva against Faustino Oro. What a matchup that's going to be. Fantastic stuff. Dominguez against Sava Vetohin, also a very strong Russian prodigy. Yeah, everywhere we look at, we see some stellar pairings.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no easy games. And it's not going to get any easier. The players, they're seated, they are ready, they're waiting for that starting pistol. Ceremonial first move is going to be made, and
Magnus is missing.
He
knows that he's facing Lorenzo Lodici, so he needs to prepare himself to perfection. Is Magnus still getting some instruction from Peter Nielsen? What is going on in the background?
Well, getting ready to make the first moves, we have Alina Dorochkaya, advisor to the president of the Freedom Holding Corporation. And we also have Ahmed Al-Banai, the senior manager SCSR and sponsorship in Ooredoo, Qatar. So everyone's waiting for Magnus to appear, maybe making those last-minute preparations. He did mention in an interview earlier on that he had his approach worked out. It was very much just about picking and choosing certain openings, going for certain strategies. Everyone?
Yeah, looking, what's happening? Where is Magnus?
Where is Magnus? When is he going to make his appearance? And the crowds are lined up. They are waiting. The audience and the playing hall is absolutely packed, full of people. And I got to say one thing about the playing venue is that all the boards have so much space for the players just to enjoy.
This is so nice.
Yeah, it's comfortable. And on our screens, we have with the black pieces, we have Zhu Wenjun, 5-time Women's World Champion. She's also reigning Women's World Blitz Champion. She's obviously going here to try to win the 3 titles all at once. She wants to be Women's Blitz and a Rapid champion. She has the black pieces against Beidolieva, and here comes the man that everyone has been waiting for, Magnus Carlsen, world number 1 himself. Getting ready to make the first moves. What has been chosen? That looks like a D4 to me.
D4, yes.
D5 in response. Will those be the moves that are actually played in the game, or will the players take them back and go for something else?
Yeah, I think so, because Lorenzo is a very aggressive player. I don't see him playing D4, D5, but who knows if Magnus will even play D4 himself. You sometimes don't want to show your cards, yeah, for this opening ceremonial move, just to keep your opponent in the dark.
Yeah, absolutely. And what kind of approach should you go for in the beginning? You know, you've played these events yourself, Peter. So should you go aggressive pretty hard, or should you kind of stick to your style and leave the energetic stuff to later on when it really starts to matter?
Yeah, I think that in the first game you really want to get a position where you are familiar with, that the price of each move is not that high. Yeah, I think this is very important, that you can just somehow groove into the event, yeah, that you get the rhythm, you get the feel, and you don't want to get into some very big complications right from the start.
Yeah. But Lorenzo, he's an aggressive player. He's also very charismatic player, I would say, as well. You know, really captivated everyone's hearts and attentions. Levon Aronian with the white pieces against Leon Luc Mendonça, also coming off a successful season at the Global Chess League. Ju Wenjin, Sicilian from President Djokovic there. E4, C5. I don't think somehow we're going to be seeing that from Ju Wenjin. Maybe her trusty E4, E5.
Yes, she's a strategist. There is the handshake. We're going to see the truth.
D4 being played. D4 was the move chosen by Magnus, and Lorenzo going for E6. What next from Magnus? What idea does he have up his sleeve?
Well, he usually likes to play the Catalan, so he goes knight F3, and after D5 I would imagine to be seeing G3.
Yes. And he knows that opening inside or out. And one of the things I have noticed about Magnus, when he hasn't done too much preparation in the morning, out comes the Catalan. And it was part of his World Championship preparation. So yeah, why not use it?
Yes, absolutely. He was also, I think, very successful in the Samarkand World Rapid and Blitz, using the already also in Almaty. Yeah, exactly. After the match, then he was using the Catalan to perfection. And Lorenzo is taking his time, like, is he thinking, do I want the Cattle? But making up your mind over the board against Magnus Carlsen on move 3, you should just stick to your guns, and he goes for D5. All right.
Yeah. It would be interesting, right, to play C5.
That would be a shocker.
It would be, right. And of course, a different type of game, but we will see. Moment of truth. Is it going to be a Catalan?
No, knight C3 and knight B7. Okay, so some kind of a queen's gambit.
Okay, what next? C takes D5, or are we going to be seeing maybe some kind of delayed G3, or maybe coming out with the bishop to G5?
I think that Nigel Short was one of the very first super players who started using knight B7. And as a kid, I was thinking like, okay, but why do you do something like this? And we just see that actually Nigel was way ahead of times, because now the fourth move, knight b7 move order, became very topical and very relevant.
Yes, and it's primarily done actually to discourage white from playing the bishop f4 variations. Although white can still enter into that particular quagmire. And we just saw... Okay. I was jumping the gun there. But just to give you a little bit of spoiler, some things are better in threes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so we have chance to talk about the thing that we talked about, that, yeah, if black plays the traditional Queen's Gambit move order with bishop e7, then white has the setup with bishop f4, and castles e3 is the typical variation. But when you play the move knight with e7, as you highlighted, after bishop f4, black has the chance of going d takes c4, and after e3 to protect that pawn with knight b6, for example, and then white has to give up the bishop in order to get the pawn back. There's this typical kind of way of getting back, and then black has this very solid kind of construction after something like bishop d7, queen takes c4, bishop d6.
Yeah. Well, from our screens, we can see that bishop to f4 was not played after some moments' thoughts. Instead, it's going to what is kind of like the old main line, but it's so rarely seen, actually. Bishop coming out to g5, and we're now in the main lines of the Queen's Gambit declined. And it's so rarely seen because somehow everyone is playing c takes d5 very early on, going to this exchange, maybe bishop to f4. And well, it is going to be in for an old-style school battle. Okay, but it's going to be an interesting one to see the old classical chess back in action.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at the clock situation. I'm a little bit surprised. I haven't really been seeing Magnus playing so slowly. Yeah, he is 1 minute behind on the clock. So this fourth move, knight d7, did come as a surprise to him. And we see the line with c5 being played, c takes d5, knight takes d5. This is the opening repertoire of Vladimir Kramnik. Kramnik was playing it to perfection. I think he also in Qatar Masters in 2014, he was using this very solid opening.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and changes being made, knight takes, bishop being played, and as you mentioned there, Peter, this is definitely something that Kramnik was doing. It's a very solid, I wouldn't say passive, but a very solid reputation. You know, black is just really playing to kind of hold the position tight, and this is going to be a tough nut to crack for Magnus.
Yeah, basically black's idea is not to commit any weaknesses. And you did mention that normal against knight b7, this bishop g5 is rarely played because usually white includes cd5 and fixes the structure and gets the typical Carlsen position. But Magnus wanted to keep more possibilities in the position. However, it gives black the chance to play this very solid line. And if white is not prepared, then I believe that Magnus will get no opening advantage in this game. But we know Magnus, he is not exactly the player who is relying on opening advantages. He's relying on his playing strengths. And there will be a lot to play for in this seemingly symmetrical positions. But tiny little edge for white is always there.
Totally, and the decision already for Magnus is there on the board. Does he capture on c5, you know, try to preserve the integrity of the pawn structure, or does he simply focus on development? And I think the rook came to
d1.
d1. Okay,
Yes.
a very natural move, putting pressure on the center, and now probably Lorenzo will be meeting this with c takes d4. Will we see some ambitious tries such as rook takes d4? I guess all will be revealed later on, right?
Yes, yes. Let's leave it at that. Yeah, Magnus himself looking around. Maybe now that he made his choice, he just wants to see the other boards. How do they play? As you highlighted very nicely, that before the start, you're always a little bit nervous. Yeah, you still want to get into the tournament. And then just looking around just to get a feeling, the other players are also suffering. They also have their own problems to deal with. Nobody has really gotten anything out of the opening. That kind of eases the tension.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. You know, you want to be getting out of the opening intact, at least, especially if you're playing black against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe we take a pause from this game and check in on some of the other boards, because, you know, we highlighted a few of the other games, but there's one game that already I'm looking at that is very unbalanced for the time being, and my eyes are drawn to the game between Levon Aronian against Leon-Luc Mendonça. Because, you know, black has a very nice pawn center.
Yes, but I already know from which opening this came from. Yeah, I'm waiting for the board to appear. because we don't want to be making analysis while... Yeah, okay, let's just enjoy for the moment the live feed from the tournament hall. There are a lot of officials, photographers. I think the photographers will be slowly removed from the playing area so that the players can fully focus on their games without getting distracted. And here we see the position you mentioned that comes from an anti-Petrov kind of opening move order, e4, e5, bishop c4. And then black uses the chance to play with knight f6 and c6, d5 quickly. That's how white gives up the center, but sets up this pin with bishop g5. And we see that black's pawn structure on d5 and e5 are a little bit shaky. Yeah, white's bishop putting pressure on d5 pawn, and now Levon pushed the break with c3, c4, adding some more pressure on the center. Normally, computers say that black is absolutely fine. I think we also see here the computer's evaluation of 0-0s, but this is a very poisonous position.
Yeah, absolutely here. And now Leon has to actually make a decision. You know, how is he going to resolve the tension in the center? Does he push the pawn forward, but concedes the e4 square? Does he capture on c4? Does he hold that?
Yeah, but before he makes up his decision, I think this is not the right moment to announce.
Well, we have a little surprise. Well, actually, it's not really a surprise, but the person who's here, one of the legendary voices of chess, here to bring us the fire and the ice on the board, it is Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Maurice, welcome. Great to have you here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. First time working with Peter, so that's already a monumental moment. I feel like history is being made in some kind of way. And of course, I've worked with you before, Jovanka. It's a pleasure to be on the team.
Oh, it's great to have you here. And yeah, you're there with a whole load of games. And I'm just going to ask you, what are your impressions? You were there in the playing hall. You were hosting the opening ceremony. What was it like?
Well, there's a little bit of tension. All these excellencies came in, and you felt like, wow, all these dignitaries in the building. I actually tripped going on stage when I first walked on. So you probably didn't notice that little mishap. But after a while, it all settled down. I think the players were really about playing. Forget the ceremony. It's all, you know how it is. It's like, please get away. Yeah, we know, dancing music. It's all good. I just want to play. So that nervous tension you could feel was starting to build in the room as they try to just see the end of the ceremony, the opening ceremony through.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, the games are now in action, and I can see so many games, so many exciting games as well. I mean, what takes your fancy?
Well, I just came in, so
I
was listening to you all talking about Magnus's game, and this game in particular, I found it quite interesting because it's the kind of position that looks like Magnus maybe doesn't have that much, right? It's like, so what kind of position? But it's perfectly the kind of position that Magnus loves to just say, yeah, sure, I've got nothing. Just watch me work. And as long as he doesn't have any weaknesses, he's always going to find a little bit of something somewhere. It'll be maybe a long end game, whatever it is. It comes from some kind of magic he does where it's equal, it's a little better, oh, it's much worse, and now you're dead. So I think there's a lot of fire still in this game. And it's rapid chess as well, so we've got to take that into account, that they're playing at a very fast pace. Of course, we see a lot of positions, a lot of players. I wish we could cover all these boards. You see the magnificent playing hall with all these players. You can't cover all the exciting games. We'll try to do as much as we can.
Yeah, I know that's unfortunate, right? We can't be everywhere at once. But I completely agree with you. Magnus is probably going to be doing Magnus things. He'll be putting the pressure on the clock. Although,
I will make one note.
Yeah.
He did a Magnus thing and showed up late for the first move.
Yes.
You guys did see that?
Yeah, we saw that, yeah.
And people were sitting around and said, he has to start controversy as soon as he walks in the building. That was pretty hilarious. I just said, let me get out of here and go do my work. But we'll see what other controversy happens. Hopefully there's no dress codes. And I will tell you that I did see Grishcha come in a little bit late, and our producer Mark was there, and they said hello. And as Grishcha was trying to run in, he said, what do I do with my cell phone? And he said, you're not going to get downstairs with it, so probably give it to me. And he's like, no, I don't want to give it to you. So they figured something out, and then he got to go downstairs.
Yeah, and talking about late entrances, there was someone in the competition who made a last-minute entry, and that was Ali Reza, right? How is he feeling? Because I'm looking at his position, and I'm kind of thinking, actually, with the black pieces, things are looking quite Nice.
Yes, I also have the same impression, that when you look at the position, this is Alireza. He already made sure with the black pieces to get counterplay. Yeah, there is no easy way for white to trade pieces or have symmetry. That's why he wins so many games. Maurice, what is your take on this?
Yes, I saw Alireza. We're staying in the same hotel. You wouldn't have thought this was a person who came into the event late. I mean, he's just like chilling by the pool with his girlfriend, like eating breakfast. No big deal. He's a young guy. What does he got to worry about? Life is good for him. He just got to show up and play brilliant chess. And I think here we have a position that obviously we see the pawn chain already in the middle of the board. There's some space. Neither side necessarily has anything going, but it's imbalanced enough structurally that something should happen, especially if white tries something ambitious. Black will look for his counterplay. I don't think white has anything to fear here. I don't think black has anything to really fear. We're just still in the opening stage.
Yeah, well, what catches my eyes is the bishop on g2 and the bishop on g7. Yeah, that this pawn on e4, for black actually blocks that bishop. So it gives the temptation for white to break it with f3. But if you break it with f3, then you suddenly change the character of the position, then you might end up with a slight weakness on e3. So, and he opts for d5, which will give the e5 square to Alireza, and the computer does not like it. Yeah, black has all this a5, queen e7, knight d7, knight c5, knight e5 kind of plans. I would love to be black here.
I think you make a very good point here. Whenever you play this move d5, you just concede dark squares immediately. It might look like you're creating this great diagonal for your bishop. It looks wonderful. I got this fantastic diagonal. But then you start running out of squares for your own pieces, and black will find great squares, especially as you mentioned. This knight on e5, I hate when you push this pawn, you think you got space, the knight shows up on e5, and you go, how am I getting rid of that horse? And now you can't really push because the capture is going to happen. This pawn is going to be backward. That was a very concessionary move this early in the game. I think that, yeah, black is already feeling quite nice here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the bishop on g2 doesn't make a great impression as well. You can kind of see that there is some danger that might get locked out of the game. And I like how the arrow is kind of pointing out these moves like a5.
Yes, a5 basically also has the strategy of when you go knight d7, knight c5, for example, yeah, that you prefer the c5 square over the e5 square. It will depend on white's strategy. Yeah, if white breaks with f3, then you might feel like my knight on c5 is better placed because then it controls the e4 square more. There is all this transformation of possibilities. One thing is for sure, Alireza is super happy. Yeah, he thinks like this is the position that I'm dreaming of against a lower rated opponent because there is no danger of some forced liquidation of draw. I have everything under control. I can maneuver and I know how to maneuver.
Yeah, the static nature of the pawn structure is what concerns me for white. The pawn on a5 is going to make b4 not so easy to execute. And once you can't play this move, as you mentioned, Peter, this knight goes on a square like this one. The dark squares really become weak. Usually in the King's Indian type formations or these fianchettos, you think that black really wants this bishop. I really want to keep that bishop. Maybe you trade off that bishop, it's great. And then you look around and you go, wait a minute, black didn't mind losing that bishop because you no longer have your bishop for the dark squares, and this knight starts to dance around, and you can't get rid of that darn thing. Your knight looks a little bit anemic, and it'll dance around you. You think you're going to b3, you'll end up on e5, and your knight on c5 will be perfectly fine. Also, this bishop, as you mentioned, what an ugly piece. Like, just dream. I'm fantasizing about how do I get this bishop in the game. I don't. Like, what am I supposed to do? I really need to play c5 to make the structure work, but how do you get it to happen? Yeah, Alireza is definitely flying high in a position like this one.
Yeah, he's flying high. He will be very comfortable with the fact that the position is unbalanced. But let's go take a look at the playing hall and see what else is happening. Because so many games, a lot of excitement to cover. And Magnus locked in. You know, that's one thing I got to say about Magnus. You feel it. I mean, I have never played him, but I've seen him in action plenty of times. And you do feel like he's just there in his happy place, playing chess, giving 1000%.
Yeah, normally yes, but if I look at him at this moment, does he look like a very happy person? I don't think so, because he came late to the game. He actually, the last minute preparation was running to the game to be at in time, or even like this, he got a little bit late, and then Lorenzo Lodici neutralized him in the opening. Of course, yeah, white has no problem. Black is, you know, very solid, trying to keep everything under control. And Magnus knows that this is such type of position that whether I get something out of it right now, or if black gets the chance to complete development with bishop b7, rook fd8, rook a8, pawn to h6, there will be nothing to play with for white. And look at the clock situation. More than 4 minutes, 4.5 time advantage for Lodici, and Magnus down to 6.5 minutes. Maurice, you have covering a lot of Magnus's events. What do you make of this actually? Because I have never seen this start.
Yeah, you don't tend to see Magnus play in such a kind of cautious fashion. And I'm just talking about the clock usage here. And usually, you know, Magnus is playing good moves very quickly, and he's the one that's piling on the pressure on the opponent and burning down time on the clock.
6 minutes in a standard position, move 13. Maurice, what on earth is happening here?
It's Magnus, so I'm not going to be too worried for him, but it is round 1, so maybe a little bit of just nerves and getting himself together. Also, we saw him coming late. We don't know what that was. He's trying to settle himself down. Of course, we famously seen Magnus show up 2 minutes late for a blitz game and still crush his opponent. So I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not so worried for him in this position. He'll take care of business. Look at his demeanor. Does it look like a man who is that upset? I don't, or worried or nervous that we might be with that clock situation. So we'll see how he develops there. I do want to bring our attention to an amazing position, though. You've got to take a look at the game between Aronian and Jovanka. What a position just erupted on the board. Take a look at these next few moves. We saw black have a nice little center set up right here, and this center is fantastic, of course, but a c4 break we did see happen on the board. But now take a look at these next few moves, and this kind of chess is fire. I mean, it's just absolute fire on the board. This next move takes, and knight takes, and now this move bishop to b4, attacking the rook. And you know, normal human beings would just kind of put their rook on a safe square on e2 and just chill. No, says Levon. I'm just going to put my rook right in the middle of the board, where, by the way, you can't capture it because there's a pin on your knight. So his opponent played the best move. Knight to c5, a fantastic move. Hitting this rook. How often do you see a rook on e4 attacked by 2 knights? Like, that just doesn't happen in opening moves, especially after just 14 moves. The continuation, rook takes on e5, and now black had a great opportunity to take on the d3 square with the queen. Release this tension, keep the dynamics open, but he decided to take instead with the knight. And a knight on d3, I think typically any of us sees a knight on d3, we're thinking, what is this knight doing right in the middle, the heart of my position? The engine still gives this as dead equal. Black is slightly less developed than white, more or less. I'm not really clear on it, but now the best move played, bishop takes. Now you can't capture with the queen because your knight's hanging. And so pawn takes, and this structure, again, the rook moving. And we have the rook suddenly on e2. Black structure has been compromised, but he's given up. The bishop has white in order to pull that off. That, I mean, that's that sequence alone. Just, you know, your taser trying to analyze it. In my opinion, we'll see how this game proceeds. Levon, known for playing enterprising chess, and he's been playing so well this year. He's one of those dark horses I see, not so dark horse actually, potentially winning this competition.
Yeah, he's been having a fantastic year, you know, especially in freestyle, you know, winning just now in South Africa, also winning in Las Vegas. Really playing great creative chess. He's kind of in his element, but that's a really unusual position that we have on our boards, Peter, because I'm not sure, you know, is Black's king that weak?
No, I think Black's king is quite safe because, as Maurice highlighted, that Black has the pair of bishops, and the rook moves to e4. Now Black has the chance to trade queens, for example, and it's absolutely clear that Black has no problems. In fact, in long terms, who knows? But of course, Levon will be sharp enough to make sure that his knights start jumping in time. And I don't worry for Levon at all. But I wanted to highlight that Mendonça is a very unpleasant kind of opponent because the youngsters are so good in this fast time control. Yeah, they have so much experience. They love playing it, and they are not intimidated at all playing against a great legend like Levon Aronian. They are enjoying this chance to be playing against someone like Levon.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the things that I see with the young generation as well. No one is like brash, no one is like overtly confident, but they are playing with this quiet humility, and they have this belief in their own chances. And whenever they're playing someone good, it's just like, bring it on.
Yes, exactly. I think that also thanks to computers, of course, that the youngsters are working a lot with computers. They know that, wow, actually the engine that I'm working with is stronger than any player whom I can face. Yeah, that also. And plus, I think we should also mention, and very important detail, that there has been so much online possibilities to improve for the players. Yeah, so they got used to also playing against top guys. For example, imagine 25 years ago, when do you get the chance to face Kasparov, Karpov, Kramnik, Anand, Topalov, or like this? Yeah, you have to belong to the creme de la creme to be able. But now online, these guys are playing constantly against the top guys. Then you win, for example, online a game, maybe when you get lucky, and then you get the feeling, wait a second, I can beat him. I can beat the guy, and this feeling, I think, gives them the confidence that then, okay, then I can play also over the board against them.
So you're saying playing online is a little bit of a double-edged sword for the top. They lose that aura.
Exactly, because the aura is very important, yeah, for the youngsters to feel that, yes, these guys are so strong. Yeah, they anyway know that they are strong, but they also know that we still have a chance as well.
Absolutely. Well, this is going to be an interesting fight, because Levon now has to play very precisely if he wants to just combat the power of those bishops. Let's take a pause from this game, and I kind of also want to go to the women's section, if that's possible, Peter, because I want to just check in on the 5-time women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun. She is the reigning women's blitz champion, but this position that we have is looking very tense for her. You know, it's very unbalanced, and white has quite the advantage on the queen side.
Yes, but not even the position, but much more the clock situation is that worries me, frightens me for her, because she is like 5 minutes behind on the clock, down to less than 4 minutes. It once again shows that the players have not yet settled in, and we talked about it, that this first game is always very tricky, and normally you prefer to get a very comfortable first round opponent, yeah, that you win nicely without too much effort, you get the confidence, you feel like, yes, everything is fine. But now we see that in the first round, they are getting very strong opponents. And this confuses the whole scenario, because it's not the normal thing that you just show up, you play something nice, and you will outplay your opponent. It's already like a big fight.
Yeah. Yeah, huge fight here as well, you know, on the boards. And this is exactly what I expect. A tournament like this is going to begin with a bang. And talking about fantastic tournaments, 2025 has been filled with lots of them. And our poll of the day, our poll of the round, we're asking, which has been your favorite FIDE tournament of the year? Which one are you most looking forward to? FIDE Grand Swiss? Is it going to be the FIDE World Cup, FIDE Rapid and Blitz teams in London, that controversial event, and FIDE Rapid and Blitz Doha? So far, the World Cup is leading with 44% of the votes. But I got to say, you know, when you have candidate spots at stake and World Championship titles, it's going to be excitement all round.
Of course, okay, the World Cup was sensational action for 1 month non-stop action. But yes, I think the people, while following the Blitz and Rapid World Championship, will also get the feeling that what an incredible event this is. Just like the World Cup, with craziness, with unpredictability. Yeah, we will be seeing so many surprises and crazy heartbreaks for the players as well, not just the glory.
Yeah. Crazy heartbreaks, glory, we got it all. And Maurice, I can see you got a very exciting position in front of us.
Yeah, in fact, a wild position. You know, you go around, we're looking at all these positions on the board, on all the boards, and then your eye spots something, and then there's something else going on. You don't really have time. But I just wanted to jump in on a variation that I know you guys are going to absolutely love. Peter, you're probably going to pull out a couple more hairs out of your head. I don't have any to pull out. So we just got to take a look at this. It's a game between Arjun Aragaisi, clearly one of the young superstars in the world of chess, and international master Marco Materia. This position, Arjun is playing with the white pieces, and he decides he's going to go all in, and he plays the move knight to c7, rook a7 is essentially forced. And the Indians are already saying this is much worse for white. The knight doesn't belong on the c7 square. He wants to play knight e6 already. He played e5, and there was a chance right here for one of the most ridiculous computer lines I'm going to show you in a moment. Instead of worrying about your attack knight here, you play the move b5. You actually play the move b6 in this position, but b5 gives a bit more space because of this diagonal. We're going to see why this is important in a second. Now this knight is being hit by a rook, so if you take here, you drop a pawn. So b5, knight takes on e6, and now knight takes e5. Just out of nowhere, of course, the queen will show up on this square with check. This knight will be hanging, but you're sacrificing an exchange, right? Well, take a look. We'll trade it off. You're not just sacrificing an exchange after this check. Of course, you've got to worry about coming back to the center with the king, and there's going to be a rook d7 eventually. So king f2, knight g4 check. The king doesn't want to go on a light square. King g1, and now queen a7 check. Remember that b5 move? It was just designed just for this. But white has queen d4. And now look at this next move. Queen to a8, a very calm, cool. Yeah, I thought you were sacrificing an exchange. No, you're sacrificing a rook for the moment, at least. But what's the point? The point is the knight is still trapped, and there's a rook e2 line that you have to worry about. You can't just, like, for example, chase the knight out because rook e2 lands to the board, and you're being mated. It's over. That's it. The game's done. So this position would have been quite the treat to see Arjun try to survive. A move like queen d8 can actually be met by the move rook to e8. And again, you can't leave because you're going to face off against the tactic on the long diagonal. Once again, b5 shows its importance. You would lose in this position if you had the white pieces. So these players, thankfully for Arjun, he didn't play the move b5. Instead, he played b6. A lot more passive. A little bit surprising, actually, that he didn't put the pawn on b5. But these are the kind of crazy lines the players have to worry about that could happen at any time. Arjun would have been in a horrible position had his opponent found this move. As it stands, his opponent did play b6. The game went a little wild, but far more traditional in the position. And we now have a position like this one, and we can jump down to this position where all that craziness is gone. It's a bit more normalized. The great bishop on the long diagonal, but probably going to end up as a draw, looking very likely. Already in round one of the favorites might take a nick of a half a point, but he could have lost this game if his opponent had played a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, about b5. What a move.
Wow,
what a tactic. Queen a7 as well. Yeah, I can understand, you know, you're playing Arjun. You want to kind of enter that. I mean, do you even see that far down the horizon? But, well, it's going to be an interesting fight nonetheless because Arjun, he's very ambitious. I don't think he's going to be the one that's going to be settling that easily for a draw. I think he's going to ask the questions to black.
I think this is very typical that when you are a top player and you feel like things were a little bit shaky and then you end up in a position which is equal, but you feel that you cannot lose anymore. Then your strength comes to life again that, okay, I might be grinding. My opponent and usually also the top players have better time management. Yeah, so you are trying to push on the board and on the clock as well. Here we see the, wow, but this is a very young player, yeah, Marco Materia from Italy, from France. Wow, very young, and he is not intimidated at all, fighting it out against Arjun.
What a sensation had b5 been played, but it was definitely going to be Arjun who's going to have to work very hard. I'm also just looking at the clocks. I can see Magnus Carlsen, you know, we were a little bit worried about his clock time. Well, we worried a bit too much because it was unnecessary. He now has a slightly better position.
I wasn't worried. Stop it. I told you I wasn't worried about that guy.
Well, he's got a slight edge. He's doing Magnus things against Lorenzo Lodici. And, okay, well, Daneshvar is fighting very hard against Jan Pomriashi.
But he's in trouble.
But he's in big trouble,
I think he's in trouble, and it just shows, and it's very nice to see this, that Jan Pomriashi comes in, you know, very determined after that very big disappointment in the World Cup, this total shock exit in the second round, and I'm pretty sure that he wants to make it right. And maybe Daneshvar will be his first victim. It seems like black is about to win. The queen is much more powerful than the two rooks here. And the pawns, those are the problems. There are 3 extra pawns and the two rooks cannot fight against those pawns advancing. And it's just a matter of time before Daneshvar will resign the game.
Yep. And yeah, as you mentioned, the queen can actually safely protect the king. You know, f7 is their only potential weakness, and that's going to be easily defended. And well, it's those 3 extra pawns, as you mentioned, that are going to be the huge problem for white. And well, Maurice, I can see you've brought up the game between Meshed and Firouzja.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to this game. Obviously, we mentioned it earlier. We talked about an advantage for black in this position, and we see it transpire the same way Peter mentioned, this strength of the dark squares. White did play rook to e1 to prepare after a5, which was a typical move here to get control of the dark squares, the move f3. And this pawn, it's just a sad sack. I mean, you're thinking, how do I get rid of this guy? Because it's going to be a problem for the rest of the game. Of course, Firouzja took and kept the structure compromised and then played this wonderful move, knight d7. We talked about neutralizing the bishop, but it's black who want to see these dark squares get exploited in this way. We get rid of your bishop, but I'm the one who's going to be laughing as these bishops come off the board. Well, it actually didn't happen. White tried to kind of trick black into capturing on d4. The pawn takes, and suddenly my dark squares are protected. Yeah, good luck with that. That's never going to happen. He played b6, more dark square control, complete understanding of the dark square bind. No trades for you. Thank you very much. Knight on e5, and that knight living on the square. This move, it looks like let the foot off the gas a little bit. He had a chance to play the move e4, and he didn't. He played knight f3. This still looks like Firouzja is kind of a little bit off base here. Could have traded on f3, but still no big issue for both sides as they're looking at, they're blitzing out the moves. And White is pretty much okay if he just can play e4. For some reason, he refused to. He just kept playing very defensively, and now he's not going to get e4 in ever again. I'm very surprised.
But wait a second, go 2 more moves because some rook takes f5 sacrifice happened.
Okay, let's go. c5 on the board, looking to get total control of the dark squares. Capture, capture, and bam! Okay, Peter, you spotted that. Rook takes on f5. The bishop is hanging on the c6 square. So this is a straight exchange sacrifice that Firouzja has overlooked, and he's frozen. He's not moving at all.
Can we get the camera? I want to see, yes, because I want to see him. Because this is a... Wow, but bishop takes c6, I thought like taking on f5, destroying the pawn structure, and then taking on c6 was more natural, but okay, who knows?
And no, his move is perfectly fine.
Correct,
bishop takes c6 is correct. But the board is now on fire, but okay for white, especially this light squared bishop. We were talking about the dark square bishop, but now it's the light squared bishop as we try to get this position back on screen. I know we're looking for Firouzja's board, but let's take a look.
There we have it.
And there we have it on the board, but let's try to get a good look here on the screen with us as we see the 2 players battling away. We talked about youth, but Niaz Morshed, a GM, you can see he's a veteran here, and he's showing that he's got the great fighting spirit. And I was talking about this bishop on c6. That bishop is a monster. Yeah, maybe we'll take the rook we're down in exchange. Or maybe we'll just plan it on d5 and make you suffer for the rest of all time. You're going to have to bring a knight over to try to get rid of this bad boy. It's not going to be that easy given this control along the long diagonal. So this is a super sharp position. The next few moves will dictate what happens. But I got to say, if I had white here, I would not feel worried. I just feel like this position is just crazy enough because this bishop on c6 is a monster. Your opinion?
Well, yeah, I was thinking, quite frankly, like how to handle this bishop to d5 check, because I was looking at rook takes rook, followed by bishop to d5, and I was like, where is that king going to run? And it has to run to f8.
Yeah, but if you take rook f1, we have to capture back, because bishop d5 is met by rook f7.
Yes,
the rook can go back.
Yeah, let's make
but
that point.
Okay, we can...
Whoa, but he has
rook c8.
blundered with the move rook to c8.
Wow.
And we're being given a winning variation with rook takes on f5. You cannot just simply capture back here because of this. Wait, this is insane. The move g4, I'm sorry, I would not have spotted that right away. But the knight is being trapped on this square. Takes. Is this a real variation? No, this cannot be the variation.
You cannot capture back. You have to play
it's queen d3.
And then you get in
and
queen
now you're
f5.
getting into either f5 or f1. Okay, that's not easy to see. I'm sorry. That one there is a big surprising line. If he finds it, much respect. We go back. Rook c8 is actually on the board, but Alireza is right now losing. There's like no question about it in that variation, though. You have to find some genius engine moves to prove it. I got doubts that your opponent will find those
But
moves.
even, is it necessary to find genius moves? Because black has, I mean, white has actually captured an f5, gf, and given bishop d5 check, just the cemento kind of, just the cemento system of playing. And after king f8, there are all kinds of tempting options.
Queen d3 looks automatic too, right? And he did not play the...
Played knight f3.
Knight f3, okay,
But
old
it's okay.
school.
It's okay.
Oh, we're in the game position.
Yes.
We play knight f3. So
Knight
this
f3. He's preparing knight h4 kind of move, yeah? He's trying to go after... And let's just treasure the moment. Look at how comfortably white is sitting there. He knows that, wait a second, I studied Tigran Petrosyan's games. This is a lovely position exchange sacrifice. Have everything under control.
Yeah, I mean, that bishop on d5 worth more than 3 points.
And just 1 minute for Alireza.
Yeah.
He's down to his last minute.
But I tell you
Rook e8 played.
something, when it comes to clock's time, Alireza is one of the fastest guys on the planet. You know,
but he also needs a position, right?
His position is tricky. It's very tricky because his bishop on d5 is absolute monster. And the plan for white is probably relatively easy. You know, you're going to be just attacking the king on f8 via the light squares. Gotta also mention that this pawn on b6, it's hanging at some stage, but the main goal, eyes on the prize, keep your eyes
queen
focused
d3.
on the king.
Let's just touch this pawn, yeah? For example, with queen d3, eyeing this pawn, because if the queen protects the pawn with queen d7, then we get access to knight h4.
That looks automatic.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm glad you made the point about the b6 pawn hanging, because, that's us later. After we collect some cookies. And queen d3 has been played, it looks like. Queen d3 on the board. Alireza is in deep trouble in this position.
Huge trouble, and the time ticking down. Queen d3 played. I mean, how easy is this to defend as black?
I think it's very difficult, because before it was a dream. Yeah, like we talked about, that Alireza has everything under control. He got careless. He was probably thinking like, whatever I do, I'm going to win the game. He wanted to be fancy with this bishop h6 business. He lost the control of the game, and then Mourchid jumps on the chance. Knight g7, the knight is falling back to protect the f5 pawn. Not a happy move, but you have to sometimes make the bad-looking moves in order to stay in the game.
But what about knight h4 now, attacking the pawn yet again?
At least black can, with the queen on e7, protect it with queen g5.
And will there be a take on g7 and then take on f5? We don't want to do that, do we?
Yes.
We don't want to give up our dark square bishop. Those bishops are monsters of the midway right now.
I'm actually thinking about the computer's move before. We learned from computer this g3, g4 could be very unpleasant.
Look at him blitz out the moves. Knight h4, queen d7, and g4.
Yes.
We were talking about this move earlier, and he has played what is an extremely sharp move. You can't capture that pawn.
You can't.
The h7 pawn is hanging.
Yes.
Queen will infiltrate. It is not exactly the best move engine-wise, but I can tell you right now as a human, I'd probably be peeing in my pants. I saw this move land on the board, g4. Alireza has to be, and he played it quickly too. Alireza down to only 41 seconds on the clock. This could be the upset of the round.
Absolutely. And yeah, we see the arrow is just indicating that bishop to g5 is the best defense.
Yeah, but it's a sad move. It's a very sad move for black. If this is the best, then Alireza will go down to a few seconds. And he goes rook e5. Did he really play rook e5?
He had to eventually, apparently, to give something, like just get that darn bishop. Somebody has to go off the board. His opponent said, you know what, yummy, yummy. But this is an opposite color bishop position. Maybe some chances after you get your exchange back. But guess what? White's not losing this game.
Well, and white is 2 pawns up.
Correct.
And has the attack because he has the better bishop. But they traded queens. This is respect. Mourchid just traded queens. It was completely unnecessary. And he gives the e3 pawn, so he wants to have the draw in the pocket. Draw against Alireza. That's a dream come true, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's how he feels.
Thank you very much. But yeah, now it's opposite color bishops. Now, you know, it's down to 1 pawn advantage. So no, this is not.
Why did he do that? He had no losing chances.
The respect.
Keep the queens on the board. This is what you said.
Yeah.
GM, even though he's a GM playing against a top-notch super GM, let me just guarantee the draw. That attitude, though, that doesn't get you glory.
No.
This
But
pawn takes
in
just
his
so
defense-
clean. I mean, there's nothing
And
to worry
Drew
about.
agreed. Alireza very relieved.
Alireza dodged the bullet.
he did, but I just wanted to come to the defense of Niaz Murshid. You do get bragging rights.
Of course.
Oh, no, please. Please. You know what's going to happen next? You're going to get your head handed to you a bunch of rounds in a row if you're going to settle on that.
Look
He's
at this.
smiling. He's
The happiness.
he's happy to go home and tell everyone I drew Alireza Firouzja. But they're all going to tell him, you know, we were watching, and you should have taken back with the pawn.
Yeah.
What are you doing trading queens in that position? Alireza knows he dodged the bullet.
He
But
definitely-
Many other games going on, though. Let's get to those games.
Yeah,
Yes.
and maybe we can take a look at the game between Magnus and Lorenzo Lodici. Magnus very much with his endgame magic, just on the verge of converting this one.
We should note, by the way, that Nepo did win his game. I see 2 queens on the board in the final position. He did have a great position there. His opponent definitely had no chance and had to resign. So Nepo on the winning side, as is Vache Legrave, who managed to win his game with the black pieces.
Yeah, because, okay, actually the Magnus game has nothing to talk about. Magnus is 2 pawns up in a night end game with just elemental win for him. He also has the clock under control. So if there is some more dramatic game, we can jump right in there. For example, normally Artemiev games are full of craziness in time scramble. It's maybe a game to check out.
By the way, sorry, we need to
Levon,
jump to
yes?
Levon's game for a second. His opponent only has 14 seconds left, but he's up a clean exchange. The engine's giving this as dead equal, but I'm going to tell you right now, if I had white, I'd be scared
Yes.
out of my mind. Like, I think I'm going to lose this game somehow. This position up in exchange, the engine's just saying that it's possible to play what, knight F3?
You can't take the
Wow.
pawn on B3.
But this is crazy. If knight f3 is the only move, that would be crazy.
Knight F3, and you can't take just yet, obviously because of the fork on this square, and that will be winning. So knight F3, Levon is actually defending this position. Now, this should be no worse than a draw for his opponent as well, and he's the one who's pressing. So Levon in trouble having to defend this position. This might be the upset of the round. As you can see, round 1 is one of those tricky rounds. I hate round 1s. I totally despise them because you walk in, you still haven't warmed up as yet. You know, you're like, let me just get into the rhythm of the tournament, and then all of a sudden you're playing badly. It's like, wait a minute, I'm not in any kind of rhythm, even against a lower-rated player. And these lower-rated players are stars where they're coming from, wherever they are in the world. That's how they got here. So they're hungry to grab a piece of you. So right now, Levon Aronian, one of the people we thought would be one of the favorites in this event, he's in a bit of trouble trying to defend this position. And he's also only down to 114.
But he has played it. He just played
did
knight
play knight
f3.
F3?
Yes.
Okay, so knight F3, B4 on the board. Levon having to defend this very tricky position down material. Looks like he should be able to survive, but he's definitely the one begging for a draw from this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to have to be very precise as well, moving the king to the center in
Yes.
order to
Now
block the black king.
Yeah, he played king e4, king f7 happened, and I think Levon's idea is to go knight d4, king d5, then somehow try to get this knight c6, rook takes b3, king
Yeah.
c5, but then there's rook c3 check and you lose, yeah? So let me just highlight it with arrows that white would love to get this kind of stuff going up to the b4 pawn, and if black takes, then come closer with the king to that pawn, but that runs into check and the knight will be hanging. So there is no easy way, and this means that probably you have to combine the efforts on both sides. White has to be super precise.
Right. And I think there's some things in play that he can probably get his king to d5 and knight to d4, and maybe try to wait there a little bit, because even when rook takes pawn happens, there's still king at the right time, king c4. But if you leave your knight on, you don't put it on c6 is what I'm trying to say. Then
Yes.
you can kind of corral the
He actually
d4.
gave knight e5 check. Computer confirms that it's a good move, but it means, and he gives up the b4 pawn just like this, king d4. Wow, brilliant defense. If it really works, it's brilliant. King d4, he just walked towards the pawn, so basically he's saying, please take this pawn, I don't care, I don't need it, because my king and knights, wow, actually, rook b3, king c4, rook b1, knight d3,
Yeah.
and after b3, king c3, the idea knight b2, and then you lose the control of the B3 pawn. That's how Levon wants to save it.
That will be a draw in the end. By the way, just make some big results as well. Fabiano Caruana only drew his game against Yakovir Vakidov. So that's a big result as we see a draw. We also see a big result. The youngster, I am Faustino Oro, one of the real key future GMs. We could just call him a GM right now, can't we? Because that kid is a monster.
Of course.
Well, from Argentina, he drew none other than Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And that's a name, this youngster showing himself. That's a big result as we see. It's not so easy for those players. How many draws? Shvaruzha, Caruana, Mamedyarov drawing, and Levon going to get a draw as well.
Yeah, he just got it.
And
yes.
so we're seeing a lot of the top players cede a half a point early on in this tournament, definitely showing just how difficult it is when you're starting out the gate to really get going against these players who are hungry to try to get an opportunity to showcase their skills to the world.
Right. Completely agree with you. It's a tough opening round. Someone who's not going to get a draw is Magnus Carlsen. He's already won against Lorenzo Lodici. But Zhu Wenjun against Beidolayeva, she is a pawn down, but she's defending resolutely against her opponent.
We should point out that Arjun did win his game, that in-game, that he was worse. He did win that game eventually against the young IM.
Yep. And, well, the position we have on our screens, it's from the reigning Women's World Champion. It's not an easy position to defend, I would say, when you have no time on the clock.
Yeah, but thanks to the knight, yeah, you are just sitting. Yeah, you just shuffle, king goes to g7, and whenever white plays king g5, you have knight e4 check and knight h7 check. But yeah, of course, very important to be always keeping the king on g7. By the way, there is also the wrong corner of h pawn, yeah, so there are so many possibilities for black to make a draw. Actually, there's nothing to, we would need rooks on the board, yeah, include one pair of rooks and then we talk. But like this, Zhu Wenjun will make her draw.
Yes, and we can even indicate that she can go knight takes pawn right now.
Yes, but okay.
But do you want to go that
and
direction?
she goes for it. Okay, she goes for it. This is little fancy.
Yeah, is this the right move? Because there's still a pawn on the board on g6.
Exactly.
I was
if we could remove, if we could remove the pawn on g6, then we just hit king h8, king h8, king g7. But like this, it's a little tricky.
It is a little bit tricky.
But only if white. But there is this so-called setup, yeah, that if you go to h7 when the bishop pins, then there is h5, h take g6. So black has to be careful. That was the reason why with little time on the clock I preferred not to. For example, now if white plays the move king f6, you have to play king g8. If you play king h7, wait a second, h5 runs into king h6. No, hg is not stalemate, then bishop g6 would be stalemate. No, but king f6, you have to play king g8. This is kind of still tricky with solid time, but okay, she probably feels that I'm gonna do this.
Yeah. If she goes king h6, then yeah, there's gonna be stalemating ideas with
king g8.
g5.
Just king g8, king h8. Yeah, just, and white has to finally play bishop c5. But okay, then you will sit on h7, h8 squares.
Yep, it's looking very much like a draw. Note
but look at this, king h8. King f7, it's stalemate. I mean, because king h7, h5 wins. So it means that after king h8, king f7, black has to play g5 because hg5 is a stalemate.
She's gone king h8.
But g5 draws immediately.
Yep.
Yes, g5. But this is so. That's why I was not sure that I want to take knight takes g4. Why it's a scary kind of situation, but objectively a draw.
Yeah.
How would you win this? There's just no way to create.
No, because of this g5 idea, when you try to get that stalemating net, it's going to be very difficult. And now she can step up king to g7. And, well, one thing though, maybe black shouldn't try to force things and just be very...
Well, now actually black can play g5 because ag runs into king g6. So this is a moment that you can get rid of the g pawn.
And she sees it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she goes
you
for
could
it,
tell,
yes.
You could tell she saw that hesitation right there. Otherwise, she would have moved her king. And now look at her looking off. The reigning women's world champion saying, "That's it. I knew this was the way to do it. Get my chance, and you can look all you want, but this game is now a draw."
Yes. Now she knows that now it's sealed. Because
We're seeing these half a points get thrown. Top boards.
But probably this half a point was won now by Joanne Jr. because she had to fight hard for it.
Yeah, and now she just puts her king on h8 and draw being agreed. Well, it wasn't an easy first game for Ju Wanjun there.
Yeah, and not only for her. By the way, on the second board, what's happening? Tanzonji against Zsóka Gál. She's a Hungarian. She's the best Hungarian female player. She's just 17 years old. She's fighting against Tanzonji. And we have live action, but yeah, this should be winning.
Should we just point out a couple of results? For some reason, I'm seeing Abdussatorov having lost his game. I think that's a mistaken result on my screen because the last move looks completely crushing for black. So we'll have to check that result, if we may. Just check that for me because it looks like this result I have on my screen is wrong. I also don't have a result for the Duda game. I see Duda with triple zeros on his clock in what looks like a drawn position. If we could try to confirm what happened there, did he lose this rook and pawn? He's clearly not
It's
losing.
impossible.
No,
There's no way, right? So again, we don't have an update on that result. We'll try to get that to you as soon as we can. Because this game, though, at max, would have been a draw for Duda, not winning the position clearly. So, again, we would have seen multiple draws on the top 12 boards. I count 4 already, probably 5, right, coming up. That's a lot. In fact, on the top 10 boards, half of them drawn, despite their opponents being hundreds of points rated below them. That's a pretty great result for team lower-ranked players.
Yes, but also we talked about it that it's a little tricky that many very good players have low rapid ratings. Yeah, for example, Mendonça is like a 26-30 youngster and a very dangerous player, but his rapid rating 2490. That's how he got paired with so it felt like for Levon, already for Magnus also Lodici first round, but yeah, Magnus handled the situation. Yeah, in fact, he made it look more difficult by taking time, probably luring Lodici into this feeling of, there is no problem. I'm playing against Magnus Carlsen. I'm up on the clock. I equalized. 5 moves later, he was lost already. Magnus.
That's how it works.
That's how it
That's just how it works. You better keep accurate plays, like playing an engine almost when you're playing Magnus. You think you're okay, and then one move you go, oh, I'm in the toilet. It's not fun at all. So, yeah.
It's not fun at all when you lose. And you can see behind us that a lot of the games have finished. So we are going to go to Charlize, who's live from the playing hall.
I'm joined live in the playing hall by Sean Rodrigue Lemieux, who just drew to Gukesh. But Sean, a lot of us were on the edge of our seats watching this game, thinking Gukesh would lose. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game. First of all, it's a real privilege to play against someone like Gukesh, the world champion, someone that I look up to. So I was really honored to play him. I got a pretty good opening, I think. It was really unbalanced. And somehow I won a pawn, and I got into a very nice endgame. I won a second pawn, but somehow we got into some endgame, opposite color bishops, and time pressure and the pressure, I think. I just made a mistake, and he was able to force a draw. So he defended pretty well.
At any point during the game, were you thinking, like, I'm playing against the world champion right now, or do you try to not let that thoughts cloud your vision?
I mean, obviously you want to not think about this, but it's pretty much impossible. You know, it's start to forget about it. With the pressure, the stress, all the people watching, it's difficult. No, I was pretty nervous, but I felt pretty calm with the position that I had. I thought, you know, it's pretty safe. But yeah, I think at the end the nerves got the best of me.
And going forward to the rest of the event with this result, how do you feel? How confident do you feel?
I think it's a good start, you know. The main thing I want for those tournaments is to not start off like the wrong way. You know, you don't want to get a losing streak at the start. So getting a draw like this, it's really promising for me.
And finally, you've come quite a far way, all the way from Canada. Some players had direct flights. Tell us about your journey. How long did it take you to get here?
It's pretty far, but it was somehow a direct flight. So like 12 hours. But I made it, and I'm just happy to be here. I like coming to Doha, so it's a very nice place.
Well, thank you so much, Sean. Congrats on this draw, and good luck with the rest.
Thank you.
Back to the studio.
Yeah, Gukesh there, as we're hearing, finished round one with a draw. So it was a game where a lot of the underdogs managed to hold their high-rated opponents.
Yeah, this is what's happening. Yeah, they are having confidence, and this is what we are seeing. Yeah, also the top players not yet settled in, but there are no easy games. Yeah, and there is no time to settle in. You have to, you know, basically there. Who was Vahidov drew against Fabiano? Okay, Vahidov was the member of the Chennai gold-winning Uzbek team. Yeah, so you play against. Olympic gold medalist in round one. It's not the right way of, you know, getting, you know, slowly warmed up. Simply, it's a very tough tournament. But that's why we love it.
I hear you, but folding up this Satorov game, somebody got lucky, like one person, because we had a completely even position. White's doing perfectly okay, can just take on e5. And unless I have some mistake here, this is the last move.
No, forget about this.
No way, right?
No.
Can't have happened.
No.
And yet that's what we have after knight f3, etc. So let's hope that's not what happened. A piece to a fork in one move. We'll try to make sure we update some of these results as we go along. Clearly, some of the DGT boards might be doing some funny things. But that's a big funny thing to happen. That's very specific. You move your rook to d1, and the knight goes to f3.
Yeah.
It's hard to see how you accidentally bump something. You're like, oops, I bumped my rook, and threw off the DGT board.
Touch the rook, yeah.
Yeah, but then the knight has to take on f3 too. So
Yes.
what was the sequence of mistakes that caused that to happen?
I think maybe AI is having its hand there, you know. But yeah, I think maybe the knight takes. But even then, like, it's a bit like the whole sequence is a little bit strange because after knight takes.
Yeah, can we see the moves before just to get a feeling if everything was logical?
He played e5, he took.
Yeah, you wouldn't go.
You would go e5 and then play knight.
Yeah.
Oh, let me just double on this pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks kind of outrageous. But at any rate, Abdusatorov wouldn't have lost like this if he did end up losing the game. We'll see what the result is there. But as we mentioned in the other games, we do see a lot of draws. Top boards, Gukesh drawing. Gukesh, by the way, his rapid rating is that low. He's not even on one of the top 12 boards here.
Yes.
But still, the world champion drawing along with a bunch of other players in the event. We see Aronian, Firouzja, Fabiano drew. In fact, I had said the top 10 boards. 3 of the top 5 boards ended in draws.
Yeah.
And I would like to mention Sindarov's name because Sindarov is here from the top players who have won his game with the black pieces on board number 12 against Guha Mitrova.
Well, we can actually just take a look at the results of the round because, as we mentioned, you know, we've seen quite a few draws. There is one game still in progress. And here we've got that clear overview. Faustino Oro, just to highlight, you know, again, so young. He drew against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Are we looking at board 15 here? I'm seeing
vastly losing to
Elam
Elhamar from Norway. He is a very dangerous player, but still, vastly.
That's
What's
a
happening?
massive result. If that is a true result, that's the upset of the round, yes?
It's a huge
but
result.
also Abdusatorov losing to Halkias, but we don't know anything yet.
I don't believe it.
I don't dare to say it because he was supposed to be winning with black. Instead, he lost. It's kind of hard to judge.
Okay, those two would absolutely be the upsets of the round, but we're seeing these results get pulled up on the board. We will double check these because that would be huge to start off the tournament with those two massive upsets, plus all the draws that we see on the screen of 15 boards. That's literally 7 upsets. No, 6. Dominguez drew as well. So that's 6 draws and 2 losses, 8 results that went unexpectedly. Okay, we expect a couple of draws, but 6 draws and 2 losses. The lower-rated players in a matchup against the higher-rated players would have won that match. If we're looking at this right now, right?
Just by the numbers, I would say, but I wouldn't be surprised if Elam did win because he's such a dangerous player. I mean, we're talking about, you know, people managing to train online, play loads and loads of games, and Elam is one of those ones.
Very active ones, yes.
Very, very active online. He's defeated the best. And take a look at the results for the women's. See Ju Wenjun starting off with a draw, holding a difficult position. And Goretzka, she managed to win against her opponent, Lei Ting-jae, one of the contenders.
Bibisara.
Bibisara.
We talked about her as one of the tournament pre-favorites or pre-tournament favorites, and only a draw in her game as well.
And for Bibisara and Anna Muzichuk, this tournament is especially important because they are fighting it out super hard. It's such a tough fight to get that candidate spot.
Wow, but that's additional
For
pressure.
the FIDE circuit, yes. Whoever finishes well here, you know, and the FIDE, the spot for the FIDE circuit is so close that anything can happen.
But this board, these series of results, these look more normal, right? This is what you'd expected from the other side as well. We see the upset on board one. We call it an upset, giving the favor to the underdog in this position, in this matchup. But as you go down, you see Goretzka won, Lei Ting-jae won, right? And then we see Bibisara, another upset. But then you go down, you see Koneru won, Koneru, all Jovanka, like all the favorites, cleaning clock, win after win after win after win. And this is more of a normal board that we would expect. The other one with the 6 draws and the 2 losses out of 15 games, that's a big swing, divergence from what you would say would be a normal series of results.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's a case of what the numbers say and what is happening in reality. But one thing for sure, the stage is being set and we are just getting started. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we're going to have more action. That is round 2. So don't go anywhere.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
In 2025, we marked the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
We are back with round 2 of the World Rapid Championships here in Doha. First round kicked off and it was quite the spectacle. We saw a lot of draws. We saw a lot of the favorites just sail through. But what a round it was. Very entertaining. And, well, we're still waiting for the pairings to come out for round 2. But we thought maybe we could break down all of the action of round 1. It was that exciting.
Yes, and I think also Maurice did the detective, and he has a great result. We were in the dark in the Abdusatulov game, please.
Where we found out that it was a draw, in fact, which I guess is fair, given the way that sequence. But yes, that game was drawn. Again, we saw the draw fest in round 1. We expect to see draws, of course, but not that many, which is a bit of a mini upset on a bunch of boards. And there were players who were in trouble that ended up surviving instead of losing. Like Alireza should have lost that game if his opponent had gone for it. We did see some other results as well as we go down some of the later boards. We had a big name, one Volodar Murzin. You may remember from last year, ranked 59 in the competition. He's still ranked probably not 59 this time, but lower down on the scale. And he won his game against the youngster Ardugmas, who many expect to be one of the world's best players in a few years, but not just yet. Losing to another youngster, that's a bit of a result.
Definitely a result as well, because Ardugmas is so young, just 14 years old, had an absolutely fantastic FIDE Grand Swiss. But yeah, Murzin, he won today. He won the first round.
We didn't mention him at all, by the way, when we were talking about potential favorites to win the Rapid. This guy's the reigning champion. And we literally had not mentioned his name until now. Can he pull it off again? That would be one of the most shocking stories ever, right? Like, that would be insane.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had that much of a spectacular year. You know, he started off with a bang, you know, winning the World Rapid Championship, and then it's kind of...
Okay, but after that, what do you do, right? I mean, you became the Rapid World Champion. Yeah, what next? Yeah, it's not easy, but I also remember 2023, he went undefeated, which means already that he finished 30 games plus today's games, 31 games without a single loss in 2 World Rapid Championships. That's crazy. That's a statement.
Very few people in the world could possibly say that. I don't think anybody probably could say that for the last 2 tournaments.
And to spice it up, I was following the event, and because his rating was low, he just played Giants.
Yes.
In Samarkand, he just played Giants, the same in New York as well, yeah, because he's low rated, so he automatically gets all the brilliant 2,800 guys, and he's still undefeated.
Showing a lot of confidence, the youngster. We see a lot of other names. Rajabov won his game. Pragnananda won his game as well. But we do see Wojciech, he lost his game. That's a big upset for sure, coming off early in the event.
Absolutely. And maybe we can take a look at the women and just break down some of the results. Everything kind of felt like it was going as standard, as you would expect.
I don't have it on this board. I think I'm going to have to go searching, but I don't have it quite yet on this board.
Well, maybe I can help you out, yes.
Yeah.
We also saw Yestepenko win his game, so that's a big result. Well, it's an expected result. Sorana won his game as well. Ray Robson, got to give a shout out to the U.S. player who won his game. But again, a draw. The U.S. players kind of took it on the chin. We had a draw for Fabi. Aronian was a draw.
Lenier also.
Lenier was a draw. Wesley So lost. The U.S. Olympic team got pretty much beaten up that last round, at least not the expected result. And then Ray Robson, who is off the team. Is he off the team at the moment? Yes, because Hans Niemann would be on the team. Ray.
By the way, talking about Hans, how did Hans play? Do we get his result? Because he has a low rapid rating. That's why we did not see him on the top, but it's kind of very interesting.
Yes, I'm going to have to go.
And Ivanchuk won. Also, I'm rooting, and Hans Niemann won as well.
Hans did win his game, so the sort of not the top 4 in the U.S. did represent there with the Stars, not doing great, as we mentioned. Panomariov drew his game,
and Vincent has won his game.
Vincent Keimer won his game as well. Pental Hare Krishna with a draw on his board. Lower down, you'd expect to see more draws, but quite a few decisive results.
Well, lower down, there's a lot more of a mismatch. I feel like at the top, there's lower-rated underdogs,
exactly.
you know. Whereas at the bottom, you get those big rating differences. But, you know, the music is going on.
Yes.
And that means only one thing. The rounds are soon going to begin. We're going to probably get 1 in 7, 6 minutes. The action is going to commence once more. And, yeah, so I would say quite a healthy start for the favourites. But, you know, some players just losing half point. At the minute, it doesn't mean much. Because we're only 30, you know, it's a 13-round competition.
Like a disastrous start. What are you talking about? All those draws. That's a serious half points. You know, the Swiss Gambit, when you give up a half point to start. Magnus wins his game, and you're already half a point behind Magnus. You don't want to start a half a point behind Magnus. You want to keep pace. And Magnus is going to keep winning games most likely. And then you better keep winning games, because if you have another draw, you're going to be a point behind Magnus. Good luck catching him. So I think first round, if I'm one of the top players, okay, it's not the worst thing in the world. I drew my first game, whatever. But you got your eye on a thoroughbred who could run away with the event. You definitely want to start winning some games. Get your act together, get in form, or else.
Yeah, well, you talked about winning games. Someone who did win their game was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And we have an interview with him, so check it out right now.
I'm here with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who just won his first game at the FIDE Rapid World Championships. Tell us about it. How did it go? It was a good game for you, quite quick as well.
Yeah, I think it was a good game. These Queen's Gambit lines, they're very good to keep the position, like complex, strategical, complex play, and it worked out very well. But yeah, I saw some guys are suffering a lot. I mean, Magnus has a tough, very tough first round. So, you know, first rounds, they're always tough. But obviously the tournament is still very long.
And you've, of course, won the Blitz before. How do you feel about your Rapid chances?
In general, recently I've played better in Rapid than in Blitz. But on a very good day, of course, my Blitz is better.
Okay, what makes you say you've been playing better Rapid than Blitz? Are you speaking about tournament results at home as well?
Tournament results and more consistency in general. Like I know it's all the age, sort of, but blunders happen much more easily now than 10 years ago.
Well, they're exciting to watch still. But Maxime, something I thought about, you know, walking in the playing hall, it's so quiet and relaxed in the beginning in Rapid. And then it gets super intense towards the end, you know, the clocks start banging and time trouble sets in. What's it like? Like, do you notice the energy in the air changing?
I don't know. I never really had clocks banging on my side, but you know, it's natural. Like when games have more tension and also more likely to end in time trouble. Of course, even in the Rapid it can happen. Of course, in Blitz it starts to be a festival.
Yeah, lots of loud bangs. And the final question: we're here in Doha, Qatar, a beautiful, huge venue. What do you think so far?
Yeah, so far so good. I love the venue. I think there's plenty of space for all the players, and the playing hall is very. You know, there's no noise in the playing hall. No noise at all. Sometimes some playing halls they were tougher to focus. I mean, it was tougher to focus on the games, but yeah, so far I'm very happy, and you know, let's hope that. I think also compared to previous years, I mean, I know New York was an improvement already, but there will be little delays in between rounds, I think, because arbiters are now very experienced with entering results and getting the pairings done very quickly, and that's very important, especially for the first day, because 5 games of Rapid Chess can be a very long day at the office.
Long day at the office. Well, thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of your game, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
Well, we're back, and there we had Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's confident. He started off with a win, and the players, they're getting ready to sit down. They're getting ready to begin round two. I mean, what's it all about for the players right now? It's just the beginning.
It is just the beginning. And a lot of these players have played in this many, many times before. So as much as they may have had a bad result to start, you had the draw. The ones who won, of course, feel quite nice. But a draw, they'll manage. They're professionals. But they know they've got to pick it up and start getting some victories soon.
Yeah, and the problem is by drawing that actually you end up getting equally strong opponent. It's not like if you are not winning like in usual Swiss tournaments, then you are getting a lower opponent. No, here, everywhere. That's why the players need to run forward, as you said. Like you can't let Magnus run away, because he might run away, and you are there stuck with other brilliant players who are drawing their games, and you are not moving forward. Yeah, it's sometimes easier to win because then you're also so happy with yourself. You don't think about the result. You just play the game. While the players who need to do catch up, they are playing this mental game. What do I play with black? Because if I play normal, then maybe my opponent can make a draw. In fact, your opponent might not even be thinking about the draw. He wants to win himself, but you just kill yourself with all those thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, hey, got to be touching distance of the leaders. Now, talking about no easy pairings, they've just come out. Magnus Carlsen will have the black pieces against David Paravian. David Paravian was the second of Andrei Yasipenko in the World Cup. Not an easy pairing.
That's a good one. That's a very good one. I want to see that game.
Yeah, and then we have Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's playing, you're going to have to forgive me for my pronunciation here, Kuparadze?
Kuparadze, the Giga Kuparadze, the Georgian superhero of all this world Rapid and Blitzes. He surprises everyone. He blitzes all his games. He finishes the game with 15 minutes on the clock. It's insane. And very often he wins. So also we have to keep an eye on this.
I must admit, he was an unfamiliar name to me. But now, well, the suspense is on. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he will have the white pieces against Andrew Hong. Now, Andrew is a fantastic online blitz player. He's a fantastic talent.
Yes, young American looking to make a statement after winning his first game. And okay, the games are uneven in terms of rating level, top player, super GMs against pretty good GMs as well. We'll see how that goes, but I think this round people are settled into what they're going to be, and you'll probably see a lot more stable results.
Yeah, and okay, just to also draw your attention to what's happening on board 4, it is Norbert Jakuboev who so narrowly missed out on a candidate spot. He has the white pieces against Vladislav Artemiev.
Wow, that's all second round pairing, board number 4, and you have 2 guys who could easily be in the candidates as well. Yeah, it just goes on to show the tournament. It's crazy, and also with these ratings, that whose rating is lower in this in this matchup.
It's a good point. And also, those 2 players, if one of them made a run to win this title, you would not be shocked.
Yes, absolutely
right?
not.
Like those 2 are tough enough. It's like, okay, they could. If Murzin can pull it off, these 2 definitely can pull it off. So top players, especially Artemiev. This guy's scary. When he gets going, he could go on a roll and beat anybody.
Yeah, he's also very good when the clock starts ticking down.
Yes.
You see him play with seconds left on the clock.
I only don't know how his family can watch his games, because he's really down to 1 second on the clock and he's not even intending to move at that moment, but he still does. It's just insane. Really amazing. I always envy players like this, because I know myself that my heart, when I have 5, 4, 3 and it explodes and I make a move and I might blunder the whole game away, and he keeps the complete control.
Yeah, you know, some players, they just find themselves in the zone when they're just teetering on the brink there on the clock. And just to kind of round up in a nice round number, to Sandipan Chanda, he's got the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow, so the Indian clash.
It is an all-Indian derby.
It's a shame in the first 2 rounds, you're already playing against a countryman, but
yeah,
there's so many Indians who are so good. Yeah, you're going to face each other pretty quickly.
And the pairings are also pretty nice in the women's as well. We have Tan Zhongyi. She's now playing board 1 against Jennifer Yu. So Jennifer Yu with the white pieces, and Jennifer's dangerous, right? Very aggressive player.
You know, we were on the bus, actually. We landed at the same time. She was coming in from Spain, and I was coming in from Miami, and we ended up converging, and the same bus took us. Jennifer just got her degree from Harvard, got spent 4 years off after winning the U.S. Women's Championship twice, but then she had bad results. You know, Harvard could do that to you. You might have to study a little bit of that school, apparently. And so she just kept having tepid result after tepid result. She tanked in rating, not playing well at all, just disappointed. She told me she only played really top events throughout the year. So every event she played like 3 good events a year. Every event mattered. And then she'd play some crappy chess and think, why did I play? I mean, I missed out on school and all the work, and opportunity cost was high. But now she's graduated. She was with her mom. They're traveling. She had a great result in Spain, gained like 40 rating points. And she's starting to feel like, okay, I'm back. And we just had a great talk, and I can see the fire is in her eyes. Watch out. She's going to be dangerous. Maybe not this tournament only, but for the year to come, expect some good things from her.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of the American women especially have this big financial incentive. You know, they are really working hard to get the Grandmaster title.
Yeah, the 100,000,
yeah,
right?
they won the 100,000.
That's right. Jeannie Singfield,
Yes.
Dr. Jeannie Singfield generously donated, or said, I'll give 100K to the next 5 GMs coming out of the United States. Irina Krush got one retroactively, $100 grand check in the bank for something you did back in 2013. That was awesome for her. But the rest of them are seeing it and they're smelling it. Carissa Yip is after it. Alice Lee is certainly after it. Tatev Abrahamian. All of them are super motivated to getting that GM title. They know 100 grand is right there waiting for them when they do.
Yeah, big motivation. And on board too, Alexandra Goryashkina against Alua Nurman. Alua, very young, her star is in the ascendant. You know, every time I go on Twitter, I see that she's defeated someone else, you know, someone incredibly strong. So I can see an upset happening there. Padmini Raut, a very dangerous player. She's got the white pieces against Leiting J. And Katerina Lagno, who is actually one of my picks as well. She's so good at these fast time controls, excellent instincts. She's got the black pieces against Mungunzul from Mongolia. So again, we're being spoiled. And reigning Women's World Rapid Champion, Humpy Koneru, she won her first game. And she plays against Torkinjanova.
Oh, Begum did arrive. I didn't see Begum's name on the list at first. And Begum, yes, she was playing for the U.S., but she switched back to Uzbekistan for her federation. And yeah, really great lady, a good friend.
Yeah.
But I didn't know she was here.
Well, okay, I've just given you a taste of some of the mouth-watering pairings. So let's take a look at the full pairings in the open section. And here we go. We see David Paravian, as mentioned, against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, just looking at these, you know, we see some big names. You know, we have Nihal Sarin. He also won again, and now he's playing against Makanev. What other matches catch your eyes?
Did you mention, look at Prague also playing against Paranik. That's all India matchup. That's not the one you mentioned earlier, was it? No.
No, that was Sandipan.
Right. So there we have that happening pretty early on. Sam Sevian, a young U.S. player, must have won his first game. We see him there against Akobian. So, yeah, it looks like fair pairings for the moment. I get the feeling like the favorites should feel like they should be able to win in this next matchup.
But who is the favorite, for example, on board 9? Grebnev against Robson, because Grebnev has an incredible year. He won all these World Youth Championships and so on. He had a fantastic World Cup as well. Very dangerous player. So I feel like Ray, I would put him like a 2680, 2710 kind of player. And I believe that Grebnev already equals that strength. Yeah, just give him a little more time to play enough tournaments. But he already, whomever talked to during the World Cup, he was praising Grebnev that he knocked out Maxim Vasilagav out of the World Cup.
Yeah, he was very impressive, you know. And he did it very clinically as well against Maxim.
Maxim, yes. And then he lost to Yasipenko. Yasipenko kicked him out. So, and there is Magnus Carlsen. Already in time, he settled into the tournament. He's here.
He's before his opponent. That's not something we see typically, that Magnus is sitting at the board before his opponent does, as we wait for the start of the round. And here was the handshake. Expect Magnus to be in just kill mode. I think he knows. This is, you know, he always wins. I say always. He's won the Blitz 8 times. But the Rapid is one of those that, okay, he's won it 5 times, so it's not like he hasn't done to do. But the Rapid is where he realizes he's got to really bear down because, yes, second is not for Magnus. He really doesn't care about coming in second place. A lot of players will be happy with second, maybe a bronze. No, thank you. He's ready to toss that out the window because he wants to win. So I think he wants to be very focused early on every single round. A little bit of a hiccup starting late that first round, but he still managed to win his game. We'll see whether or not he stabilizes things here as we see some of the top ladies boards as well. They're in the same playing hall. Unlike last year in New York, they played in 2 separate halls. But here, they're playing in the same playing hall, a grand playing hall here in Doha. And I think the started, first round hiccups probably out the way.
Yeah. And going back to Magnus, you know, he more or less has to be a showman for this event because Norwegian television are following him. There's a whole Christmas show. It's become a Christmas tradition for every household in Norway to tune in to NRK, the national station, and watch Magnus in action. There's a show around it, and he's delivering, you know, time in, time out, you know, 5-time Rapid World Champion, 8-time Blitz World Champion.
Well, Magnus has to be the most successful Norwegian star, maybe in history. I mean, I know you guys, I know you're living in Norway now for some years, married to a Norwegian. I know that they're great, I believe in slalom, maybe? I'm not going to start.
He's up there. He's up there with the greats.
Because I don't know too many of your
footballers
stars. But some footballers who are big
into
stars
the action.
Forget the footballers. Magnus is the number one. Yes.
But Magnus has been around now, unlike a sport, an athletic sport. Magnus has been around at the top of this sport since 2010. I mean, check that 15-year career, and he was world champ in 2013. #1 all that time. So to be the #1 ranked in your sport all that time nonstop, I understand you might have some football stars there, but this guy's the #1 performer and maybe the GOAT. And maybe we just say it, Magnus is the GOAT. The round has begun, and the GOAT will try to prove more GOAT things.
Yeah, he will try to, again, conquer the world of chess. We'll see whether he can do it. E4, C5, you know, that means one thing. It means business. Maurice, your call was spot on. He is in a fighting mode. He wants to unbalance the game and just try to get something that isn't so symmetrical. And Peter, if you could bring up the game. We're seeing that knight to c3 has been played. So white is, for the time being, avoiding playing d4.
Yes, he is playing the anti-Sveshnikov setup, and now Magnus is taking his time because black has 2 fundamentally completely different directions. Playing g6 in a dragon style, then we might be seeing this accelerated dragon kind of positions, or black can also play the move e5, which many Sveshnikov players had been using, but after e5 the position is very kind of positional and very slow. One hand it suits Magnus' style, on the other hand, if we think about that he wants to win, he probably looks for more unbalances. But the question is always, whenever you play g6, how well is your opponent prepared? And Paravian is known to be a super prepared player. And Magnus did make a move. What was
e6.
It? He played e6. Okay.
Option C.
Okay, but then which one? Will he go for the time? Then he will play Taimanov. I don't think he will play knight f6. Because Yesipenko has beaten Yakuboev in the World Cup in a very important game, and Paravian was his second. Yeah. And yes, Magnus opts for the Taimanov queen c7.
Yep. And bishop to e2. Actually, I thought that he was going to go for e5 because I remember him beating Nepomniachtchi in a very nice game on the Grand Chess Tour back in 2019. But bishop to e2, and now we're in the mainstream. Is a6 going to be played? No, a6. It allows knight to come to b5. Now the queen has to tuck herself onto b8.
And then
she needs to cover d6.
Yeah, this will be a razor-sharp kind of position because after queen b8, f4, black is supposed to play a6, then white plays e5, leaves the knight on b5, a takes b5 is met by e takes f6, and so on. It's a very sharp line. And knowing that Magnus is a player who plays so many different openings means that he cannot be in everywhere in super detailed state of art. Yeah, and he might not want to enter those very big jungles, but the problem is if he does not enter those jungles, then he has to make a committal move like d6, which stops e5. Then white says thank you very much. White will be in time to play g4, g5, and then play for long castle, bishop e3, queen d2. Then clearly the white knight will always fall back to d4. So this is the reason why Magnus is taking his time, because the theory goes a6 here, and after e5, a takes b5, ef6, b4, fg7, bishop g7, knight b5. This is a very important kind of line at the moment. Something like this, castles, and white plays c3. And good luck if you are not prepared. This is a game completely out of control, and it's not exactly what Magnus likes. So he makes up his mind. What did he play? He played d6. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
No e5.
I guess, but then white gets what he wanted with this operation with bishop e to f4. And we already see the answer by David. Probably it's bishop e3. I think that's the most natural move. Yeah,
that
bishop
is
e3
happening.
played.
And as you anticipate, g4 is going to be there on the horizon.
This will be a tough game. This will be a very tough game for Magnus, but Maurice, you have something for us.
Actually, I'd like for you to pull up this board 2 with Nepo, who haven't followed too much. But this game he's playing against Kuparadze, it's like a monster opening line. If you could pull that, well, I guess you're showing it here with me. I'll just show you. It started out like a delayed Alapin, no big deal, right? Well, take a look what happens very quickly. D5, E5, and now D4 played by Black, saying, I'm going to isolate your pawn, and I'm going to do it with reason, because here I go. I'm going to bring my knight over, and I'm going to go after this pawn. Let's see what you're going to do about it. He said, okay, I'll defend. He said, no, I insist I'm going after this pawn. What? Well, you have to play bishop f4 if you're going to defend. Instead, the move knight a3 with a little knight b5 pop, daring him take the pawn. He said, nah. And instantly, by the way, played bishop d7, and then after knight to c4, b5 on the board, and this sharp, wild position on the board right now. And I mean, did any moves get played? Nepo is frozen, wondering what to do next here, and this position, Peter, super sharp. Knight d6 played, sacrificing a pawn right away is Nepo, but it's supposed to be slightly worse for white. Okay, not much worse.
Well, but look, take a look at the clocks. I told you that Giga Kuparadze is the Speedy Gonzalez. Yes, he blitzes out every move, no matter if it's sharp, crazy, quiet, he keeps on blitzing. But this, I think, is still some kind of a terror. It's a rare line. White has compensation, and you see all these possibilities with h5, bishop f4, and white has compensation. Mr. Kuparadze will have to slow down.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But he has blitzed. Okay, h4 is one of those moves still within theory, so to speak, has been played before. But it's definitely a wild, wild position.
Absolutely. And after h4, I think it's a novelty, and no one's played that before. So definitely it's also a move that it has aggressive intentions. h5 might be coming, or what are you going to do with it?
It's showing up in our Licha's database as having been played before, actually. But, there's a lot of blitz games could be played. But it just shows that he's in something he's somewhat familiar with. But as you mentioned, he has now slowed down in this exact moment after h4, trying to check out what to do. It looks like a natural rook move should be played here.
But then the consequences, that after h5, you go knight g6 to e5, and bishop f4, you have intermezzo, knight takes f3 check.
Right, and you saw this h-pawn going down the board, the alpha 0 h-pawn that transformed chess. And he's played
f6, so that was a very quick decision, actually.
That's a quick decision that might quickly cause some problems for him. This move, white can get everything. Takes, play h5. The pawn structure has been compromised. Looks like Nepo is back in business.
Yeah, he's definitely, well, Nepo, he's one of the most well-prepared people, actually.
Yes, absolutely. And also eternal optimist. I think if I will, after the game, tell him that Maurice said that you were back after f6, he said, well, where have I been before? No, I had compensation, come on. But yeah, it's lovely to see Nepo in great shape, because we know what he's capable of when he's doing fine.
Yeah. And maybe we can just go and take a look at some of the other games. We are really being sports. And what about the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Andrew Hong? How is that one checking out? It's different type of chess, right? You know, we've had positions where we've seen the wild C3 Sicilian. We saw the Taimanov, where Magnus might be on the back foot very early on. And this one is a lot more classical, you know, with white taking space in the center.
Yeah, this is a slow kind of game. Yeah, it's on one side, normally you prefer slow kind of play, but at the same time, I believe that Black has solved his problems. That is the reason why I didn't really know which wording to find, because I'm looking at the position and it looks like Andrew Hong got a dream of all dreams with Black, which must have been some Steinitz kind of Spanish.
Yeah.
It worked to perfection. If I'm looking at the position, Black is having a grip on the queen side. Normally White wants to regroup the pieces, but I don't know exactly. I would like to highlight the arrows that where are those pieces going. Usually something like bishop g5, maybe even give up the dark square bishop and then try to set up play on the light squares. But the reason why I'm also smiling that we are having some technical issue. We don't see the TV screen actually, so I'm not even sure if I'm talking to the audience or not. Hopefully yes. And bishop g5 had been played by MVL, so at least my moves were fine.
I think that it's just the problem is our screen has switched off. We probably need a remote control just to hit that standby button. But absolutely, you know, I agree with you. I think it's going to be a case of where White has to try to get a piece on the d5 square.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. Yeah, it's very far away, and Black has super control. I'm liking Black's position very much. Well, we can also move on to another game. This Yakuboyev Artemiev, we have talked about it, that this is also something very special. Two brilliant players are facing each other. Okay, nothing spectacular is happening. I can conclude that there is all to play for in this position. All the pieces on the board, slow kind of affair. Artemiev is known to be spending time also for no reason. Yeah, he just likes to lure his opponent into his own time trouble. I don't know exactly what he's doing. In any case, don't try it at home. It only works for Artemiev.
Right. And this is a very interesting question. Is this because Artemiev is a perfectionist? You know, he's calculating everything out, or is it just he loves chess so much he wants to analyze every variation on the board and oops, before he knows it, oh no, got no time, and then the instincts take over?
Well, it seems like he likes chess so much, and every small single detail interests him as long as he's not done to few seconds on the clock. Because also in a rapid game, how much time do you lose in the early moments of the game? This is move 9. And he's already done to 9 minutes. I feel like I have to move on because this isn't the action we wanted.
By the way, can I just say something really fast? I was looking for the big names that drew earlier, right? So you got your Fabiano Caruana, who's on board 2 or 3 to start the tournament. Alireza Firouzja, who's also on one of those top 3 or 4 boards. Now I have to go all the way down to board 51 to find Aronian. 52 to find Alireza Firouzja, 53 to find Caruana. I mean, you make one draw, you drop 50 boards from behind. You see them cordoned off, be treated as special, and all of a sudden you're just ceremoniously booted out. You don't belong here for now anyway. You're going to have to work your way all the way back from 50 boards away to be on one of the top 10 boards that are the elite players. Magnus, of course, never gets booted out no matter what happens because you got the Magnus board. He's always going to be on 1. But the rest of you jokers, like, you're going to have to get back up here where the rarefied air is.
But I tell you one thing, looking at the playing hall, there is so much space. I can tell you that the players are not fighting for elbow room. It's not like you get booted down and you're there amongst the pack.
But it's also dangerous if it's comfortable below. No, then you don't want to move. You don't have this instant motivation. By the way, just looking at the pairings, Caruana is facing Mendonça, the player who drew with Levon Aronian. Then also we have Halkias playing against Alireza Firouzja, who drew against Abdusattorov. And Faustino Oro playing against Dominguez. Yeah, that just shows that. And Vakidov, who drew against Fabi, plays against Mamedyarov. You are not getting easier pairings.
And I look at Gukesh. I mean, you're the world champion, and you're sitting somewhere around board 60 after a one round as well. I mean, this is just the kind of tournament it is. Of course, it's a huge tournament, but victories are so important if you want to keep your top status. These players you're basically playing an open event. And these are players who are used to playing elite events with just a few of them and maybe only 5 boards. But in these kind of tournaments, it's like a democracy. Like, we're all equal, and sorry, you draw a game, you're going all the way down.
Yeah, you're going all the way down, but you're in for a treat wherever you are playing. And you guys mentioned victories. That's very, very important. I've got to draw your attention to the game between Sandipan Chanda against Arjun Erigaisi, because first impressions, it looks like Arjun could be in big trouble.
Wow, really? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, Sandipan is a very good friend of mine. We have been Team Vichy during the World Championship match together 2013 in Chennai against Magnus Carlsen. He's an incredible, nice person, big theoretician. He has been accompanying Vichy to many super tournaments. And we see he was postponing his castles. Actually, he's doing Arjun things to Arjun, because Arjun is also this player who likes to surprise his opponent. And the danger is coming from an unexpected kind of situation. And now we see that White has already pushed his kingside pawns. Clearly, he will somehow rely on G4 or G5 break connected with Rook G1, or sometimes there is also this F4 G5. And pay attention to that king on E1, because this king can castle to the long side. This very much feels like a Fischer random freestyle kind of position where you have to be alert not to commit your castle too early. And this is now classical chess. And we see that suddenly Black's king is already in danger. Rook G1 played.
Yeah, in fact, I get kind of shudders in this position, because I'm thinking of the mainline Caro-Kann, you know, where the bishop f5 is very long variation, where White has that pawn on h5 and g4, g5 is coming. And I tell you one big difference there, apart from the pawn structure, but this bishop on d3 just knits the position together for White. You know, White can castle queenside with good conscience, and then g4, g5 happens. And yeah, I like this move from Arjun, you know.
But it's a desperate pawn sacrifice.
Yes, but I think it's probably very necessary.
Yes, I can tell you that normally this is a common theme, and maybe this is what Arjun got fooled, that when White castles short and plays like this, then this pawn sacrifice is very famous. But here with White's king still in the center and being able to castle long, I'm not a believer in this pawn sacrifice. It is born out of necessity, not because of strength, but it's a practical choice. For example, if White takes the pawn, let's just try to explain what happens. That takes, and I believe that Black's play is connected with maybe even bishop takes e5, eliminate that monster knight. The queen cannot really capture because the pawn, or maybe can, and rook c2, d5, there is this idea, but then we can sacrifice the exchange, for example, and we have compensation. So let's just quickly show queen e4, bishop e5, d5, and then something like b6, b5, and getting some light squares and pressure against the c2, and suddenly White's bishop on b2 is misplaced. Knight e4, a very nice move. Sandipan might not even be taking the pawn.
Yeah, that's also this, like I mentioned, the bishop on d3 was such a nice piece as well. You know, it has such potential, like pointing at h7. So I might even be tempted, if I were White, to maybe go f3. And just keep it, you know, and get that knight. Doesn't matter if that knight gets to c3 or wherever, or it can takes, and then you just simply castles g5.
But wait a second, I think after f3 I have knight c3 maybe. Can I?
Yeah, then I was hoping to just move the queen away
But then I'm going to follow it up with queen c8. I will cement that knight on c3, and you will never be able to castle. That's a problem.
Can I just go? Well, swings and roundabouts, still going to get my g4, g5 in.
But maybe? Okay, without castles, at least it's too speculative.
Okay,
there's speculative.
I'd like to speculate. Let's throw in a queen g2 here, if you don't mind.
Queen g2?
You're not playing queen c8 against, I mean, you got g5, right? Like, it's... Yeah. Is it a bad idea?
But okay, I can just play f6 now that I already got my knight on c3. Okay, I just stopped g5 and thank you very much.
That one's definitely annoying to see. Yeah, that move is the right way to hold up.
So basically after knight e4 it will be interesting. Yeah, and Sandipan is taking his time. So just one move ago it looked like it's fantastic. Knight e4 pawn sacrifice, and it's all to play for.
Absolutely.
Could I just jump to the game with Magnus? Magnus decided to play very concretely in this position, and it may be a bit worse for him here. He played knight takes on d4. The engine was not a fan of this move, but Magnus had a concrete point after queen takes to play e5 to force the queen all the way back to d1. The engine thinks that that is actually just perfectly fine. It would be better for white slightly, but his opponent decided, I'm going to actually sack a pawn. I know you're Magnus and all, but take the pawn, please. Now, the black's king is not on this side yet, so the rook g1 would not be facing off against a king, but it is facing off against this pawn sitting on g7. Magnus here took with the knight, and bishop takes on the board. We're expecting a capture. Well, there's two ways you can take, or you can actually take on f4. Then just saying taking on f4 is slightly better here. Magnus is giving pause. I'd be curious to see Magnus in this moment, how long he's thinking, because most everybody would just take back immediately. But Magnus is thinking, maybe I should take this guy first. The thing about bishop takes on g4 is suddenly you have this file as a problem. But the best move, queen g2, does allow this one, bishop to h4 with check. And check this out, king to d2 as the best move. This one is going to be fire, guys, very quickly. Let's take a look at Magnus there, if we can get a camera on him as he's pausing in this very moment before playing his next move. Sharp as nails position.
Absolutely sharp. I mean, again, like queen to g2. Also, you have to be thinking about like f4, f5 for white. So
yes, f4, f5, the positional kind of setting up this d5 square. Black's bishop on e7 will be then horrible. White will always have brilliant compensation. And Maurice mentioned, Magnus, but this is David Paravian. People might not know him, but he's an incredible theoretician. He is very good in fast play. And he's always very ambitious. He's the man behind Andrei Yasipenko. He has spent with him the whole month in the World Cup in Goa. Tremendous help for Yasipenko, and this is everybody's game. I'm actually, if Magnus would be white here, I would be already calling out that black is in a lot of trouble. The only reason why I'm not doing it out of respect for Magnus, that somehow he always comes up with some miracle escape, but he needs a very tough defense here.
If you could analyze on your board right now, please, the possibility of e takes on f4, followed by bishop takes on c8 first. And now after takes on e3, tossing in bishop d7
check.
With check. You're going to lose the piece. Might as well get something to happen. And after queen takes, now bishop h4 check. It's your turn to move the king. And king d2 is apparently the best move here. What are these kings doing on these ridiculous squares? This could be a line, too, that he has to calculate. But white is coming out with a great knight that can go to d5. As you're pointing out, queen h3 check is a problem. A rook will end up on d1. This is a lot for Magnus to calculate.
Yes, very unpleasant. And he's down to 5 minutes. He has to make up his mind. But no matter which move he decides on, and he captures on f4, ef4 played.
And again, note the hesitation, right? Note the pause from Paravian. He's not automatically going bishop takes pawn. Instead, he's calculating this bishop takes bishop idea. I mean, that just looked absolutely insane. And probably it's actually a position that maybe we need to dive into even deeper, because it was as forcing as you could get.
And it looked promising for white.
It did.
It really looked promising. So, let's see what we can read from Mag. And David takes on c8, and after f3 we will be seeing bishop d7 check.
Yeah. Here he goes. One king out in the middle.
You're playing our exact line.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Magnus really has to give check now, no? Because he can't let the king get away.
Well, he can do some funny moves, like maybe some h6. I mean, I just wanted to, but again, what's the point of
the
that?
problem of bishop h4 check is that you are forced to react because of queen h3 check.
Right.
You have to make another move. Because I also wanted intuitively to play bishop h4 check, king d2, and then h6 to use this bishop g5, but it does not work due to queen h3.
Yeah. Also, you could try to...
Here it is.
On the board.
It is on the board.
And now the white king is going to step forward. King d2 as a very natural square, just so that you're getting ready to kind of castle by hand, so to speak, move the rook to d1.
But also
What?
King e2 and then rook d1, rook f1, also very
Yes, I
tempting,
know.
no?
King e2 looks quite attractive to me as well. It looks even more natural than putting it on a dark square and potentially allowing later tactics.
But do you not want to hide it instinctively?
Yeah, we do, but we're not exactly worried about black yet because of the check on h3. Maybe you'll get a tempo. King d2 is definitely more cumbersome because you've got to play the rook move, then you've got to play the king move, and now you're out of the way.
Yes.
So it's a moment for him to really think. Intuitively, you want to play king e2, but you're saying maybe accurately king d2 is best.
Wow.
Yes.
What a round it started. I'm also taking a look at the women's game as well. I can see that everyone, round one was the warm-up. Round two, everyone is like on fire. I mean, it's absolutely crazy between Jennifer Yu against Tan Zhongyi. Maybe we can, take a quick look at that one. Is also, it looks like Alexandra Garashkina already has a decisive advantage against Alua Nurman. That's the game that we're seeing being played out on our screens as we just, okay, it's a question of counting the material, the bishop and knight against a rook. So,
yeah, this is looking good for Goryachkina. Two pieces against a rook.
but it's the game between Tan Zhongyi and Jennifer Yu, which is...
That is crazy. Maurice will like it, but the only problem is that it does not seem like a happy ending for the American player. It's completely wild, it's chaos on the board, but the engine hates White's position.
That king on e1 is not looking happy at all. Queen f2 check can happen at any point to keep the disruption going. Yeah, this looks very nice for black, to be sure. Young Jennifer playing against a tremendous player, of course, as we know. So not an easy position whatsoever.
No.
Yeah, basically the line b takes c3, which would be the logical, runs into queen f2 check, king d1, queen takes e3, setting checkmate on d2, and if white covers with queen c2, then knight takes c3. Well, wins the queen, but maybe not the game. I thought like that's the point. So what does computer say? Is going after the rook with knight f2, or do we just castle? Could easily be also that we just
bring a new piece into the attack.
Castle, yes, and that is confirmed by the computer. Yeah, you just castle, and the threats of knight takes c3, knight f2 check, and even collecting the bishop are not running away. Huge trouble for Jennifer.
Yep.
By the way, we need to go back to that game quickly. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Gubaradze. That one is bad for the very quick mercurial player, as that move f6 just stank up the place, quite frankly. Jan went into cruise control. I love this. I only want to point it out quickly.
Wait a second, Maurice. We have to get you on camera first.
Yes, no problem. This idea we saw earlier of the move f6 that got played, and that move has led to this position that we see here right now, and I can pull it up here as well. It's just this moment where he allowed h5, and then you just dropped the pawn and you're trading queens. You say, well, you guys down the pawn. But guess what? You can't catch her back with the knight. You have to take back with the pawn because your rook's hanging down there. And this position here, h6, and then bishop to g5. There's nobody to compete with this monster on the dark squares. And then the other one, after castles, this other bishop shows up as well. This was maybe not the ideal move. His opponent had to find a way to fight back against it. But as we continue down the line, we see it just got worse and worse by playing in just a few moves the trade. There's pieces coming off. Down a pawn, it doesn't matter as far as white is concerned. And he maybe should have grabbed something earlier, it looks like, but we're going to see this position go bad soon as black didn't time it out. Now that the pawn is cemento, as you say, Peter, on h6, now it's done. White was never worse. White could have played better, but getting this position, he's down a pawn. The engine's like hating black's position. His knight is just terrible, and black's pieces are stuck in their own camp.
And the white king is going to start infiltrating, right? You know, you can see that the king can go f2, f4, king f3, and in it goes. And yeah, you're completely right.
We see the
H7 is a
desperation.
liability.
And by the way, there's always this sacrifice you got to worry about. Bishop to e4 takes on g6. even now, the engine's giving bishop e4 as the best move. What a move to go into an opposite color bishop position. A bishop on a8, just hanging out, saying no problem here. Now we're just going to start collecting buttons along the line. This position is very bad.
I just want to add one more thing. Look at the clock situation. 7.5 minutes versus 7. They want to impress each other. We have seen Artyomiev on move 10 having 5 minutes on the clock, where these guys had this crazy kind of fight and they still have 7 minutes.
Nepo's a quick player too, though.
Yes,
No,
exactly.
You can't impress Nepo by playing quickly.
It's kind of a prestige duel. Yeah, nobody wants to slow down.
It's a matter
I'll
of
give
pride.
the nod to Nepo in this one.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay, so Nepo with a big advantage there. Okay, we gotta turn our eyes on the game between Paravian against Magnus, because, I mean,
Well, he
knight
played the
b6
king
was-
e2 move.
Yeah, he played king e2, knight b6 check, picking up an exchange.
Yes, and believe what? Computer hates it. Yeah, computer
the knight
doesn't
was
like
lovely.
it. Yes, he said that, and probably Magnus will be actually very happy. However, he goes king c6.
Which is the best move according to Engine.
Wow.
This going for the exchange was a bad idea. King on e2 was fine. It was maybe a tiny bit worse than king to d2. But you have to play it correctly. Your knight is too good. Your knight is amazing. Don't take it off with d5 square. But this position, knight b6, played king c6. It's not every day you see a king just kind of stick its neck out there. Forget about the exchange in the corner. The position is all about this beautiful knight, this king. Right now, best being given is rook hf1 as the top move here. The game just got chaotic, and I feel bad for it.
Hang on a second, Han. I got to ask the question, because I'm greedy guts, and I'm like, what about knight takes rook? You know, you're playing against Magnus. Take the rook.
And nothing really wrong with it after this capture. It's just that this bishop is a monster. I mean, it's just a straight animal. It's as good as any rook will be. Bishop on e5, for example, will be just perfect cemented position. Your king still has something lurking in the middle of the board. Sorry?
What about the other king on c6?
The other king on
He's
c6,
breaking the rules.
fortunately, is safe for now.
Yes.
We'll be able to get back out. It's the queen on a8 that I actually have a bigger problem with how it's going to get in the game. But queen c8 followed by some queen g4 jump.
There is a funny line. If white plays c3, maybe black can afford to play d5, because ed5, king d5 wins the queen, and otherwise, look at this.
This is a very funny line, yes, indeed. So, yeah, we've got a position. This is what Magnus wanted. At least the position goes out of control after king to c6. And his opponent is not so eager to grab that rook in the corner. Although I don't like this connection, my queen having to guard my knight. No, it should be the other way around. The knight should be back on d5 with the queen penetrating. So we'll see how this one proceeds. This is definitely a fascinating position. You don't see this one every day.
Yes.
No,
I think actually that David was not really running after the rook. He just missed this king c6, because he thought like the king will have to run towards the king side. Yeah, it would have been much more logical. King e7, king f8, try to hide it, and Magnus senses it. Yeah, this is Magnus. Yeah, and he's already up on the clock and gets the psychological advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that the rooks on that white have are just not working. You know, d5 is in the air, but I don't know, somehow you're presented with the opportunity of winning exchange. I think a lot of us, mere mortals, would have said, oh, thank you very much, and grabbed it. You're playing against the world number one. Why not? I think that knight takes rook will happen, and then some repair work will be done.
Yeah, but now already done less than 2 minutes for David, and it's a very difficult kind of decision, because if he picks up the rook, he will give the initiative for black. Yeah, but on the other hand, black is probably setting some, or after queen a7, we're going to take on a8. This gives us the chance to maybe play rook f1 to threaten ourselves with the exchange sacrifice. I feel like making sure that you also stop this d6, d5 break, which is so crazy with the king on c6. Black wants to break in the center, but this construction, queen on e3, king on e2 versus the rook on e8 is very dangerous.
Yep. Yeah, it is. D5 is definitely the thing to think about. I was also wondering about the A rook trying to get, c3 being played.
C3,
just to blunt the bishop.
Solid move.
And what will black do? Go bishop to e5? You know, I kind of want to cement the bishop in the middle, but maybe that's just getting in the way in the rook.
Yes, that I don't think it's necessary. It's more like okay, black has now some time to make up his mind. This is sometimes also not a good scenario because you have many options.
Yeah.
There are no forcing consequences. And if black, for example, plays queen a7 and after knight a8, queen a8, we reach this position, then this c3 move will come very handy for white, because if you just want to hide your king, yeah, you got a very nice hiding spot on the light squares behind this
So what should
lovely
black
pawn.
play? Like, is it a move like a5?
Well,
Or
a5.
should you rescue the rook now? But then you'll have to go rook a7.
Wow, actually, bravo. This a5 move is very interesting because you are setting the rook a6. Yeah, and if knight takes queen a6, suddenly you have this queen a6 check. And then the queen enters via c4.
Yeah.
Interesting move. Magnus might actually play this a5.
Okay, well, what
Jovanka, you got inspired.
Wow, it's a crazy position. It's probably the
Yes.
craziest position I've ever seen. I kind of think
With your Caro-Kann, yes?
Yeah,
your
but
king is safe,
exactly.
yeah?
My king is normally on g8. It's never out there wandering on c6. He goes for bishop g5.
Bishop g5,
That's
yeah.
a nice move as
So
well.
he doesn't want to sacrifice an exchange anymore. He says, like, okay, you had your chance to take my rook. You missed it. Now I'm ready to go for this straight queen takes g5, king takes b6. And then that king is still running around. White will be able maybe to take on g7. Then black gives rook e4 check, king d3. Whose king is weaker? What a position.
Yeah,
I gotta say, black's king looks much safer if you don't have pieces hunting it right now. It's how easily do you get at it while the white king sitting in the middle? I'd be far more concerned, and he's just played queen takes on g5, king takes on b6. How do you exploit this king? I mean, it's a temporary problem of the queen side pieces having to come out so the king can have a proper hiding place.
I was
But
going to
after
say
the move-
king d3.
but, I mean,
Be
in
inspired.
terms of black, in terms of queen c7, but the king on d3, nobody's happy putting your king on d3, even if you're quite safe on the square. But black's king, I don't see you have any danger here.
No, because, you know, I'm really worried actually for the white king because rook e5 is coming.
Yeah, but my problem is also that if I don't take on g7, then I don't destroy black's pawn structure and I'm pawn done. Then I just gonna lose. Yeah, so basically queen take g7 is the principal human move in order to know that,
King d3.
for example, a rook endgame will be a drawn pawn done.
Well, maybe we can put it up on the board, Peter, because queen...
But first queen g1 check included, yes,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
That king will go back to c6 or c7. I'm expecting king c6 more than king c7.
Yeah, but one thing is that the king, ironically enough, on c6 is safe as anything.
But can we actually just because we are, you know, the curse of commentators, whenever we say something, the opposite happens, like king c6, queen d4, and then some queen d5 check, can I try to touch this king? After all, or you just play rook e6 cemento. Rook e6 might be cemento.
Yeah,
So
cement.
how they are playing, king c7 played, Magnus, okay, hides there, but I'm really believing that, okay, no, white just plays king d6, I don't like this decision.
Now it's going to be your g6, right?
Yeah, g6, the rook e7, queen a7, and against Magnus, I don't see David holding this.
Yeah, no.
And when that black queen enters the game via a7, then you say, hello, I'm here, I'm back in the game, and I'm pawn up.
I mean, in that game, how many moves are we in? We're in 24 moves, and the pieces that have done the most heavy lifting are the kings, for both of them.
Yeah, that knight on d5 was so good.
Yeah.
And he got so distracted by the knight being able to fork the king and rook. And then he looked at it and he said, I don't like. I don't like that. And then he just wavered. And that's all you need. Magnus just needs you to blink. And that blink has cost him now as Magnus is organizing his forces. He will be able to bring his queen into the game quickly, his other rook into the game. And it's white's e-pawn. Yeah, your king still has problems to solve, but your pawn on e4 will be a challenge as well. Queen e8 not only hits the pawn, but it also has some queen b5 check or even queen a4 possibilities in the end. White's going to have to play super accurately, I think, to stay attached somehow, and it's really not looking great.
Right, and also I feel like white is just that one tempo away from kind of going queen d4, rook af1, you know, hf1. You just need to get 2 moves in a row, but, you know, black is ready to kind of make those moves a tempo, initiate that trades, and then try to get the a position where he's just a comfortable pawn up and his king is less shaky. And I also see
Queen e8 played and Queen d4, I think those moves happened.
There's been a few results. It was a victory for Vladislav Artemiev against Yakuboev. Very nice victory
Quick
with the black pieces
by the
as
way.
well.
Very quick, like 24, 25 moves.
And
Kadrich beat Dubov. Can it really be true? Because that would be a very big upset. Dubov, one of the also dark horses. Well, he isn't really a dark horse because every single championship, Rapid and Blitz, he plays brilliantly. Yeah, he's a very consistent kind of player.
That's an odd result we're seeing because the board suggests completely otherwise.
Wow, yes.
So
that's why
let's just hold that one for now in abeyance.
And talking about fire, I mean, maybe we can revisit the game between Sandipan against Arjun Erigaisi because the position is crazy and capital letters. I mean, triple pawns. And I did see the evaluation bar shoot up after white's last move, which was rook takes h6. That apparently wasn't the best move.
Well, black played the move rook e2, which is a very natural move, but my engine says 0-0, and sorry, forgive me, but I'm not able to assess myself the position yet. In a few seconds, it's such a chaos.
What the heck is happening here?
Exactly. That's how I feel. But can we do some rook g1 and then rook h7 check? But I have to reckon with rook cc2 and then you crush me on the second rank.
He just looked like he moved. It's not registering on our board yet. And he played c3.
c3. No.
That was not a joyful move. He was so worried. I can understand. Rook takes on c2 looks like a monster shot. The engine actually had him playing 95 as the best move. Can we go back a move here and just analyze that? That looked like an insane line to play, though. If you had to play that, I can understand why you'd be worried. But this move, knight to e5, and if pawn takes, queen takes on f3. Who's attacking first? The rook is hanging and the queen h5 check is coming quickly. The king is just buck naked sitting on that square, and you don't get at my king fast enough. That would have been an amazing move to play. To actually see that.
But he was down to 13 seconds when he made his decision.
Wait one second. There's some stuff happening here because bishop takes a3 was played. That was not the best move. And
bishop a3, bishop takes a3, rook takes c3 on the board, but the players are playing on seconds.
They are.
In a crazy position like this.
And
it's just absolute madness. Now you've got to move the queen over to b5. That's been played. Queen to b5. You've got to cover b3. And Arjun, I'm expecting him to go rook e3, just line up on the third row.
Looking at the clock.
Just,
he makes a move. He made a move, queen e8. I believe that was queen e8.
I'm going to tell you the best move he had after rook takes c3. You're not going to believe it even. I don't want to leave this just yet. Maybe we can go back to it.
And wait a second. After queen e8, apparently white is winning.
Yes, it was white. It was white with some mating attacks in the other line I was talking about. And it looks as though Arjun is falling into this same kind of danger as white's pieces are
but black is winning.
Wait 1 second. Knight h8 was apparently the way to go forward.
Wow.
Instead of trading queens, you had to give a check with a knight. Well, but the players on seconds, I mean, it's completely understandable that mistakes are going to be happening left, right, and center. Wow. But the players now just giving checks, but the king is going to escape to c6.
Yeah, basically we can revisit this once the round has finished because there were so many incredible moments.
That's true. Let's make a note because that thing is so spectacular. We saw the earlier knight sack, but now big trouble for him. He just has nothing really special as white anymore, and he's just losing stuff in the meantime. So this game is busted.
Yeah, and just to update you on one of the games that we saw earlier, it was a victory as we expected for Tan Zhongyi against Jennifer Yu. So very nice win there for
Magnus also won his game, by the way.
Yes.
Which is which we had mentioned. It just didn't feel right for that king to be sitting where it was sitting. He got mated in the end. But white's king, we can do some lines here as well. But we talked about that queen to e8 move, but we can't look at that right now. We'll come back to it. And there's Magnus actually watching this game, intrigued by this position, but now I think he's realized that this is just not great for the white pieces. After all, it's 5 pawns for the exchange.
Yeah, too many.
It's just too many.
Well, step one is to preserve that pawn on e2. You go bishop to...
Yeah, okay, he keeps on hunting the rook. He will have to eventually give up the e2 pawn, but rely on the other 5 pawns.
Okay.
That should do the job. But this is so-called bad news because the game will keep on going, and I'm not sure the final outcome is anyway clear that black will win. Aren't we missing something more spicy?
No, that game is busted. We can leave that one alone. Sam Sevian in big trouble. Praggnanandhaa, by the way, drew his game against Pairings, so that one is a big result on the top boards.
Grebnev against Robson. Let's check out what's happening there in Crazy Time Scramble. Ray Robson seems to be winning.
And by the way, Vasil Agrav is crushing. It has been for some time in his game, up in exchange.
Ray Robson, the man to stop Grebnev. Yeah, we don't have camera angle to that, and the position seems to be completely winning. Just want to highlight, yeah, because, okay, Grebnev is great, but Ray Robson is unstoppable.
Okay, but how to crush through? I mean, queen to g4. Okay, well, that was very natural. Where to put the king?
Yeah, but black hasn't sacrificed anything for the attack. No. That's the beauty of it. Yeah, the only question is, yeah, with little time and Ray is down to 2 seconds, make a move.
That's typical Ray.
Well, he's going to do it, and another knight comes into the...
Knight takes
knight takes d4.
Okay, but yeah, this is crazy because of the time scramble. But maybe knight takes d4, rook f2 check. Is there some mating construction? Is there something to think about, or it's too crazy?
Well, you have to go knight takes d4. Also, things are going to be
he captured on h4. This is super professional. Eliminating the danger of the knight jumping to g6. Yep. And now there is only one weakness, the white's king. That will be the problem. The f2 pawn is about to fall, which will be checkmate. Queen h1 is also there.
How do you hold on to both the knight and the f2? You have to go knight to f5, but queen h3 is going to win something. Bishop to e3 ties everything together.
E3. Well,
for the time being.
Yes, hopefully, but this will not work. This will not work, yeah.
But still, how to crash through when you don't have too much time on the top.
You don't have,
3, 2,
1. Wasn't that 93 bishop a7 kind of winning, maybe?
Well,
winning a piece, yes, it's super professional, but Ray, do something.
But the clock has ticked down to 0.
Yeah, but yeah, he listened to Maurice. He was just waiting for final confirmation. Maurice called it a take bishop a7, guys.
I mean, rook d8, it does just look, unless there's a weird knight move somewhere, doesn't look like there's any move you could possibly think. That doesn't look like a piece.
Yeah.
That just looks like a puzzle rush tactic kind of thing. You see the just bing bing and you win stuff.
Okay, you have to follow this queen e7 line, yeah. That rook takes d4, queen e8, king h7, g6, and then you hide on h6.
Maybe we can put it up
yes,
on the computer.
Because
queen e7.
Because queen e7 hitting the rook. I'm trying to get out of this pin on the board. White is fighting, and the line was rook d4, queen e8 check, king h7, g6 check. King h6, I'm going to give check, but finally I'm running out of checks. Queen
can you go queen f8 check?
Queen f8 check.
Yes,
okay.
and then queen f5.
Nice. That's why queen h3 check happened.
Yeah, and then now no queen f5 there at the
no
end
more,
of it.
yeah, exactly. No more queen f5, queen f8, queen f5.
The king can hide on h7.
Queen c3 check, apparently not the cleanest. Again, running away from, giving up the possibility
of control of this key square.
Yes.
But where's the king going to go, or are you going to block the check? So
we might see a repetition of moves with queen h3 to collect the 10 seconds, and then calmly decide on the winning.
Well, it's not going to be so calm when you just have seconds left on the board.
Queen c4 check. He's
nice.
planning queen g8.
Yeah.
But then I'm going to do the queen e8, queen h5 business. Wait a second. How exactly?
King G1 played.
Because Rook D4 runs into Queen E8, Queen takes H5, which is now very simple.
And that was your last queen check.
There are no more checks.
You still have this pin.
So Queen D5, Queen C8. Ooh, but this
but now
is...
But wait a minute, but now the bishop, isn't the bishop
No,
hanging?
there's Queen to G4 check.
Queen G4,
Queen G4 picks that off.
hitting the
That was
rook.
sneaky, that was nasty.
Yeah, and imagine with few seconds on the clock, things are happening like this. But yeah, now King H2, Bishop D4, finally black collected.
Now it's over.
Yeah.
Now it's over, yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
took a lot of effort.
Yeah, but
Well,
he
hang on a
actually did brilliantly. Yeah?
Yeah.
The way how he had forced in, and for all the guys, like for example, in those situations, I know that I'm winning, but I have little time, I can panic. These the young guys, they don't panic. They just enjoy it. Okay, well, lovely. It's a challenge.
Well, I'm very pleased to hear that you panic as well, because there's a lot of
Absolutely.
us with seconds left on the clock. We are not holding on.
We are not used to this, yeah.
Yeah, and they're very nice from Ray. He's solidified his king position. Everything is safe, and now he can just collect the points with that extra
Yeah, we can
bishop.
move on if...
Yes, there's some big results, actually. The very important results. I looked all the way down in that 50-plus board range to see how those players who drew some massive names down at the bottom. And, well, predictably, they won. Nice. So Alireza Firouzja won his game. Caruana won his game. Abdussaturov won his game. Duda won his game. Aronian seemed to be making only a draw, but now it looks like he is in the driver's seat with some serious spice with pawns. This pawn on F3 all the way down the board. He should win his game as well. So predictably, is that draw gambit? They know they got to keep pace. I got to win now. That guy Magnus tries to win all his games, and he does it looking pretty easily. So we got to stay in touch of him. And then when the time comes, each one of us might be able to get paired against him when he starts to knock everybody else off. So they're doing their work for sure.
Absolutely. And can we just
wait a second. Before breaking news, Maurice has lost. So it is his first loss after against Rudik Makaryan, another very dangerous Russian player. Wow, so Maurice got stopped.
Finally, after 2 events, now the third. By the way, Gukesh also won his game.
Okay, and can we just cast our eyes on the women's?
Let's do that.
Because remember, there's a big fight happening both on and off the board. By off the board, I mean that circuit spot. It's a big fight between
And you have a
Anna
special
Mizicuk, Bibisara Saubayeva. I just kind of wanted to have a look at the game between Anna Zhurova against Anna Mizicuk.
Yes, I'm
Anna,
having it already here.
Yeah, no, okay, the clock says 0.00, so I don't quite know whether White has run down and lost on time.
No, in this position it's impossible. Because, okay, White has
something
everything
wrong,
under
yeah.
control, yes.
Okay, so do you think this is a draw?
It's an equalish kind of position. Yeah, of course, we are always scared with this 0-0, but this is not the position where you get flagged. Yeah, look at this position. Yeah, White has everything under control. Maybe no real winning chances because opposite colored bishops, but okay, if someone, then only White can try to squeeze this position.
And for a player like Anna Mizicuk, Bibisara Saubayeva, they need to basically do as...
Bibisara drew the first game, yes.
And so these players, they need to collect as many points as possible. I mean, how do you go into an event like this when there's so much pressure on your shoulders?
And breaking news, Bibisara's second game also ended in a draw. And you know against whom? Against Beidulayeva, who drew against Jovanka in the first round.
Yeah.
So you don't get easy games.
No, and in the women's section, I've got to say, there's a lot of disparity between players' classical rating and what they have for Rapid and Blitz. Because Beidulayeva, I think she's easy 2400.
Yeah, well,
and here she's 2200.
Yeah, we have seen her incredible play because you don't get to outplay Jovanka, and the opening was very nice. Then the middle game she was putting the pressure, and the disappointment when finally Jovanka was able to hold that game. What's in store? Zagnidze against Olivia Kolbasa. Let's check. No, but this is now winning for Nana Zagnidze. Black has to resign. No intrigue here. Yeah, then actually all the games finished. Tanzonji won against Jennifer Yu. Goryachkina won her game against Alua Nurman. Leitingji drew with Padmini. the same Mungunzul against Katerina Lachno ended also in the draw, and Kostenyuk beat Olga Badelka.
So great start for
And
Kostenyuk.
Tohiryanova Koneru game ended in a draw, just to call out a few results. And Zhuzhine won against Balayeva.
Yeah.
By the way, in the open section, remember we saw that bunch of draws, draw. And guess what happened this? No. Win. The favorites did their due. We thought it was going to get tougher as a player who won a game had to play another player who won a game also. But I'm just seeing down here, maybe you guys can confirm it. I only saw 2 draws in the top 15 boards. It looked like Anish drew his game. Richard Report drew his game. And we got to get all the way to Prague. Okay, it's a 3rd draw. Prague drew his game. So only 3 draws. And I don't think I saw any upsets either. Okay, these rapid ratings are funny, which was what is what. But 3 draws and 12 wins. We saw it in the last round. It was very, very different. But this time, favorite said, okay, we're warm now. Time to drop the hammer. And that did indeed happen as we see a bunch of players take 2 points. Now they're 2-0 starting the tournament. So still a long way to go. It's only first day, first 2 rounds. But it's important that the favorites do what they have to do in order to keep pace with the biggest favorite of all,
Right.
Magnus.
But I feel like the numbers are telling a different story from what we just witnessed. Because what we saw was one of the wildest rounds. We saw an unconventional dance of the kings. That was not a smooth game.
game,
And then we also saw Arjun Erigaisi living life on the edge against Sandipan. You know, that game could have gone.
Yeah, let's not forget about that game.
That was like
We got to get back to that crazy
game where there was blunder every single move.
Well, mistakes with 5 seconds on the clocking craziness.
Absolutely.
You can't control that
And it was a
position.
chaotic position. So absolutely, you know.
I'm glad you reminded us about this position. This one here, White has 2 pawns against 6. Count them. That's a disparity. And your queen is hanging, and you have time pressure. So you can just imagine that he's thinking, I just got to make a move, get my queen out of danger. But in order to draw, he had a simple draw. Yeah, right. He had this move, rook to g1. This one, if rook takes, now you get mated.
No way.
Knight e5 check, and the rooks are going to work magic against this king. Fe5 is bit by rook h7. Don't forget, this bishop is controlling this entire diagonal, so the king has no way out. It turns out that after, well, you don't want this rook to join because you're going to get mated, but if you try to hang out, the bishop comes in ferociously, forces this, and then the rook does join, and you get mated in this direction. You have to go back, and then the rook down is mate. Good luck seeing rook g1. The fun part about this position, though, is instead of after rook g1, black might notice, maybe, and decide, okay, I see you. I'm going to lock this line. But now rook to e1, avoiding the trade, leaving your queen hanging still, because this take actually just loses instantly to this check, and after the king moves, that mate. So a wild save if he had found that sequence. We didn't expect him to see it. We can understand.
I just got to say, Maurice, someone clip it and put it in the puzzle books. I've never seen anything like that before.
What a miraculous draw. But, you know, it's kind of funny. You have 4 pieces. It's not that unusual to think that these 4 pieces could actually weave a net, you know, along with a queen sack followed by a knight sack. That's pretty special, nevertheless. But he had to find that and then find rook e1 and realize.
But
and then there was also later on queen b5.
It continued.
Yes, it did continue.
And then after queen e8, that was because queen e8 was a mistake.
He played queen b5, and then this mistake with queen to e8, and he would have lost after knight here with check. Well, the queen is well defended, so no problem. Where are you going to put your king? Again, the king has a problem. And then this check. And look at this rook preparing to come on the h-file. You've got to give up your queen. You would have had no choice if he had found knight h8 and then this move. He has to give up the queen. Thank you very much. We'll pocket that. And after you take, now it's, well, just a queen against a rook and a bunch of pawns, but an exposed king. This would have been fantastic.
And after rook g1, rook g2, there is queen e8. The queen is joining the battle.
The queen joins the party in the attack, and we can see this one would have smelled very badly for Arjun in this position if his opponent had just found that knight in the corner, knight h8, one of our favorite puzzle moves, study moves. When you see moves like that, that's why you dream about, not for standard chess positions, but for studies. You see this knight in the corner a lot. That's why studies are so important. boys and girls out there, make sure you look at those kind of things because they come up in games. Could have saved him, could have won him this game if he had seen knight to h8 with check.
Yeah, and I still can't get over that amazing queen sacrifice, you know, rook to g1.
Rook to g1, yes.
I mean, this game really had a beginning, a middle, and an end, you know.
And then, you know, if Arjun sees our broadcast, he will say, come on, guys, but when I was winning, you haven't even highlighted, right? But, yeah, there was just so much happening in this game, yeah, and Arjun finally won the game. We always sympathize with the loser, and Sandipan had his chance.
Well, we sympathize when the loser could play a completely genius, miraculous, shocking, make us fall off our chair move, right? Like, you see that, you go, oh, man, you could have played that. Oh, that would have been so good.
Yeah.
We would have been throwing gold coins, or I guess these days Bitcoin. You know, so that you could just be so mesmerized by those kinds of moves. Unfortunately, his opponent did not see it.
And talking about throwing gold coins, I mean, we also had that incredibly sharp game between David Paravian and Magnus Carlsen. Maybe we can revisit those moments.
Why did he go with knight b6? Why did he leave the
knight b6
center?
was very seductive, you know, going for the exchange, you know, and you had that crazy king to c6. But maybe we can actually...
Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah,
this was it. Actually, one move before in this moment, this was the critical moment. Magnus gave his opponent a choice. Chess players hate choice. Yeah. I mean, right? Like, we hate to have a choice. Just give us the one move to play and make it easy. But, oh, geez, should I put my king on e2? Put it on d2, f1, maybe, but d1. Darn it, clock's ticking. And then later, if it doesn't work out, a couple moves later, you say, I probably should have put my king on the other square. We hate choice. Trust me. It's a choice game, but we hate it. King d2 was a good move. You see the Asians giving 0.3 as the lead. King e2, it says, okay, that one's not as cool. Earlier, it had even given this move a little bit more love. But now Magnus bringing his bishop back, knight to d5, natural move. And this was the critical moment to find rook to f1. This pawn has nothing to do with anything. Like, literally. This pawn has nothing to do with anything whatsoever. Okay. Instead, he decided to play this check, and after the king dramatically moved up the board, now he wasted time playing c3, and that was that. And the game went in a completely different direction.
Yeah, it was a sad turn of events for David Paravian, but it was a wild encounter nonetheless. It was a wild round, I got to be saying. But we're going to go straight to Charlie's, who's ready with an interview.
I'm live in the playing hall with Andrei Yasipenko, who's just kind of fresh off of the World Cup, playing the FIDE World Rapid now. Andrei, you told me at the World Cup that you prefer the shorter formats and you thought that should be decided. How is it now switching from the longest classical to this fast time control?
Yeah, it's nice. I enjoy playing here, obviously. Yeah, it's also a very tough tournament, and I try to, you know, not concentrate on the result also, and just to enjoy. Yeah.
Do you feel some sort of confidence coming in here as one of the newest candidates?
Not really, to be honest. After the candidates, I didn't really open my laptop, even so. I'm super fresh, chess-wise also.
Okay. And your chances to play Gukesh, like, is that something that you'd be looking forward to, that you want to happen in this tournament?
Against Gukesh? Why Gukesh?
Because world champion, if you win the candidates, that's your challenger.
No, I didn't think about it, to be honest.
Okay, just taking it easy as you did before.
Yeah.
And how are you enjoying Doha and being here?
Yeah, it's a very, very nice place. I like it. Also, a lucky place for me because I won this open tournament in the last year. Okay. So this was at that point my biggest result, I guess. So I like Doha, I like Qatar, so I enjoy it, obviously.
Well, let's see how that luck plays out here at this event, so good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Searching for the game.
Thank you very much, Charlie's there for that. And Yasipenko telling us that he hasn't opened his laptop to study chess ever since he got his spot into the candidates after the World Cup. I mean, it's nice, right, you know, to be able to relax your shoulders and not think about chess for a while.
Yeah, that World Cup was a marathon, 1 month. fighting for the glory and the candidate spot which he managed to get. And by the way, his game was a draw against Emre Can in the second round, because we assumed if he's giving the interview, he definitely must have won. No, it was a rather calm affair, an easy draw, and maybe that's why he felt like he saved enough energy to give an interview. Because normally you are very careful, yeah, you know exactly that you can't lose the focus.
Yeah, and actually you've played in this event many times. I mean, what are the players thinking about between games?
Yeah, it's very important that somehow you find the routine, you find the way how you use your break to the maximum, because there are also players who lost some game in a dramatic way. Yeah, those players have two different ways of dealing with. One, to hide in a corner, not to talk to anyone, or to, try to socialize and tell everyone that, can you imagine, I could have played, I could have won, it's insane, I blundered there and I lost. And then, if you are just listening these kind of things, then be careful not that this player who is complaining takes away all your energy, because he is trying to recharge from the shock that happened to him. Yeah, so I know all kinds of things that, you are running away from people who is opening his heart during a tournament, because no. I want to focus. I have my own trouble. I want to be in my zone and not to have all these distractions.
Yeah, and Maurice, I know you were here since 10 a.m. I mean, do the players have their own room where they can just relax, maybe pick up some refreshments?
I wish I had seen that room, because I needed some refreshments myself. Skip breakfast. I had an almond croissant, skip a lunch, a tea, all the stuff they had me doing. So I'm going to go hunt down that room and tell you about it in the break so I can get some nourishment. But I just wanted to point out this finish in the Magnus game. Very sad finish in time pressure, where he had fought back and had, we talk about exposed kings. He had an equal position. He just had to play the move E5, keep everything shut down. The rooks were aligned. F7 was hanging. He had his chances, and instead he horribly blundered by capturing on D5, thinking maybe I'm winning a pawn back. No such luck, buddy boy. Queen E2 check. Send your king up the board, where it got mated. Like, oh. That's like a stake in your heart as you see this land on the board, after having fought enough to get a decent position, got mated by Magnus.
Yeah.
And what is the lesson? If with few seconds on the clock, Magnus offers you a pawn, don't take it. Don't take it. Close your eyes and, just reject the offer, because it can end like this.
Beware of Norwegians bearing gifts, as the saying goes.
They are certainly saying that. But we're going to go straight to Charlize, who's ready with another interview.
We're live in the playing hall, and let's find out from some of our top grandmasters what they think about the format and the conditions here in Doha this year. Gentlemen, this is some of the most exciting chess to play and watch. What is your opinion?
Yeah, it feels great to play here. The playing hall is really imposing, and I'm looking forward to some more exciting chess.
I really like the playing venue, like the boards and the space and the lights and setup is very good, and the hotel and everything has been great. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
It's very bright compared to last year, so we can see the board, and it's a very fun format.
Yeah, well, awesome. Hope you guys enjoyed, and we'll catch up with you later.
And he also has 25-0.
And, well, it was a dramatic day. I mean, we haven't even gotten started. It feels like a day already, but we're only on round 2. And as the player said, fantastic playing conditions. Let's take a look at the results of the round, because it felt like it was a hair-raising one. But the results calmly tell us there were a lot of decisive games. But it could have gone,
and for the favorites too.
Yeah, for the favorites, but it really could have gone another way. But Magnus Carlsen preserving his 100% score with that victory with the black pieces in the Pomniachi, playing a rather smooth game against Kuparadze. And for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, maintaining 100% as well. It was a bumpy ride for Arjun Erigaisi, but he did get that victory against Sandipan. And what other results catch your eye?
Do you see a single upset?
No.
I mean, the draws, yeah, but everything looked like a whitewash for the favorite players there, as we saw on that list. So it just looked like domination. That's what we expected from the first round.
Yes.
But we got it in the second round, and maybe we'll see the women's result in a moment. But that just looked like beat down everywhere, and a couple of odd draws.
It looked.
Like, okay, of course, chess is chaos. It's never that clean. You see the result, like, yeah, sure, that's what should have happened. And then you look at the game, you're like, whoa, like 50 different things happened in that game. But somehow at the end, the stronger player keeps their nerves and wins that game in the end. So that's what we saw there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a round full of adventure. But let's take a look at the results in the women's. And saw the first round in the women's, that was very much according to expectations, with Ju Wenjun dropping a point, but half a point, but very much smooth sailing. And here, again, difficult to see the surprises. Zhu Jiner there on board 8.
But a lot more draws on the screen.
A lot more draws, yeah, winning. And Tan Zhongyi playing a very nice game against Jennifer Yu. And Alexandra Goryachkina winning very quickly against Alua Nerman. And Yu Shin-song, she keeps up her hopes for the candidate spots as she wins against Charlotte Lakshvili. And Anna Muzichuk, that game that we were thinking about, that did finish in a draw against Anna Zhirova.
Yes, that was the logical result of that game.
Katarina Lag, no drawing, so giving away a half a point at the top. It looks like Tan is really doing her stuff so far, showing, and Goryachkina as well, showing like, yeah, I'm a big dog for a reason. So getting that done, they'll be clashing later in the round, probably going into something like round 4 or 5. You start seeing the top players face off against each other. That's one thing about this tournament that's interesting. The midpoint is usually where the favorites start battling each other. So right now we're getting warmed up, but by day's end, we're going to start seeing some pairings. We're like, ooh, I can't wait to see those people play. But then there's going to be a long finish. It's still rounds and rounds to go after that. So by round 6, 7 or so, all the top players start clashing. And then it's this kind of leapfrogging weird act in rounds 10, 11, 12, 13.
Right. But it's very interesting because rounds 4 for the women, round 5 for the happens at the end of the day, where stamina, endurance really play a part. And it's very difficult to kind of keep your composure, especially when you've had a round like this, where you've really had to be razor sharp and precise in absolutely every point of your calculations. But the players, they're getting a break, they're getting a pause, and we are going to go on a break. We are going to just catch our breaths and get ready for all of the action that is going to be round 3. You don't want to miss it.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
In 2025, we marked the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection, and September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.
We are back with round 3 of the FIDE World Rapid Championships, and we are already starting with a bang, wouldn't you say? You know, fireworks, very crazy positions, and, you know, super crazy openings. Everything is happening here in Doha. Let's check out the pairings for round 3, because this one is going to be good. And take a look at this as the crowds begin to assemble. Magnus Carlsen, he's playing white, and he's playing one Ituria Zaga Bonelli. And that's going to be a tough pairing. Nicholas Theodorou plays against Nippon Pomniachi, Alain Pichot against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Artemiev, he was so ruthless in his game. Now he's got the white pieces against Tabatabai. And Arjun Erigaisi by Xingje. And now, guys, which one of these matches, I mean, they all look really good to me, but which one of them really stands to attention?
Yeah, I'm looking, and I just feel like this is a favorite heavy round. I'm not saying that it's not going to be tough, but it's not like the top of the world is playing each other, right? Not just yet. It's still early going, just still round 3. The players who are sitting on 2-0 right now, they might even be a little surprised that they're sitting here necessarily, or a little bit worried that they have to play against these heavyweight hitters. So I think although they're definitely real games, come on now, these are elite players, I still feel like we have favorites. It's a little bit favorite heavy still in terms of the matchups. I see good ones. Certainly, Adiban versus Grishchuk looks like a nice little pairing there, but it's not automatic.
Yeah, well, you wanted those big matchups, and you're going to get it in the women, because top board, Tan Zhongyi against Wei Shali.
Wow.
That
yeah, we got
already.
already.
And then you have Leia Garifulina, who is very, very strong in classical 2480 plus. And she's playing against Goryashkina and Alexandra Kosteniuk, Bachashvili. I mean, already we're seeing people who are, I would consider, the favorites facing off against each other.
I think that Batsiashvili and Kosteniuk, they are both coming from the Global Chess League.
Yes, they are.
Yes, so maybe they have even faced each other there. Two superstars, Zhuzhine against Elina Daniayan. I just love seeing Daniayan still in the mix, because I first met her in '91 in Warsaw. I was playing under-12 championship, and she was already right there, and she's still there fighting always for top spots.
Armenian legend.
Yes.
Certainly one of the older players. Let's not call her old, because she's no means, but certainly for this group, the younger generation.
Yeah.
Experience, good word, good word.
Absolutely.
And talk about experience, Gunina, former champ, yes? Here against Zagnidze, that's a big-time pairing. Gunina likes to chop your head off. That's how she plays chess. She goes right for the throat against a very experienced opponent there. So, yes, we're seeing some mouth-watering matchups already in the women's section. This is something we're going to definitely watch and see. You might see more draws there, but, you know, the ladies don't like drawing.
No, they certainly
fight to the bitter end.
Absolutely. And we've seen everything, you know, fights to the bitter end. We've seen, you know, those people going in for the kill. And it's what makes a tournament like this very special. So we're having a poll at the minute where we are asking, what is your FIDE tournament of the year? Is it the FIDE Grand Swiss in Samarkand? Is it FIDE World Cup? That was pretty sensational. FIDE Rapid and Blitz Teams Championships, or the one that's happening right now on your screens, the FIDE Rapid and Blitz. Take a vote now. We'll update you with the results. What do you think, Maurice and Peter? Which for you was your personal highlight?
Well, okay, Grand Swiss had so much drama. Vincent missing out in the very last hurdle, like being very unlucky. He probably deserved, but on the other hand, the other players also deserved. That was heartbreaking. Then the World Cup was also a sensation. I was playing in it, and I was also doing the commentary in the second half. So I witnessed firsthand all the dramas there. Another event, and this one here in Doha, just... I personally wouldn't
Peter,
be able...
you're not answering the question.
I wouldn't be able to choose. I can't. So Maurice,
you got a poll. You got to pick one.
I will choose all of them. You know.
Listen, I think it's sort of unfair for us to swing the polling vote. Peter has already set it up real nicely. You notice the one he did avoid is probably the one we wouldn't think of as like the most dramatic completely.
I was there in London.
There's a lot of stuff. Okay, maybe not dramatic is not the right word. They're all dramatic. But in terms of importance, like importance, something you're going to put on your mantle for the rest of your life, or meaning something, the heartbreak of not qualifying in the World Cup. Oh, so close, those players. The Grand Swiss, he talks about Vincent. Oh, the pain. Yeah. It's going to stay with you forever. The team tournament's a little bit less. The pain is kind of diffused, you know. Okay, you feel some pain. The other one feels some pain. We all feel pain, and you can commiserate. But the one where you individually fail and you're the only one that has to suffer, I think those are probably more meaningful.
Yeah. I mean, there was also a lot on the line on the other events. You know, your candidate spots. And talking about a lot on the line, the games are off. They have begun. Magnus Carlsen opening with a trusty d4. He's going for same kind of strategy that he did in round one. But, okay, there's no Queen's Gambit declines. None of this d5 business. Instead, we're getting a check. Now,
the good old Bogo.
Yes, the Bogo Indian. Now, how is it going to get blocked? Is it going to be blocked with the knight on b1 or the bishop on c1? Now, that's going to tell us a lot about Magnus's frame of mind. If he wants that classical game, he'll go bishop to d2. If he wants a little bit more sharper, more unbalanced, knight is going to block.
Well, one thing also we have to highlight that Magnus himself, there were times when he liked to play the Bogo, so he knows a lot about it. He just needs to make up his mind, and I believe it looked like a knight bd2. Yes, it is knight bd2. It's the most ambitious kind of move. Castles a3 already on the board. Bishop e7, e4. Will we see this e4, d6? Yeah, exactly. We are seeing this bishop e7, e4, d6 kind of setup. It looks passive, and I never really liked it for black, but it's very tricky and for rapid play, yeah, because you are kind of provoking your opponent for extending himself. At the same time, you have already castled, and black is actually counting on some breaks in the center with e5, a timely e5, or sometimes c5. There is also the line of knight fd7 followed by e5. Magnus picked the e2 square for his bishop. Just not because if you put it on d3, then you are suddenly many tricks along the d5 once black breaks with e5.
Yep, and definitely black will be wanting to just establish some kind of foothold in the center with an e5. So I did wonder whether you could get away with doing it right now, but I don't think you can. So you've got to prepare it. And there you see, the move that you suggested is a candidate, knight f to d7, e5 is coming next.
Yes, and you know, there is a very funny story that Itulizaga played against Vincent Keimer, the very young Vincent Keimer in Biel 2019, and they reached exactly this position. And back then, I was heavily influencing Vincent's choice, of course, and he played my kind of preparation, and he got the upper hand against Itulizaga. And if he wins that game, he would have made a grandmaster norm, which would have sealed it. So I have a lot of connection to this position.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well.
All the memories from 6 years ago.
Yes. Yeah. When Vincent was young and small.
He was growing. Yeah, he was growing very quickly.
There was a time. But yeah, e5, you know, you want to kind of encourage white to lock the position down, and then you can at least have a straightforward plan of chipping away at the white center. So what did white do? I mean, I'm looking at the opening database, and I'm seeing that the most popular move by far is just to pretend nothing's happened, and you just go b4. You say, let's get that wall of pawns going.
Yes, and there was something very crazy, like b4, e5, d5, and then black somehow, I don't know, plays a5. Then you do bishop b2, I think, and then black plays c5. There was something like this. And you know, for me, it was like a total shock that the computer said that b4, b5 is kind of a great move. And look at the computer says plus 1 point something advantage by playing this b5 move, completely crazy, giving the b6 square. Black apparently is the one who is preparing f7, f5. I perfectly understand how you are looking. That's how I was looking at this. But apparently this is very good for white. So having this in mind, I wonder how Ituzaga is planning to improve.
Yeah, I mean, it could be one of those positions, though, where the computer is just enjoying the space and going, yes. Because it used to be the case, you know, a long time ago, where the computer would go e4 winning. You know, it would be like very... and now, yeah... Because in that position that you showed me with the b4, I mean, with black having locked down white's play on the queen side, it looked to me that black is the only one who has the key to opening up the position.
Exactly. But yeah, Magnus actually makes the much more stylish move, knight f1. I like this. Playing in the Ruy Lopez, in the Spanish kind of spirit, preparing, intending to place the knight on g3 and already anticipating that, yes, if my friend, you want to play e5, you really want to do that with my knight heading to g3 because that's the ideal square. Then already all these d4, d5 block positions with the knight on g3 will look so much more natural for a human eye.
Yeah, a nice move as well. And again, I like how Magnus is always able to draw on knowledge from other openings just to come up with these kind of moves, knight to f1. I'm sure he knew exactly what to do here. But this whole thing about the Lopez, you know, once you see e4, e5, a knight coming to g3, knight coming to e3, the f5 squares. So Magnus, very comfortable there. Maybe we can take a pause from this game and Maurice.
You know, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of looking onto the playing hall. It's so, like, to have this great view from where we are. I've never had this as a commentator. This exact view where you're giving commentary and you can look down and see the action from above in this way. Usually we're secluded off into some room or studio somewhere. Not bad, but just this view is so spectacular. And I'm seeing the playing hall, I'm seeing the boards at the top, and I'm seeing the screen showing players. Maybe we should go to the top board in the women's section that's on the screen right now. Because as soon as I looked down, I saw it on the big screen. I said, well, what's happening on that board? It's so much fun to be able to take this bird's eye view all the time. We get this view off the tournament hall.
Yeah, and well, this is board 3 in the women's, the between Bachashvili against Alexander Kostaniuk. But we mentioned in the run-up to this round that this was a battle between heavyweights. Tan Zhongyi against Vaishali. Now, both of these players have earned their spots in the candidates. So it is going to be just here for enjoyment and for playing as much good chess as possible.
For some money and a title. What are you talking about?
Yeah. But I mean, there's no pressure on them. There's nothing like that they have to perform
pressure.
well. There's nothing like that.
No,
and that's
true.
They can just relax. And Vaishali, I mean, I think someone come up with some very funny thing that the person who had played Prague most online was Vaishali, and it helps having an younger brother rather, who is absolutely fantastic at the game.
Exactly. Now I also have the game running, up and running here on my screen. So this is, well, if you look at it, it was a Spanish with g6. If you look at it, or at least I look at this position, I wouldn't have gotten immediately that, because the knight on f7 is a kind of funny piece. Otherwise, yes, g6, g7, this very much feels like, right, in order to understand what I'm talking about, that this wasn't the exact Steinitz kind of move order, but finally the players reached familiar waters. And black got this f6 tempo in. Yeah, it's kind of a weakening on one hand, but black can make good use of it with knight h6. So this is how we ended up in this position that we are seeing on the board.
But getting a knight to f7 is a very King's Indian motif, right?
Yes.
You just do it via knight c6, knight d8. And you're kind of anticipating breaking out in the center with f5, and so you need to cover the g5 square. But white has acted very quickly, opening up the c line. And
yeah, but also there the knight comes very handy on f7, right? Because it protects the d6 pawn. Even one could argue that we might consider knight takes d6, but then we allow knight g5. That's the reason why this isn't a good idea. Then white's knight lands on e6. So definitely we are expecting black to capture with the pawn.
If I may jump from this game, Peter, I need your experience, former world champion candidate experience. In this position, something I've personally never seen. We started off naturally in this Tarish, and after takes, the move e4, trying to liquidate in the middle, and now this line, bishop to c4, and the engine instantly hates it. And I'm not really understanding it myself, this particular move. What's the logic here if you just take a pawn? It looks like it should be just great for black.
Well, but we know Arjun is Arjun, and he's full of these surprising kind of ideas that the computer does not highlight, and then the computer tells you that you are better, then you make one move on your own and you are worse already, or you are busted. And I very much feel that this bishop c4 kind of move also like it's a mysterious move, right? That you feel like, I probably should be able to take it as take a pawn, but you know that opponent is not crazy. Arjun is Arjun. He must have analyzed with computer. You start thinking about that. If I do this, then danger is here. If I do that, there is danger there. And you end up choosing the worst one.
Okay, but objectively, it looks like a pawn, no? Like you could take it and then start developing pieces. You're also going to get this bishop b4 check quite soon, so you can castle quickly. I'd be more worried about my king getting caught in the center of the board. Apparently, you analyzed the situation perfectly because his opponent said, you know what, I'm not going to take the pawn. I'm going to leave it alone. Arjun probably has something prepared for me. And he played knight to c6, and this went back into more direct waters. Although now, and already, not taking with the pawn, suddenly the engine's saying he's the one who's slightly worse, despite being up a pawn in this position. Okay, maybe not worse, but certainly compensation for white. So sometimes you got to take the guy's bluff and see what happens, although you could get run over by a vehicle if you do that. So a little bit strange that he didn't just go for it. I wonder what Arjun had in mind playing this way.
Well, there on our cameras, we see by Jinsey just thinking about how to continue here. Arjun to move. We're expecting knight to come to f3, you know, because it's an open position. You need to get developed, and you have to actually take the time to work out how to put your pieces on the best squares. So knight f3 makes a lot of sense, because then you can always jump forward with a knight to g5 at a later date once you've castled the king. But what is the hesitation from Arjun in making such a natural developing move?
Well, probably that he actually knew the correct computer moves from the opponent, and now he knows that this knight c6, knight takes d4 was not the so-called optimal way of playing, but then he still needs to adjust to the new situation. Besides, actually it's a very natural move because black wants to play bishop e6, to offer the trade of the light squared bishops. I don't know, which board is this game? Because
this is board 5.
Board 5, okay. And there we have it. And by Jinsey down to 9 minutes. Also, Arjun spent 12 minutes just about by Jinsey. One thing I recall that when Li Chao and Wang Yue opened the school, he's the first grandmaster coming out from that chess school of Li Chao and Wang Yue. And now there he is, a young man with 2600 rating, a very solid kind of player. He has good fundament from getting all the knowledge from these two brilliant players.
Player. And I remember him winning, I think, the London Classic Open one year. And of course, the thing is now that he's kind of synonymous with that amazing game that Ding Liren played. Yes. You know, that's Ding's Immortal. And by Jinsey was on the receiving end of that queen sacrifice from Ding.
Yes, I remember that when I played against Li Chao the match in 2015, then after the match Li Chao revealed me that his student Bai Jinshin and many others were all working day and night to create ideas for that match. And Arjun has just played the move knight f3, so there is the move that you have been calling out.
Yeah, and one move that you kind of highlighted here is that black wants to be playing bishop to e6, just trade off the light squared bishops. It makes a lot of sense. One thing you must not do is you must not go bishop to g4. I just wanted to put out an alert there.
Yeah, pinning the knight. Yes, congratulations. Yeah, then we hit with a bishop f7 check, for example, king f7, knight e5 check.
Yeah,
and then the bishop is falling.
Yeah, we've all fallen for that. Well, maybe you haven't, Peter, but Maurice as well. But once
I've caught a lot of people with that one. That's one of my favorite tactics to hit people with, particularly in bullet, which I played way too much of. But I got to say, in this position, the one danger for white, I don't mean danger in terms of you might lose the game, but danger when you liquidate the pawn structure in the center this quickly. It becomes a fully open game. There's nothing that turns out to be an outpost, some kind of pawn structure in the position. If black neutralizes just is able to develop his pieces, giving you a pawn back. You can have it whenever you like. Move like bishop e6 here, for example, and just to tamp things down. If that happens, then you got nothing in the position.
On the board, by the way.
Right, so if this kind of thing happens, you don't end up getting anything because the pawn structure no longer exists. There's nothing to play for in the middle. It's all piece play. And then the piece play runs into pure liquidation and just, again, nothing really concrete. You'll look around and say, I have nothing to play for. It's just a dead position. Your opponent will find it very easy to play against and just start making natural moves, and that'll be that. So Arjun, I'm seeing him pause again after seeing this move. He better have something specific because this position is going towards liquidation really quickly. Now, the main problem for Black is that he's 3 moves away from castling. And that's a count. I remember Magnus bringing this up, the idea of the 1 move versus 2 moves versus 3 moves away from castling. Even though the pawns have been liquidated, but that king is 3 moves away while white's just 1 move away. And this is the tempo you're going to need. So I can guarantee you, Arjun looking off into space right now, he's not looking at his friends and his colleagues and everybody walking by. He's thinking, okay, what do I need to do to hurt this guy's feelings? What's the right move? What's the trick? And you see, as soon as he looked back at the board, that's because he was calculating in his mind this variation beginning with knight takes on d4.
Right. And knight takes d4 is definitely one of the most pertinent moves because, I mean, what is Black going to do? Because if you simply recapture the knight, well, suddenly there's a lot of pawns that are up for grabs. You know, there's weaknesses with queen a4, queen b3.
Yeah, first of all, how do we take on d4?
Yes,
this
exactly.
is a big question already.
And, well, then the next question is, it's not just about taking on d4. I mean, can Black sneak in bishop takes bishop?
Yes, but then it runs into queen a4 check.
Yes.
Then you have to kind of compare the situation, what happens. And it's not easy to compare because every single line looks mysterious. There is no clear clarity that is this stronger than the other. Yeah, in a classical game, probably after 20 minutes, you understand, yeah, bishop takes e4 is somehow the thematic move played already. And queen a4 check blitzed out.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing those moves appear on our...
Yeah, and a very quick block there from Jinsi. Of course, queen takes bishop is the response. And once again, it's that dilemma, like how to take that knight on d4. Do you capture with a pawn? Do you capture with a queen and try to get your way into an endgame? My suspicion is that you capture with the queen just because...
It's a tempo.
Yes. And also, it's less scary to play with a king in the middle in an endgame.
Yeah, if white trades the queens, then I think there is nothing to talk about. Black is just simply safe. And white will have to watch out, do I recapture that sacrifice pawn or not? And also what is nice after queen takes d4 that white doesn't really have such nice squares. After queen b5 check, we can simply retreat with the queen to d7. And let's not forget that we can castle long. And I think this is also one of the key motives in the position. And that's why I prefer with the queen trade, because then we get access to this lovely resource of castling away to the queen side.
Yep, okay. Queen takes knight is what we are anticipating. But Jinsi, he has to spend some time where he has to be careful with the clock. But I tell you, there's a big imbalance when it comes to the clock situation in the game between Theodoru against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, he's known to be a very speedy player. And boy, is he really making the moves very quickly. And Theodoru taking his time. I mean, let's take a look at that position and let's try to find out, like, why is Nicholas just using so much time?
Well, I think let's... Maurice, are you... Yeah, because I crashed. Yeah, I was also unable to select the game just when I wanted to move. Yeah, we need some time. So let's go full screen on the players and enjoy the show. Let's try to make something out of it.
By the way, could we get a chance, while we're doing this, could we take a look at the game with Magnus if we can't really quite see this board? Because Magnus's board is really quite fascinating moment. Did he play the move? Magnus played f4. His opponent, if you look at this position, you can see how Black is in that sort of hedgehoggy type situation where white's pawns, look at the 4 pawns, b4, c4, e4, f4. I got all the space and I'm going to use it. And Magnus just clamping down there, and his opponent just sitting back on the first two ranks with most of his pieces, the knight on f6, the knight on c6, and Magnus, again, no trades for you on d4. I'm just going to bring my knight back and let you suffer. Like, figure out how you're going to break something. Is it going to be a b5 break? What can you do? I mean, it's like you're sitting in there just waiting for the guy to figure out how to add more space, right? Like, just grab more stuff. Any break he could play could happen at some point, and you're just sitting there suffering. This is the art of playing with space. Also, the extra time on the clock forces you to wonder, what exactly I'm supposed to do? This is the kind of games Magnus can win easily.
Yeah, normally the hedgehog is healthy because you have bishop b7, knight d7 structure. This knight on c6 is feeling very uncomfortable. The bishop on d7 is not on the diagonal where it belongs, and Magnus very nicely removing that knight from the center, as Maurice beautifully highlighted. You have space advantage. You don't want to trade pieces. Yeah, you keep all the pieces, and you see that the space suffocates black.
But that's actually playing on the weakness of the human mind, right? Because it's so natural to want to do something. You're never content just to shuffle. But let's just say black does absolutely nothing. Plays the ultimate patient waiting game and says, you know, I will just wait, even go king h8, king g8, whatever.
Don't do that.
You better wait well. There's an art to waiting, by the way.
I know there is an art to waiting. But okay, what I wanted to say is I just, you know, and wait for Magnus to do something.
The problem with that, if I may, is that there are so many pawn pushes. There's the b5 push, and I used to play bishop f8, which is a natural move in the hedgehog. There's the b5 push, there's a c5 push, there's an e5 push, maybe an f5 push. There's so many of them. Magnus here might just play king h1 just for fun, right? I play king h1, let's see what you do now. And are you going to play g6 yourself? You're not putting your bishop back on e7. You don't want to put your queen on e7, where your rooks go. Your pieces are funny, and you'll always have to worry that one of those pushes will hurt your feelings. So white can do the same waiting game for a while, and you're not just going to shuffle. And Magnus says, I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to throw forward with the move c5, and that's pretty committal at this moment as well. And that's what I meant by there's so many pushes. Now, we don't have our board up to be able to give you, at least I don't have mine just yet. Sure, the internet sometimes gets a little funny being up this high in the booth, but it looks like we're getting a board. So let's get back to the actual board position to analyze the moment that Magnus felt like, I'm going to strike right now, right here, right now, with the move c5. And that, again, was my fear. Can you wait really well? Because there's always going to be a problem. There's so many options for white.
Yes, because when it's the hedgehog position with b6, bishop b7, knight d7, then black can wait because you are flexible. But now here with white having the chance to break, and Magnus immediately uses it. It challenges the d6 pawn. If the d6 pawn disappears, then there is this lovely c5 square for the white knight. Yeah, and black tries to break out with e5. It's a desperate kind of call, but probably it is called for because dc5, knight takes c5 was just simply clear advantage for white.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was like you mentioned, it's all about that bad bishop on d7.
Yeah.
It really doesn't have any squares or any targets. So yeah, now, big question. Do you take on d6? I think I would, as a pawn grabbers member. Pawn takes pawn, but then you can just simply capture.
Magnus adjusting that pawn there on f4.
Isn't this just an extra material?
Yeah, well, the point of adjusting that pawn is that Magnus has a choice between rook f4 and bishop f4. And when the pawn is wrongly placed there, you feel tempted to make a move instantly, yeah? Because, and by adjusting Jadu being it, you give yourself the chance that I don't have to play immediately. Yeah? I will look around, calculate, rook takes f4, protects the pawn on e4, but is that the most important thing, because then the d6 pawn will be vulnerable? Or, okay, I give you the e4 pawn, but bishop takes f4, I have the c5 square for my knight. Yeah?
Can we look at this line? Because what's going on here? Can you just take and then double take on e4 and then play knight c5?
Exactly.
What's the problem?
There is no problem.
Well, rook d4 will have to follow, I guess. Otherwise, it's lost position. But thanks to rook d4, maybe I'm not losing on the spot, but it doesn't look
Queen
good.
B3, and
And then there's bishop to
Queen B3,
E3.
and there's some kind of funky tactics waiting.
But also you can just go bishop to C4 and start piling up on that
Yeah.
very
And the B7
nice...
pawn is just sitting there,
Yeah,
nice
yes.
and juicy to capture. How can this be anything but fantastic for white?
Yeah, no, it's a horrible position, and it might be a very smooth victory for Magnus, but he does the correct thing. He knows that he's much better, and he captured the bishop. Yeah.
I mean, I think this was a mistaken calculation by his opponent because he's not getting that pawn back right now. That line we saw with knight c5 is a disaster to land on the board. Your move you mentioned was rook d4, but if that doesn't work because of queen b3, what else to do?
Yes, no, there are no moves here.
Yeah, you just have to maybe just suffer and just go bishop to e8 and over. I'm just thinking you have to take on e4, otherwise you just pawn down.
No, but you're losing material if you play bishop d8 because of d7, or you're giving up the exchange.
No, I was talking about knight takes pawn. Like, I feel like knight takes pawn is a bit of a given, and you just have to grit your teeth and just overprotect f7.
Well, I just turned on engine bar. I mean the evaluation bar, not engine lines. What is the evaluation? Plus 2.5. Correct. I think we all agree with this. White is just winning, and black's clock is ticking. There are no moves.
No, that move, e5 with the idea of sacking this pawn for a monster on d6.
And look at Magnus. Is like, what are you doing, my friend? You don't have a response.
Yeah.
Again, what I'm really impressed by, Magnus is usually Joe Cool when he's playing. Like, you know, whatever, kind of, he's focused, but he's kind of Joe Cool. But the rapid portion is the one that he usually doesn't win, or he doesn't win as often, at least. The 8 blitz titles, the 5 rapid titles, there's a disparity there. And he knows here he needs to put on the gas early and just keep going. And you can see he's just in gangster mode already. Like, I'm not playing quickly, I'm checking everything. Trust me, Magnus sees knight takes e4 and knight c5 and all that in seconds. You've already figured all that out. But now he's just making sure of everything, because if he takes a nice lead early, the rest of the field might just be crying by round 6 or 7 when Magnus is running away with the tournament.
Yeah. And I guess also he kind of wants to redeem himself from last year's performance. You know, okay, I know there was a drama with Geneskip, but he wasn't doing as well
Exactly.
as he normally does. And in 2022 he won it, 2023 he won it, and now he's like, okay, hang on. Yeah, last year just a blip, and here playing ever so impressive. But I see that Iturriaga's this whole thing has just been like as a result of a bad opening. He felt uncomfortable. Human wants to be doing something. He's probably suffering, and this breakout with e5 probably just accelerated the problems.
Yeah, but the truth is that you can't play an opening like this against Magnus. Yeah, you can do this opening against a weaker player to unbalance him, and then, because Iturriaga is of course a brilliant player, very nice strategist and everything, but if you give free hand to Magnus Carlsen, then you will not come back in this game, and he heavily got outplayed. But the game has not finished yet. Magnus is taking a little bit too much time for my taste, because as Maurice said, clearly Magnus has seen knight e4, rook, knight c5 and all these rook d4 lines within seconds, but something bothers him. What could it be? That he has such an overwhelming position? Is that the problem?
Yeah, maybe he's just spoiled for choice, right? He's just thinking, do I need to allow a rook to get to d4? Can he just perhaps do something else? Also, he's got all the time in the world. He has a lead in the clock, so why not take time? Is what we advise all our students to do. Be thorough, be precise.
Well, when he started spending his time, we praised him that, yeah, this is correct, it's nice. Yeah, slow down, why to rush if you know that you're actually about to win. But that he slows down so much, and yeah, we are finally seeing the action. Takes, knight c5 will be blitzed out, on the board rook d4.
The queen is going to come to b3.
To b3 and bishop e8, yeah. That was the move that I also felt like I have to make, but I did not believe in the positions. I did not want to, you know, get too deep into this analysis without reaching this position from the players.
And there's a deep line here, because I was checking this d7 move, and the deep line begins d7, rook takes d7.
Yes.
And then after knight takes, he has to move knight d4 intermezzo, if you may throw that on the screen as we analyze.
I'm actually very relieved with rook takes d7 in general for black.
Yes, but you have to do this line first to make this trade happen. And this move may be the thing that is frozen Magnus, and maybe he was calculating before, because when it comes down to the two bishops, especially that bishop, that light square bishop he's going to have, we can just play this variation out, queen to e3, knight takes on e2, and just play down the line. Queen takes on d7, I believe was the move I saw, but even bishop takes is good. And now when you look at the position, you like to trade off rooks here, but again, it's that light squared bishop that might find itself on e6 with no weaknesses to speak of.
It's a solid position.
That's a little bit more tricky. It is an advantage, white, after all up in exchange, but it's for a pawn and a bishop. That's the hard one. And maybe that's what Magnus was calculating and is now calculating that he doesn't want to play. In fact, it's not the best move. Much better here is simply queen e3, but there's no question Magnus is looking at d7.
And I just wanted to ask the question, there's a pawn up for grabs on b7. Why not take it?
Well, knight b7, I assume queen b6.
That's what I assumed as well, and that the pawn on d6 is hanging.
Yes, and then when the knight jumps back,
it's a good line too. It's a very good line.
Yeah, because you have bishop e3 at the end of the line after bishop takes d6. No, just bishop e3 and...
You could also trade on d6.
And
Magnus said, I'm taking
it.
A6,
yeah?
More food. He had all these options, and he said, but food is good. Now queen b6 check is basically forced. And then the knight comes back to c5, and your a6 pawn is dropping.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to fight against the two connected passers. And Magnus is very calmly getting his own. But he did spend a lot of time. You notice he was worse on the clock for just maybe a hair's breadth of a moment there. But this one he's got under control. Yeah. By the way, the publisher drew his game. So half a point away, one of the leaders dropped back a little bit while Magnus is trying to keep up his pace.
Yep.
Yeah, when we suddenly saw the live board, without seeing the position, it looked like white has everything under control. So Nyapo equalized comfortably, but was not enough to create any chances. And yeah, now it's all eyes on Italy Zaga that how will he try to get away with this bet play. But the point is, yeah, the a6 pawn is just hanging. Simple chess. Bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, rook takes d6, and bishop takes a6. We are not only collecting, because after rook a8 we can still fall back to this idea we mentioned already with bishop c4 lining up against the f7 pawn. It's pawn up and the winning position. We are about to see this. It's played out.
And yeah, absolutely. And one thing I just wanted to point out that Vaishali is in big trouble against Tan Zhongyi. She looks like she's doing the business there. If we can just quickly check in on that game.
Now that Magnus, we know that he's kind of winning, technical winning position. This is a good moment to jump right in there. Well, Vaishali did allow this CD knight takes d6, knight g5 that we talked about, that suddenly white's knight might get into e6. And the move d takes c6, wait a second, this last move was a sacrifice. If this works, it's a brilliant sacrifice. Is it really working?
Well, let's try it because it's on the board. So queen takes knight.
Yes, queen takes knight.
And I guess the idea is that you want to go knight to g5.
Yes.
Kick the queen off the diagonal and follow that through with queen to b3.
Yeah, so queen takes c6, queen b3 check. Thank you very much. We win the game. Yeah, so whenever that check happens, so black has the chance of going with the queen to c4, for example, but then you insist. But wait a second, how? Rook c1, I take on a2. If b3, you don't have queen b3 check anymore.
And if you go rook e4, you've got knight to d4 as a block.
Rook e4, I have knight.
Hey, but you got no.
Okay.
Okay, we got it.
We're gonna see this. Wait a second.
And it comes.
Queen c4, exactly. The move that was disturbing me, that how does this lose?
What do we have on the bottoms? Here is the analysis.
Yes, one of the boards is the analysis. So rook c1.
Queen takes a2.
Queen takes a2. Yeah, you have this c takes b7 and then rook c7 entering with great compensation. But is this a clear-cut solution?
It looks very good, right? Because how are you going to stop a queen arriving on d7?
Well, with rook a d8, yeah. Okay, let me take on a2 or queen b5. I also have queen b5 as a move, but then you harass me with a4. I can't do that.
Yeah, so queen takes a2. Maybe we can like put that up on the analysis board.
Yes.
And show that one. So then c takes b7.
C takes b7, and if rook a d8, you take queen takes d8 and rook c8. Yeah, that would be lovely. I think this is a beautiful kind of line that we are all dreaming about. So this means that after cb7, I have to simply play the move rook a b8, which was kind of planned. And here I thought like maybe some rook c7, queen d7 businesses.
Well, yeah,
coming.
your rook c7, queen d7 looks
very tempting.
mighty scary.
No, according to computer, this is a mistake. Then maybe knight d4. Maybe I can block the. Maybe you have to start with queen d7.
Okay, let's try with queen d7.
Because knight d4 is a possibility. Yes. Okay, so this is a resource for black. So that's why probably queen d7. Yeah, queen d7 is confirmed by the beast. Oof. Yeah, she has to take on a2. What's the clock situation telling us?
Well,
2 minutes.
Vaishali is down to 30 seconds on the clock.
Wow.
And a very difficult position for her to hold.
Yes, but okay, it's all eyes on Tanzonji. She has to find this sequence of moves c takes b7 and queen d7, not to start with rook c7. Very important.
And look at her eyes dart to the clock. She feels the moment. We all have that feeling, right? Just right at that moment, your heart beats a little bit quicker. You're looking for that final blow. What's the right way to play? You don't have the beast, as you mentioned, and she has taken on b7, but you don't have that saying, yeah, this move, that move, that move. It looks so easy when you're sitting at home and the engine just saying, play the move, come on, it's over. Yeah, right. Try to sit in those chairs and see what it feels like when you got a monster GM sitting across from you and you've got this big tournament that you're playing and you're flown all the way from China or from India to come here to compete. And this is what it's all about, the fighting spirit of these ladies and these players.
Yeah, and c takes b7, rook a b8 was the response, because rook to d8 would be met by that beautiful queen sacrifice.
And now queen d7 is the move. She's about to make it. Will she? Because queen d7 also sets up rook c8 and also queen takes e8, rook c8, the same ideas everywhere.
I bet she finds it.
Yes, she will.
Yeah, because you also want to be playing rook c8, as you mentioned. So queen d7 sets it up very beautifully.
She's hesitating, though.
Yep.
But
the queen comes in, it slams down, and it's problems for Vaishali.
Massive
Just
problems.
22 seconds on the clock.
But rook c8 is so good. Rook c8 is terrifying.
But knight e7, rook e7, no, not rook e7 because you got rook c8, but...
Yeah, the clock is ticking. 10 seconds. How do you fight? Queen b3.
Queen b3. But now...
What's this? Why does the queen need to be on b3? It doesn't attack anything. Oh, it attacks the pawn
b7,
on b7.
But rook c8, you are actually not stopping rook c8 at all.
No.
Rook c8 and it's game over. It's a knockout punch.
And it's designed, I think, to fight against the rook c7. She was banking on just dropping back with the knight to e7. Cover everything, but yeah, rook c8 is going to be a slam dunk.
Wow, two of the longest moves on the board back to back. The queen all the way to d7, the rook all the way to c8, and that is going to be all she wrote very soon. And now knight d6, a desperate, please take my piece so that I can be somehow in the game. Clearly that's a piece at least. But also, wait a second now.
There are so many things. Yeah, it's crazy.
Because I want to take on b8 and then take the knight. But then, do you have a rook takes? You do have rook takes, and I can't get on the delicious...
Did you go rook c7?
She has taken. This is what I want to do. And then...
wow, rook c7 might have just won on the spot.
Rook c7, take advantage of that rank. And she has made the mistake that I was talking about because I didn't like this line. Is it winning still, though?
Takes.
And queen d6, and now rook b7?
Okay, it should be winning, but it's not over yet.
It's not over. Rook c7 was much stronger. That's why I suspected This line didn't seem enticing, but she went for it. She had the pressure on herself, but here she comes.
It's still like a +5 advantage. So
That's fine, I guess that's pretty winning.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
It's even material, but the difference, in the disparity between the two kings is just way too large.
Okay, so Tan Zhongyi looking in excellent shape to win this game. Maybe we...
Oh, I've been waiting to show you guys something. A quick test.
Okay.
A quick test.
Wow, even a test, yeah?
Yeah, it's a very quick test because my engine's going to tell the answer. Nordebek Abdusatorov, in this position, he's being threatened with the famous queen takes F7 mate. What's your response? Quick, fast. You got 5 seconds.
Well,
to do
like
it.
Queen D7,
Queen
right?
D7 you play. And then you play, what do you have?
What do I have? A G6?
G6 did you play? Well, you looked at the engine.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. You like G6. Well, Queen D7 is what he did play.
And Bishop E6?
And Bishop E6 bomb landed on his head. And it's like, oh, oops. No, there's nothing to do. You take and get forked, and that's it. Because if you try this one, queen to e7, then knight takes anyway. And as you try to get material back, you're losing everybody.
Exactly.
That's what happened to one of the best players in the world. What was that? Move 10. Just dropped to a bishop e6 tactics. You at home feel okay about your life because even the best players in the world fall for these kinds of basic tactics.
Absolutely incredible. Bishop e6, a bolt from the blue, unexpected. But okay, so Nordebek not having a great start, but there's a lot of drama happening. Magnus still in excellent shape.
Yeah, but wait a second, and I was surprised that he could have traded queens, and this endgame is not so trivially lost as it should. But yeah, he keeps the queens with queen a8.
I saw Vaishali get up from the board on the big screen, so I imagine the game is over, yes?
Yeah, she must have lost. Yeah, it looked horrible.
Yeah, no, hang on a second. No.
What?
She won.
Who?
Vaishali won.
Was it a mate on the back rank?
Yes, it was a mate on the back rank. Oh, wow.
No way, that was the only thing I was thinking. And I saw on the screen, Tan was just sitting there looking a little disoriented as Vaishali got up and walked away. And I was like, what's going on? That it looks like that. And now we come back. Come on, show. I don't have it here. Please show it. Because that's insane.
Absolutely insane.
She hung mate?
She hung a back rank mate.
No way.
I mean, the players were down to their final seconds, and it's so easy.
You know, I was talking about the disparity between the king positions, but I just knew I wanted a little luft. Just be careful.
Wow.
And she lost like this.
Oh, no.
And we were talking about players. Look, we saw Bishop e6. I have this one on the board.
Yeah.
Great players in the world. Don't feel bad about your own blunders. It happened with this woman. Come on, one of the best in the world. And it happened to Abdusatorov hitting Bishop e6 tactic. It just shows that we are all human. We all make mistakes. Chess is hard. That's what I tell my students. First thing, you know chess is hard, right? Okay, stop your whining. Chess is hard.
Exactly.
We all blunder.
Wow.
Incredible.
Yes,
Yeah.
incredible.
And that's the cruelty of chess, right? One slip up and that's it.
Yeah,
It all
she played a
comes tumbling
brilliant
down.
game. Yeah, Tan Zhongyi played a brilliant game. She just completely dominated, crushed Vaishali, and at the end of the day, the black player won here with this stunning Queen D1 back rank mate. But also that what a resilience from Vaishali by setting up this trap with Bishop F8. That was a kind of amazing kind of move, probably played with few seconds on the clock, that after rook takes b3, bishop d6, that bishop actually protects back the rook.
Yeah.
That's why this was possible. Insane defense.
Unbelievable.
Yep, some nice defensive work there from Vaishali, but Magnus, well, he's a piece up.
No,
in
he's
this
a
game.
queen up.
He's a queen up.
But against
Okay.
rook. And wait a second, the black rook gets to e6.
Exactly.
And g6, h5, that is kind of a fortress. So Magnus has to make sure not to allow this, but can he stop it?
What are you talking about? How does he stop it?
He goes rook e8 and rook e6.
Rook e6 is auto, no? Or rook a6?
Yes,
where did the queen
one
go?
way or another.
It went
yeah,
to the
he plays
file.
queen e3,
Smart move.
stopping. Yeah,
Okay,
rook
if
c8.
Queen stays on the e file, you can't move the rook off the back rank. So that's step one. And g4, that's step two. But I gotta say, where does the How do you break through? What if the rook doesn't go to the third? Let's say the rook stays on the back rank. What are your moves?
Well, then okay, I'm just coming king g3, h4. And
No, what I want to do is play g6.
yeah, g6 feels like, but h6 pawn is hanging, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, eventually I'm
problem.
talking about. I don't want to do it right now.
Yeah, but that was the reason why Magnus played g4, because he did not want to let this happen, this g6, h5 construction.
Okay, so let's say your king gets in. How far does your king go? He's playing h4. He's continuing, and the guy, well, okay.
He's just waiting.
He's showing us that that's what his plan is as well. I'm just going to move my rook on the back row, and whenever you push, I'm going to take. G5 is not a real move, because then I play g6, and how do you win?
Yes, g5 is not the idea.
Has Magnus let this one slip? Magnus famously said, long time ago,
I don't believe in fortresses,
I
right?
don't believe in fortresses. So he doesn't believe this one, according to him. I don't think he set up a fortress.
No one is able to let that one go, right?
No, we're not letting that go. He said it, and now he's going to have to prove that he's right. G5 is a capture, and then G6, and you have no more pawn breakthroughs, and I don't see how your king... If you could
But wait a second. You know exactly now after king f3, black could have played rook a6 because queen a8 check, king h7, queen f7, rook f6. There was this golden opportunity.
He missed the chance. He'll have it again, maybe.
But it's not a big
But he
deal
did
if
have
you
it.
get a rook to f6.
Yes, it is big. It is
But
big.
with the king being on h7, you know, f7 is fallible.
Okay, but I'm getting
But the rook is getting
rook,
f6.
and then I will go back with my king. But okay, let's see what happens. Magnus played, queen e7.
Okay, queen on e7 is
Hang
real.
on, g5 has been played.
G5 is played. He's
This
got
is
it.
the move that we were saying
He's got to take it.
you shouldn't necessarily do, because pawn takes pawn, and black will play g6.
Yeah, but with the rook on e6, that would be perfect.
Yeah.
But without the rook on the 6th, then maybe Magnus is thinking like his king will march in.
But okay, but how far is the king going to get? Because if it gets to f6, then rook a6 is going to be...
Yeah, but somehow white feels some... Because also then
no.
Whoa.
h5.
That's a real decision, though.
Because the pawn endgame will be lost. Yeah, also white can sacrifice the queen. This is a typical kind of way and break the fortress.
Okay, he's allowed the extra pawn to be on the board, as you said. That pawn ending looks losing. You might as well play g6 now, no?
Yeah, but white simply walks in because the pawn endgames are always lost. Yeah, he can just walk, and he keeps on walking.
You mean if you get to take?
If you get rook e6, you take queen e6, fe and king, and then you just win the pawn endgame. So you can't really set up a fortress anymore.
If you get king where? f6?
I mean, if I have king on e5, you play rook e6, queen e6, fe6.
Oh, no, we're not doing that for sure.
Yes.
But I'm wondering if you play. Now you can't even play g6.
Yes,
hang on a second here, because the king is going to walk its way to b7. Like, okay.
And then f7 pawn is lost.
Exactly.
These checks.
And now queen to...
Okay. And now queen f8. He's played check. I don't...
He provokes g6.
Oh, you got to play g6.
Well,
actually, queen f8 was king g6.
Yeah, but g6, queen d7, king g7, queen e6, fe, king c6. Is that a stylish win with pawn down? No, then you have e5 and king f7, king e7. That would be too much.
Okay, here we go.
Now the king is going to start approaching, right? Isn't it just a case of getting into that particular king and pawn ending that you were talking about?
Yes.
With the queen?
No. Now the rook goes to f5, though. Now the rook goes to f5. He just played rook e5. So can you stop a rook f5?
Yeah, rook f5 is the so-called... But then white's king will go to f8.
Exactly, and then... Yeah, and then you've got takes on
Will it?
King g7, queen f8... no, but because queen f8, king h7, queen takes f7 wins, so you will have to let my king get to f8. That's the problem. Queen c6, so he keeps the e-file.
He keeps the rook. Okay, so there are no obvious checks. He's going to try to dominate this king somehow, and he's put his queen back.
Inviting rook e6, now queen e6
is not
wins on the spot.
Rook e6 loses in that case because of the capture, and your king gets boxed out. But where do you hide your rook so you don't get checked? Actually, there's no place to hide the rook.
Yes.
He's got to leave the file. Queen d4, queen c3 is coming with force, so he cannot. There's nowhere along the file to hide the rook. So now we have this position. But wait, he can't even play rook f2. We needed it on the f file.
Yeah, you've got a queen to d4 coming after that. But
okay, but you could.
He's just resigned.
Resigns,
Beautiful technique there from Magnus.
Why did he resign? Why didn't he play rook d2 check?
Because
then king e7.
the king e7.
And then, and then there's no rook e2.
Yeah, there is no rook e2. Yeah.
And there's no rook e2. Just got dominated in the middle of the board.
Yes. If you don't set up a fortress kind, then it just loses.
Why didn't he take the pawn on g5 at least?
Well, or why didn't he spot this rook a6, rook f6 with the white
As
king
well,
on f3?
yeah.
That was the golden opportunity.
So Magnus said, there's no such thing as a fortress. There you go.
And, okay, well, still some games in progress, even though the hall looks pretty empty. But maybe we can check in on the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Jinsi Bai.
Definitely, let's jump to that. Arjun has managed to get an advantage, winning advantage at that in terms of space. But I might point out as well, another favorite, Maxim Vasilogrov, drew his game. And then that half point, you keep giving the guy a lead. And that is not looking good for the rest of the field.
But this is now Artemiev against Tabatabai.
Yeah,
and
let's go.
And Artemiev is doing this beautiful pawn sacrifice with b3, breaking through, so that there was a b3, a takes b3, and this is how he created the a passer, the famous distance between the pawns that there is no way for black to defend this. And what I'm talking about, I just go back 3 moves, and here we have seen this stunning break. b3 takes, bishop c3 taking care of the b pawn, and then pushing the pawns. And okay, now basically after e6, it is game over.
And how to actually dislodge the king from e8? It's just a question of marching the king over,
wait a
right?
second. Yes, I don't push e6 because I might need this king because it might be a Zugzwang. King g5, bishop e2. Wow.
Bishop e2 protects on h5. And you can repeat the position again.
Yes, he repeats, but it's not so easy. And down to 14 seconds. Artemiev does not have time. He will have to make an intuitive decision. Yeah, bishop b2. Yeah, you and king f8. Black will just sit. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't need to rush with e6. Actually, you know, he can go bishop to b2, bishop to c1, and then maybe go.
Yeah,
e6.
but you can never use the bishop because of the b2.
No, but I was trying to get a situation where white has pushed with e6, and you can reroute the bishop to.
It's on the board.
f6.
Well, if you and there you go, e7 played.
The way he just
and that's it, yeah, because if king d7, then a6, we sacrifice the a pawn. So e7 just happened, and after king d7, we play a6, bishop takes a6,
But
king
why
f7.
does he have to move the king? Why not just move the bishop?
Oops.
Yeah, he should just wait with the bishop.
Oh, there's the
Then
king,
king e6, king d6, yeah, then the king walks.
And then he moves this pawn.
This is like a Zugzwang position.
No.
Very nice technique.
It's busted now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
this.
Yeah, this is the thing, you know, in bishop endgames, you know, when the bishop has to defend on 2 diagonals, it's very difficult to defend.
If you get overloaded or if there is a Zugzwang issue, which is, and we see Vladislav Artemiev in beast mode. This is what he's capable of. This is why we love him and we are always rooting, following him so closely.
Yeah. And he waits for the bishop, but now, as we mentioned, the king just simply slides over. Okay, he can move 1 more square, king to d6. And now it's just simply going to actually switch and try to escort the a pawn to crowning glory. And
he's an absolute top 10 player in fast time control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he spends so much time like living with 1 second on the clock.
Yes,
yeah,
but when you look at his rating, he's 2641, which is insane. Yeah, put there 100 and then we talk. I mean, 2741 is much more reflecting his strengths.
Yeah.
By the way, Rajabov lost. Big upset against Krishna Gutham. Nasty finish. this position dead even materially. As we see, this one will be resigned soon. But this position, it looks like he just resigned, realizing he had a dead lost position. It's very simple. We want your knight. Real simple. We're just going to pin it and win it. And if you move your rook over to a square where it's defended, looks almost natural, then this check happens. Unfortunately, you can't attack this knight because there's a little sack. Oops. Little fork. And that's it. You're going to drop material and be down. So that's it. And if you hide away, when again, you're pinned. Bishop c7, thank you for the piece. So a big upset here. Rajabov losing to someone who's clearly the heavy favorite in the event. And, you know, you don't like coming in and losing these kind of big games. I did think I saw another game that was problematic. Wait a second. I saw Javikir Sindarov, he drew his game as well. So we're seeing again those favorites step back, and pretty soon, maybe one guy at the end of the day with a perfect score.
Right. But yeah, it was against Robert Hovhanessian, and Robert Hovhanessian is so solid with the white piece, is so difficult to beat. And yeah, Sindarov was also unable. By the way, Sina Movahed beat Nihal Sarin, the 15-year-old Iranian super prodigy, which means he's 3 out of 3.
Whoa.
Yes.
We might be seeing Magnus up against Sina Movahed in the next round.
We might be, and it was also a decisive game in the battle that you mentioned earlier on between Adiban against Alexander Grishik. Alexander Grishik won. So
3 out of 3 for Sasha as well.
For Sasha, yes. And it looks like everything is going in Arjun's way as he has a winning position against Jinshi Bai.
I'd like to point out there's a trio that we saw very early on, Levon, Ali Reza, and Fabiana Caruana. We saw them at the top boards together. They're now doing some kind of dance, which may be a spiral dance of death as far as they're concerned. They're following each other. First round, they all drew. Second round, they all won. Third round, they all drew. That trio, like, what are you doing? You're giving away half a point. You're bleeding those points. And all of them now, Firouzja, Aronian, and Fabiana Caruana sitting at 2 points out of 3, as though they lost the game somehow. Okay, they got there by drawing 2, but that's how it feels. Now, a full point. 3 of the favorites, so we would say to win this event, a full point behind Magnus. And I keep beating that drum beat. You've got to stay close to this guy if you're going to have a chance, because he just keeps getting those extra points. Later when you play him, you're going to be a point behind. You're going to have to beat him if you're going to just catch up to him. So far, he's keeping such a heavy pace.
Let me highlight one thing. Aronian drew against Alexander Donchenko, a very strong German grandmaster who had a wonderful World Cup. Lazovic drew against Fabiano. We all know Lazovic extremely strong. So this is what we talked about, that actually by going forward, running away with the tournament, you might get actually more comfortable opponents. Like Magnus played knight to the Zaga, while Caruana with 1.5 played against Lazovic. This is how it works because the tournament is so strong that so many brilliant players are stuck there with +1 kind of score, and you can't run forward.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. And seeing this happen now, I hate to start betting, but if there was some bets going to be made, it's starting to look really familiar who's starting to run away with this one.
Well, it's still early days yet. And one of the things about this particular event is that we often see winners who are completely unexpected, total surprise, and anything can still happen. I mean, I remember when Anastasia Bodnaruk became World Rapid Champion. No one had predicted that one. And I just want to, Maurice, if you could pull this game up, a game between David Anton against 16-year-old Adis Gurel.
Yes.
Which board number is that?
This is number 13. So if you could kind of just...
By the way, Adis Gurel with 25.03 or something, so heavily underrated because he's already like a 2700 player in fast time control for sure.
You're going to have to put it up there. Mine is not clicking quite well here.
Let me
Maybe
try.
A little pause and see if it comes on, but I'm not getting it on my
Oh,
board.
this is bad news, yeah. It does not respond to me.
Yeah, usually when I'm clicking, mine just went kaput. So, did it happen for you too?
Yes.
Yeah, the internet is fickle.
Oh
Yeah,
dear.
too many games, too much emotions. The technology cannot handle all this.
No, and an empty playing hall means that every game has...
No, wait a second.
Wait,
There is
hang on
one
a
more
second.
game.
Hang
There
on
is
a
one
second.
more
I
game there.
spoke
Two
too
more
soon.
games.
But let's take a look at the results so far. Magnus showing us why he is the endgame wizard with a fantastic win over Iturriaga. It is also a win from Vladislav Artemiev with in a beautiful opposite color bishop endgame. It's one game still going. Arjun Erigaisi, but he's looking like he's in great shape against Jinshi Bai. But it was a round of surprises, you know. Maurice showed us earlier on how Nordebek fell foul of an opening trap. And Rajabov losing to Krishna Gautam. And 15-year-old Sina Movahed defeating his opponent.
Nihal
Sarin.
So that means he's 3 out of 3. Of course, we have many players on 3 out of 3. Adam Hakopian is 3 out of 3. Grishchuk, 3 out of 3. UNG, 3 out of 3. So there are many players, probably Sargsyan as well, still keeping pace with Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
But those names are actually kind of very nice pairing for Magnus in the next round, right? Okay, not Grishchuk. Sasha Grishchuk with his experience. I'm loving that he's still so full of energy and he's so determined to do well. Last year he took silver medal. I congratulated him and he was kind of on a Peter. I did not win the event. I said, Sasha, but I saw that second place and not good for him. So that tells the story, I believe.
I love this guy. I got to tell you, I got here just the day before Christmas Day. And then the evening, I see him. And I said, oh, you got here? He said, yeah. And I was like, okay, so how are things going? He says, well, we're arranging to play some paddle tomorrow. I said, paddle? What's that? He said, oh, I'm like a king of paddle. I'm a king. He said, you know, I can't play tennis anymore because I got to run around. But paddle is like tennis for basically older people, right? He says, and I'm like God level. God level. He's going to play. I was like, I've never played before. And then he says, well, we might play basketball. And I'm like, what the heck? Isn't the first thing you do, you get to the tournament, you unpack your bags and just go rest? Just go, you know, think about relaxing. No. He's got the group together. He put me in the group. I had to work the next day we had to do tapings and I had to come here for rehearsals and stuff. But he's thinking, I'm just going to go have some fun the day before. Just come in. And then you know what? The next day I'm going to come in and just win 3 games in a row. That's how I do. So the attitude is just so loose with him. You got to smile whenever he's around.
Yeah, absolutely. But actually, I would say that is the trend of the young players these days. You know, that they're actually valuing their leisure time just as much as their preparation and playing. You know, Magnus, I think, was the one who kind of really set the standard there.
Yes.
I remember one of my friends played alongside him and for the team, and they didn't do any preparation because Magnus was like, right, football pitch. And the whole team just played football until the game. And then they were like, okay. And it really worked, actually.
And he famously likes to go play golf as well. He loves golf. And his first thing is, where's the golf course? Like, I'm coming in to go play some golf. I was like, wait a second, dude. You got all these hours, play golf, and then play that same day. He might go. I remember somebody told me about him playing out in the sun for hours playing golf and then coming in to play chess later. I don't think it worked out for him too well that day. But yeah, you're right about the leisure time and particularly athletic leisure, not just
lying at the pool or like this.
Right, exactly. Sitting around doing nothing or even playing. Although they do play a lot of board games as well. These guys are addicted to all these board games that they play as a group before they go and try to beat each other up.
I think that is Fabi and MVL and this group.
Oh, yeah.
They love, love on this.
Yeah, it's important. Fitness, it means that you are going to be in better shape when it comes to the tail end of the rounds. But going back to the women's, I mean, it started off with a bit of a shocker, right? With Tan Zhongyi playing a fantastic game and then just stumbling at the final hurdle, just allowing this back rank mate against Vaishali. And now Vaishali is the one on 100%. And how is Tan going to be able to recover from such a devastating moment.
That's one of the toughest things, yeah, that very often such losses comes in pairs, yeah, because you are just not able to forgive yourself, yeah, because also forgiveness to yourself is very important, because it just keeps on hunting you. I played the perfect game, I crushed my opponent, and then I blunder checkmate in one. How do you recover from it?
Yeah, that is going to be the question for Tan Zhongyi. Can she show her mettle? Well, we'll find out. And also, Alexandra Goreshkina have been very impressive. You know, she's now on still 100%. She won her game against Leia Garifulina. And Nino Bachashvili, I mean, she's coming off the GCL. She played against Alexandra Kostaniuk, winning there. And Harika also winning her game. So I wouldn't say that there's too many upsets, I think, at all. It's kind of who you expect to be at the top, there.
Early days still in the women's event, the favorites are doing what they're supposed to do, except that one blunder. You hang back rank mate, not only are you mad at yourself, you know the whole world saw it. And even if you you better come back now and win the tournament, because if you don't, everybody's gonna be like, yeah, that back rank mate, it was kind of bad, wasn't it? Jeez, everybody's gonna be talking about this stupid back rank mate the whole time. So she's gonna show her toughness and come back. By the way, Gukesh won, Giri won, so they're trying to get themselves back up after a draw in the event. And we still have a game going. It's Lee Kwang Lim with the white pieces against Pairings, trying to survive it. Rook and bishop versus rook. We knew we would see this eventually. We'll probably see it a couple of more times in the tournament. GM saying, let's see if you know the second rank defense or the Gen defense. Like, let's see if you know it. We just got to test you. We're going to torture you. And the rest of the players are sitting there going, oh, seriously, when is this game going to be over so we can get paired and play? They're at a move 114.
And when did they start? Let's check it out.
The starting point looked like, no, I'm still... No, it's actually was late. Look at that. A7 gets played when the A8 queen happened right here. Only move 97. So.
Okay, so
yeah, move 97 is when we see the last capture.
147 move is like critical.
So 147 moves. We're at 115 right now.
It will be played out. Yeah, definitely.
Get a snack and some water. They're going to keep playing. He's going to keep seeing whether or not there's a blunder that happens.
But your record.
Yes,
for the longest game.
That was against Ivanchuk, and it was a blitz game, 3+2. It was 267 moves or something like this, completely insane. And most of the game it was drawn for like 200 moves. Then there was a period of 40 moves or 50 moves when Chucky was kind of winning. And at the very end, when it looked like, okay, now he will win, I've managed to find the stalemate trick, and it was a draw. Yeah, I will never forget that. Actually, it's on YouTube. Everyone can check it out if you want.
I'm going to do that.
Pretty epic. But it was 40 minutes long, so we can't even just go through it real quick like this. A blitz game.
No, it's the last. I mean, okay, you can just fast forward to the last period. I think the last 7 minutes were recorded.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
incredible.
So a lot of banging on the clock. I remember I was so angry because Chuki's moves were closer to the clock, and he was just playing very quickly, pressing the clock, and almost always only my clock was ticking. Yeah, it was very irritating.
Well, fortunately, you did draw that game. Yes. That's epic. 240 moves, you said?
Over 260. I don't know exactly. Yeah,
60.
Yeah, between
200 of those were just
the warm-up before things escalated. Yes.
Wow. And this was at one of these, yes? Or
no,
was it in another event?
Moscow 2007, yes. But exactly, I think that year it was called World Championship, and Chuki went on to win it finally. But yeah, it was, the whole tournament was on hold. Everybody was trying to get a glance. What are we doing? You know, are we really playing chess or what's that? Yeah, insane.
Well, they're still at it. I don't think they're going to get to your number. They're at 123, obviously, so they won't get to your number for sure. But this is something that's basic, folks. You've got to learn how to draw this position or else you're going to suffer it one day, especially if you're at the GM level or your aspirational tendency is to become a GM one day. Learn this. Just learn it. Yeah. Save yourself the heartache and the embarrassment of losing one of these in a big event like this one.
Right. Yeah, absolutely important to know your end game. It's also important to know your openings, because we've got to go to board 32 in the game between Jordan van Foreest.
That's still going on?
Pavel Konkretov. No, that was a bit of an opening disaster. A little bit didn't quite work out. It was a razor-sharp position. And yeah, but the fun begins already, like on move 16, when it's already pretty sharp. And it was like you say, when you go into a position like this, where everything is just hanging in the balance, good luck if you don't know your stuff.
Exactly, yeah. It's especially with this faster time control. If things go out of your way and things escalate, let's see.
Just let's play on this position.
Yeah, this is one of those wild ones. Is it kind of a rouser or is Kevin Ingen type position? Actually, early G4, G5.
No, but can you imagine it was 6th move A3 against the Najdorf? Don't miss out the main fun, yes.
A3?
A3. And actually, black made here a losing move after A3 played E6 allowing G4. You can't do that. That's the whole point of A3, the psychological trap.
Wow.
I'm going to go G4 in one go.
Amazing. A3. Okay, what they come up with these days, and now G5, and now he gets everything with pawns scorching down the board, just natural development. No B4 that's going to happen anytime soon. And in the meantime, the pawns are marching. G6 is already an idea. And then you allow F4 to play knight C4 and allow this capture. Thanks for the free tempo. And after castles, white has all you could dream of in this position here. Just the pawns way too advanced already. And black down, massive tempi in the position. He tried the move rook to C8 and now king B1. That might have been slightly off. Knight B3 is what the engine said was best, but now B4 not having any kind of efficacy here in this position. He tried A5 and a rook sack, an exchange sack, normal, typical in many positions, but not this one. Now you're just in trouble after queen F3, and boy, that king, look at his rook, look at his bishop, look at that king. You got nobody in the game. You're just going to suffer this position, and suffering is what he actually did as white penetrated and delivered very nasty, still going at it. Could have taken right away, but decided to chase the queen around first and then take this button for free. And, I mean, you got to move something. The rook never moved. 29 moves in, bad news happening in the position. Bishop C5 might happen at some point. Well, something bad is going on D7. This is just all ugly. This was ugly for a long time, as a matter of fact, right at the opening.
After A3, E6, losing move G4, because you get you know that it's H3, E6, G4, and then you anyway push G5, H4, but you need A3. And here you already have A3, and you don't need H3. It will go to the H4.
That's
and compared to a very interesting line, anyway, you have an extra tempo.
But E5 was best, not to play E6.
After A3, E5, yes, and then it's some big theory, knight F5, D5, some crazy
But
position.
people who are comfortable in structures, they kind of sit in their structure. They never thought of the move A3. They won't realize what the nuance is and play for their structure and end up getting hit. That's a sneaky little A3 move. I might have to show it to my students.
Exactly. It's a very tricky one, especially when you see a player who always plays the Scheveningen kind of stuff. That he plays Najdorf with Scheveningen, E6 touch, the Kasparov touch. Well, not against A3, my friend, because then you lose on this.
Dream, yes. The dream with G4. Yeah, and it just shows how it went from just bad to worse. Yeah, no, I mean, black didn't really get a game in that one. And I was looking at some of the results. I'm seeing that Hans Niemann, he won his game. So he is moving up the standings. And it was a good round, it seems, for the Norwegians, with Johan Sebastian Christiansen winning against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Oh, wow.
With the black pieces.
That's huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a big result on board 47. A big result. Something happened after having 2 draws against monsters. The young Faustino Oro finally lost the game. He lost to Wesley So. I know there's a lot of fans who are rooting for that youngster, and one day in the next 5-6 years, he's going to be a true animal. But still...
But if you look at his pairings, right?
They've been the roughest pairings ever.
What is this? First round against Mamedyarov, then I make a draw. Second round, I'm playing against Lenny Dominguez. I'm making a draw. I'm having the tournament of my life. Third round, Wesley So, okay, with black.
That's your present for making those draws.
Yes.
And Wesley was on 1 with him after 2 rounds, so it's almost unfair. Like,
because
maybe I catch a break. Right, exactly. Maybe I catch a break and get somebody lower down. It's like, no, my friend. We're sending an animal at you, and tough ended up losing that game. But he's still, if he keeps playing like this, he'll be just fine.
And wait a second, I'm just seeing that Murzin lost his 2nd game, so this is a horrible event. He started with a win and then lost 2 games in a row.
Yes, he did lose again, and that shows, he's not going to do what he did last time for sure. In this one, at least that's how I was looking. Ponomarev drew against the youngster, or Dutchman, with a draw.
Yes,
so
but
the youngsters are representing.
Yeah, but Erdogmus already beat Svidler this year in a match. Now he has just beaten Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in a classical match. It's just incredible. I have never ever seen something like this. I would have said before those matches that this is impossible, but he has done the impossible.
And how is Yazkan Adomush doing?
That's what we just said. He just drew.
Just drew.
I think
he's 50% or something.
And we do have a result in the final game remaining between Liemle
and Puranik.
Must have been a draw, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting there.
Exactly, discussing.
Yeah, and that means that round 3 is now in the books, and we move on to round 4. For the women, it's going to be the final round of the day. The Open are going to be playing 2 more games. Yeah, draw.
And look at the passion. The players are still discussing after that marathon 140, 150 move game. And because, this is how you feel. There were so much emotions involved. And I feel like Puranik, is the player. Yeah, he had the rook and bishop, who was heavily disappointed that he might have missed some chance there to win this game.
The great thing about our game that players can play for so long, and then afterward you have this so-called post-mortem, but it's more like a post-partnership, where you discuss what could have happened, what did you think, what about this idea, this. We're all going to check it with the engines afterwards anyway, but that kind of camaraderie and search for truth is one of the great things, I think one of the great traditions of our game. Even if you lose a game, the winner might say, oh, let's talk a little bit about it, or go analyze when you go to the Skittles room those days.
Yes, you are touching
I think it's a great tradition.
Very important point, because as a player, I always remember that whenever I lost or drew or won the game, if I had the post-mortem with my opponent, then I felt like after that I left the game behind me. It's not like, because for example, you might have blundered something or missed something, you talk to your opponent, it turns out that he also missed it. Yeah, when you talk to the engine after the game, the engine is not missing anything, you feel like an idiot. But thereafter you discuss and exchange that, yes, that was an incredible idea. Yeah, I saw it, but I couldn't evaluate it, I was afraid of this. And then he also tells you that exactly those were my worries, I was also thinking that you can. Those are the feelings that calms you down after the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hear you, but I do remember a game, I can have 2 postmortems I had, where I played one against Patrick Wolf, and I was smoking him, and I had a 1-move win I missed, 2-mover. And we're sitting there analyzing, trying to look it through, and somebody comes over who had been watching the game, because it was a big tournament being broadcast, and they were in the room analyzing the announcers, and they come over and they go, you know you could have played this, right? What? You just like somebody just shot some electricity to you. And then you don't forget this one. Like, I'm not relaxed at all after this game. All you're going to think about, man, he showed it to me. And by the way, Patrick hadn't seen it, though. You were right. He had missed the move as well.
Yeah, because it's very often a mutual hallucination. Yeah, you kind of take over your opponent's thought process, because he plays that move with the confidence. You don't feel like there is something wrong is going on. But of course, if somebody comes who check with engine and tells you that guys actually here, then you are what?
Throwing the same thing. Now I'm getting another nightmare. Thanks a lot. This topic against Nakamura. I missed a 1-move win in the U.S. Championship. Oh man, that would have been so sweet.
When was it?
This was 03 U.S. Championship. Played Nakamura and had him smoked. Okay, he was the young version of Nakamura, not the Nakamura today, but nevertheless, I could have had nice little scalp.
Wow.
After that, my my son was born and left chess behind, playing chess anyway. But yeah, not necessarily the postmortems. And that game, by the way, again, we were at the postmortem. He had missed the move. And somebody, maybe it was John Donaldson or somebody came up to us and said, oh, you know, you could have taken, instead of with the bishop, take with the knight. And no, it was taken with the knight instead. With the bishop, should have taken with the bishop. I took with the knight and got my knight traded. I should have kept my darn knight, and I would have dominated the position. Yeah, those memories.
Yeah, I gotta say that, you know, for our players, that's exactly the question that they're going to be facing. Some of them will have to leave the past behind them. Some of them will have to just roll on with the punches, just carry on with the momentum. But they're on a rest, and we are going to take a short break. And when we return, we're going to break down the action of round 4. It's going to be insane. Don't miss it.
I'm here with Sarah Khadem, who is playing in the FIDE World Rapid Championships right now. Sarah, this is a format that suits you, suits your style. How do you feel?
Well, recently I've been playing bad in all the formats, but yeah, it was my best tournament that I had in 2018 that I won 2 medals. But I really like this tournament. This format is so much fun, I think, and I'm trying to enjoy it as much as I can.
Do you think this format is more or less stressful than classical chess? Because in my opinion, what I've seen with the shaking legs and the banging clocks, like, I can tell, but from a player's perspective, what do you think?
I think maybe in short term it's more stressful, but classical tournament is like if you see the whole tournament, I find it more stressful. I think this is like at the game maybe you might feel some stress, but then it's gone because you have a lot of games to play, you know.
It's over.
Yeah.
And with Rapid, another interesting thing is how it starts so slowly and calm. Everyone is chill. You don't really hear much sound. Then all of a sudden, it gets really stressful because of the time pressure. Now, as a player in the game, how do you transition in that stress? Because with Blitz, you're in time trouble from the beginning, basically. But what's that transition like in Rapid for you?
Well, the first day I think it was okay because we just came from the Global Chess League. Yeah. So we also played, I mean, it was a different time format, but still it was kind of similar. So I don't I don't think that I had, a problem with managing my time so far. But yeah, I find it very interesting because it doesn't really depend on the opening and all, and you can like play more creative chess, and that's why I like it more.
And the final question, Sarah, you've been away from your family, right? Usually you've been traveling with them sometimes, but this last month, how is it without that support? And are they still supporting you from far?
Yeah, they are supporting, but it's not very easy to travel all the time together, especially now that he goes to school. Like, he's 3 years, but he already has school. So we decided for now we don't go together because they are more comfortable at home. But fortunately, after this, I'm going back. So.
And one day he'll be playing with you once he starts learning chess and he goes with you to the tournament?
I'm not very sure about that, but I will teach him how to play, but I don't know if I want him to become a professional.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
At At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
I'm here with Jonas Biere, who just beat Nordibek Abdusattorov in the FIDE World Rapid Championships. What a game, what a result, tell us.
Yeah, thank you. It was, I'm very happy with the result, of course. I think it was a good game. I played a tricky opening, so he actually fell into a trap quite early on, so I managed to win his screen surprisingly quickly. Yeah.
And when you play these tricky openings, is this something you prepare for your opponents in this fast time control, or is this like in the back of your mind, in the books already?
Yeah, I prepared a few openings for the tournament just to play in general, and this was one of them. Yeah.
Okay. So you stray from your regular repertoire specifically for this format?
Yeah, I prepared some things like specifically for Rapid and Blitz, for this tournament, some tricky openings like this.
Well, we saw at the World Cup actually in the playoffs that this worked a few times, like when you get them in stress to play something they don't know. What is your opinion in general of the format? Do you enjoy the faster time controls?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm not sure it's my best format actually, but I enjoyed it a lot, for sure.
And I noticed, Jonas, you've got a new look going on, a new haircut and all of that, so you feel confident?
Yeah, I'm confident. I wanted to do something different. I feel good.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
In 2025, we mark the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion, as families, teachers, and players
Welcome back to Doha, where it's round 4 of the World Rapid Championships. And in the Open, we have 10 players on a perfect score. In the women's, not as many. It's just 7, but we have been treated to quite a spectacle of chess. And the games, we can see the players. They are gathering quickly. It means that one thing is happening. The games are about to begin. And Peter and Maurice, I'm going to ask you, I mean, what are your impressions of the day so far?
Well, it's incredible. Yeah, we have seen so many crazy fights, also ups and downs. Yeah, brilliant moves, blunders, everything which belongs to the rapid play for the fast time control. But just, I looked suddenly in the standings to players who have 1.5 out of 3, and I have seen tremendous amount of giants. I think that tells the story that what an incredible competition this is.
I love it. I'm looking down from here, taking advantage of the fact that we get this amazing view of the playing hall. And I just saw Fabi go by and Vincent Keimer stroll through. Wesley So in a rush. Young Carissa Yip, U.S. Women's champ, back-to-back champion coming to come, and they're just all rushing to the boards. We know it as players, that feeling, that buzz, the game's about to start, and where's the board? You're looking around, and finally you get to your board, you sit down, and it's time to go. And Magnus, of course, sitting there at the top board, and this top board here, great matchup. Former women's world champion, a world champion candidate as well in Goryashkina, and this is probably favorite to Goryashkina at the moment, a different generation for sure. We haven't mentioned her as a big favorite to win, but I don't remember us mentioning her name yet, but she definitely is one of those that could easily win this event, and she's sitting right now with an excellent result. It was the legend Stefanova still getting it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Goryashkina is, of course, she's past 2,600 in rating, and she challenged for the crown. She challenged Ju Wenjun, and
that was a very close match.
Very close. It went to tie breaks, and as Maurice says, former women's world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, one of the legends of women's chess, and now bishop to b5. Now, Antoaneta used to live by the Archangel. That's one of the sharpest responses there is to the Roy Lopez. Will she be going for that, or will she perhaps play a little bit more quieter? For the women, this is their final round of the day.
Yes, it is their final round, and Goryashkina, she became an e4 player. Yeah, this is something of a surprise to me because I have her very much in my memory as a great d4 player. Because when she was hitting 2600 or was very close to becoming 2600, I felt like, yeah, her openings in 1d4 are very well established 26 plus level.
Yeah.
I love it when people become ambidextrous, though. Right, like you could play with e4 in the right hand, you can play d4 with the left hand, and it just shows that you're growing as a player. Gary Kasparov famously said, "You know you're growing as a player when you start to change your openings, because it means you're willing to step out of your comfort zone. You start seeing new structures, new possibilities for the pieces. And then it combines, it really cross-pollinates, if you will. You're playing D4 helps your E4 game, because there are things that happen there. So you might say, hey, wait a second, I can do something kind of similar in the other lines, and people kind of get stuck on opening variations. So very good thought for her to go over there and experiment a bit.
Yeah, can we just dive into the opening so far? Because we saw Antoinetta, you know, she didn't go for an Archangel, which is involving a bishop going to C5. Instead, she chose this D6 bishop to D7. I believe it's called the Steinitz.
The Steinitz,
yeah,
yes.
and here, C2, C4 being played. And I just wanted to just piggyback on both your points about like opening with E4 and D4. This seems to be the way of chess these days. You have to play in a universal fashion. You cannot be predictable. And I think that's something that players of an older generations have perhaps struggled a little bit. You know, this switch from, you know, all of these years of one study of one particular opening. I mean, you have to somehow just cast that away and just adopt almost overnight something completely different.
Yes, it's always a very big challenge, but someone that comes to mind is Vasil Ivanchuk, who was always all his life able to play everything. Yeah, it just gives the feeling like he was decades ahead of modern chess. Yeah, that Magnus Carlsen also said like around 2010-11 that Ivanchuk's way of play, that's what he admires the most. And we have also seen in Magnus's play always this adapting different openings, playing every kind of structure, knowing all type of positions. It just gives you a fantastic feeling.
Totally. And whilst it is the final round for the women's, can we kind of just check in on Harika Dronovali against Nino Bachashvili? Just to check in on that one, because whilst it's very close in the top board, in this one it's closed, but it's very clear that White is itching to make a pawn break in the center.
Yes, White is hinting at C4 and E4 depending on the situation, but we know that these kind of structures are very solid for Black. For example, let me just put the bishop on B7 kind of. Okay, we don't have the board yet, so we treasure this lovely live feed. And we are talking about the E2, E4, C2, C4 breaks. And then if Black puts the bishop on B7, exactly what Nino just done, it seems like it stops both those breaks. And what is then Black's problem? Maybe Black will be the one breaking with C7, C5.
Yeah, and the problem for White, though, is that if you're not playing C2, C4 or E2, E4, then what on earth are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's a justified question. Exactly. What on earth? And that's why clearly probably White will play the move C4, but then the bishop is already beautifully placed on the diagonal. We might be seeing double trade on the C4 square. Yes, White will get a nice knight on C4, but that lovely bishop on the diagonal, and then potentially Black will be able to play C7, C5.
Yeah.
We don't have the analyzing board yet. So
I thought the screen was frozen for a second ago. We just got this board with just the two players staring at each other, but clearly they're just sitting thinking before finally moving. But good point about the C4 square.
Yeah, there we see my arrows that I draw at. It's all about the C4 square, but at the end of the day, when the C4 really happens, then we'll be dealing with a position like takes, and this lovely bishop already on the diagonal, neutralizing the Catalan bishop. Yes, the good news for White is that White hits the bishop on D6. With the bishop already on E7, Black would be able to play C5 immediately, solving the only issue of the weak pawn. So I think that this is a kind of slow affair. White, in fact, refrained from it. White jumped in with the knight on E5 and preparing C4, because now the bishop is unprotected on B7.
Yeah, but that was definitely the way forward for White. And okay, before we
let me check Zhuzhina.
Yes, exactly. I was going to ask the question. Before we leave the women, I would really like to check in on Zhuzhina. She's not someone that we've mentioned, but she is definitely a very strong contender here.
I keep on mentioning her all the time if I can, because I have seen her in Fuji era tournament with very strong lineup, finishing on +3. 26-80 performance, whatever, and you have this feeling that wow, if she can play in such a very strong open so successfully, it means that she's extremely strong, and her rating is only 25.79, and moving towards 2600. Maybe she will be the next female player to break into 2600 territories.
Well, she's facing off against Nana Saknitsa. Nana is very much of the Georgian school of chess. Well, maybe this is just relevant to the women, but they're not so theoretical. Not so, not so much about the opening knowledge, but it's just all about that positional maneuvering.
They are great players.
Great players,
yes.
Absolutely fantastic players.
Yes, a legend. Yeah, Nana is, of course, she had so much success throughout her career. Let's just very quickly see. It had to be some Queen C2 Nimzo, but also inside Queen C2 Nimzo, there are so many different lines. Yeah, it's castles, bishop g5. So with bishop g5, actually, Nana was disbalancing Jujine. This is an old move. It's a forgotten kind of move. And I believe that the move d5 was at least not supposed to be the main reaction. I think it was more combined with c5. But okay, d5 is a very modern, traditional way. e3, h6, bishop h4. And then suddenly this b6, this d5, b6 combo.
Doesn't this kind of transpose to like a Ragozin type position where you take?
Well, now the knight is on f3, but I don't recall getting pinned like this. I'm playing the Ragozin.
No, exactly. It kind of feels like an inferior version of the Ragozin because, you're asking the question already when a bishop arrives on g5. But yeah, this kind of feels like black has already perhaps gone a little bit wrong.
Yes, exactly. This is the dream come true for white. It's more like a classical Queen's Gambit type of position with the bishop compromised on b4. It's supposed to be on e7, and then everything makes sense. Bishop b7, knight b7, you play with knight e4 or c5. Yeah, harmonious. So here black has to try to be energetic, and she plays c5. So, okay, there is a lot to play for. But yeah, Jujine definitely also a player to keep an eye on. She can win it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, so let's move away from the women's section and let's take a look at the game between David Anton against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, we saw him be absolutely clinical in game 3. This time he's got the black pieces. It's a less of a risky opening that we saw from round 2, where he looked like he was in a spot of trouble, but he successfully navigated that.
Breaking news.
Oh,
excuse me. Breaking news. Already a draw between Artemiev and Sargsyan. Already. We just started the round. We could barely blink. They played 13 moves. They're out of here. So
no, it was so funny because I saw the position on the board, and this is the so-called most boring Berlin kind of position with Rook e1. And breaking news, somebody blundered there. No, the board is normal draw. Correct.
They're barely started. The whole tournament hall is full, and they're like, draw. I'm out. Let's go.
Yes.
That gives them a lot of chance to rest. So a little bit of a gambit, giving up a half a point like that, but they're valuing rest in the moment over the points. Maybe come back to haunt them later, or will it be good strategy?
Well, basically from Artemiev's point of view, he's playing with the black pieces. It's never natural. He plays the Berlin, he wants to be solid. It's normally up for white to show something. Yeah, please show me what you got. And Shan probably said like, well, I got nothing. I just, I have 3 out of 3. I don't need to have anything against the Berlin. You played Berlin, congratulations, bravo, it was a good choice. We call it today, we will have some food or something to recharge the energy. But there is this very nice point. We have to talk about that when suddenly 4 runs have been played and you are exhausted, and then you are given the chance to relax. The body and the mind are playing tricks with you because you might feel like the day has finished, and then there will be a very tough 5th game, while the players who are fighting, they don't give their body and their brain the chance to relax.
Yes.
So I was actually just going to say, I mean, we're not playing where the hotels, where the players are actually staying. I mean, the players all still have to be around. They'll have to be waiting. And I don't know about you, but how patient are you?
It's a 90-minute wait.
Yes.
Basically, right? Like you're going to sit around for a long time. Yes. And you might argue, okay, I got my half a point. I'm not worried, but you did have the white pieces and it's gone out the window and now you have to play. And don't lose the next game because then you're like, oh my God, I gave up a draw for no reason and now I lost. It's a big decision to make, but players, they have to know themselves. And if they felt like this was the right result, I take a draw. Okay, more power.
Could it be that the two are working together?
No, I don't think so. Okay, Sean Sargsyan is a theoretician, but Artemiev is known to be a player. Yeah, kind of. I don't really see them discussing openings together.
No, we'll see. We'll see if it comes back to haunt either one of them. But already we have a result. And
we talked more than enough about this.
Yeah, let's keep it moving. Big news was that the game is over. One of the top boards, though, let's be mindful of that.
Yes. Yeah.
Both of them were in perfect scores.
Yeah.
And so that's a big half a point to throw away.
Okay.
Or to concede at the moment.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at the game David Anton against Magnus then, because we were just getting here. The bishops are off the board, and now White has maneuvered the pieces so that they're going to start advancing a pawn, like either to c4 or either to e4. But knight c2, c4 makes a lot more sense. Because
yeah, but my feeling is that Magnus is super happy. And whenever I look at this position, and I know David Anton is a very good theoretician, that how on earth is Magnus doing this, that he disbalances or provokes them? And maybe Maurice, you can take it from the start. How did this happen, actually?
Well, he did it to himself. I mean, he suggested to Magnus, hey, after 96, let me play b3. All right? And it's okay, we got that part. And after d6, he says, let me now switch with d4, and we already have this structure that's like, yeah, sure, you could get it maybe in like a Queen's Indian later in the game or something, but to get it this early, you already feel like you provoked the bear. And Magnus, okay, let's see what you got. He played g6, competing with this bishop. This is not a typical position where you fight against this bishop on g7. You don't see this bishop on b2 very often. So already the imbalance started as early as move 3. And I think it's an opportunity for Magnus to play creatively. And now bishop to b2, bishop g7, and now g3, a double fianchetto. I mean, his opponent is playing liberally, if you will.
And now this b5, this is a stunner.
Enough, let's go. b5, let's go for it. It looks like you're freestyling. I'll do the same. Let's just start throwing some stuff out there. May not even be the most accurate move on the board, but who needs perfect accuracy at this point? Because the position is so unusual. Now we see queen d3. Instead of castles, maybe playing for c4, another piece move that's a little bit unusual, and now castles, and after knight bd7, Magnus has a position, and now this move. Come on, you start seeing moves like this land on the board. Why would Magnus complain at all? I don't think he did much to get this position. It's not his fault his opponent played so creatively. He wants to see this kind of creative play so that he has more chances.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the position is definitely going to be unbalanced, right? Because as the arrow was indicating on your board, Maurice, black probably should be going out for e5. But I played this type of position myself. You can kind of see the similarity between this and a kind of Queen's Indian type thing, although black has gained a lot more space with a6, b5. But it's the kind of position I feel like Ulf Andersson, the great Swedish grandmaster, would be very happy to play. You go knight c3, you put your rooks in the center, no big risk.
Yeah, there is this little strange vibe. Yeah, that something that comes to my mind is also something like queen c8, queen b7, transferring the queen to b7, because the human brain, how it works. I already played b7, b5. I was fighting for the light squares. We traded the light squared bishops. Now I would love to get to b7. And by the way, if black's queen would be on c8, then black could now actually capture bc, and then bc would be impossible due to queen b7 check with a double attack on the bishop. But Magnus says, I'm missing that tempo. I probably have to fight for the center, and the move e5 had just happened.
Yep. And, well, we're going to be seeing an unbalanced game. I think for David, he'll want to maintain that tension in the center. I don't think he should be rushing with going d4, d5, or even trading on e5 so quickly. But e5, it's a direct challenge to the white structure, and David Anton will have to contemplate the next steps. Maybe we check in on some of the other games. I mean, perhaps I can actually leapfrog a few games at the top and check in on Alexander Grishuk
Exactly.
again.
My mouse is already on that game, yes, because I want to see Grishuk in action. I think I'm not the only one. We all want to see him, and he's also playing against the surprise of the tournament so far, Krishna Gutham, who has just taken down Timur Rajabov in the previous round. So what? And wait a second, talking about provocation, it was e4, b6. So Krishna Gutham said, Alexander Grishuk, who are you? I'm going to play e4, b6 against you. Sometimes it also comes out of respect because he feels like in opening battle he might not have enough chances. And he tries to spice things up at the beginning. Let's just treasure this moment that e4, b6 happened in the game. And we'll just, knowing Sasha, he will take his time. So we just very quickly go through. It transferred into a French structure, knight e7, h4 also very typical. White advancing with the pawn to h5. That's a powerful pawn. Black on the other side has beautifully prepared bishop a6. Yeah, you are supposed to be trading the light squared monster. And the queen takes control of the a4 square, so white is not able to win the piece. So that's it.
We do have breaking news in another game, though. One Fabiano Caruana is now taking advantage right out the opening in a very unusual position that came out a very popular position in the Gioco Piano. And let's take a look. Fabiano with black against Kadric, and this position is just one thing we see, but the move King f8 coming. One of those moves we see these days, leaving the king uncastled so you can play a move like g5 and then go for this line. But take a look at what happened here, because you're going to see a very nasty hiccup happen to White's position. He's played d4. Everything so far so good. And now knight to e3, knight to f4. And here, the correct move is knight d5, looking to trade off this knight, or at least challenging the queen. And instead, he moved his queen away. One of those bizarro moves. Did he do it on purpose? Well, Fabi didn't believe him, because knight takes g2 with check, and suddenly gift me your knight, please. Knight takes and queen takes on f3. And what are you supposed to do now? You just gave away a pawn for absolutely no reason that we could tell. What's the next move here? In fact, I'm saying 0-1.
Yeah.
He resigned?
Because, I mean, how are you going to get out of that pin if you go rook to g1?
Well, actually, e4 is hanging with check.
Yes,
h3 is hanging. The game is over.
Total disaster.
What a complete, okay, disaster, but more modest word. Queen d2 allowing knight takes on with check. Queen takes. You're dropping everybody. This is the kind of game you're just like, could I just go back to the hotel room now, please? Because the guy just played
I need a timeout.
Queen f3, and I have to play another game today? Seriously? And then the game is quick, too. It's not one of those blunders late in the game. You blunder so early that it's one of those, I got to sit around for the next hour plus thinking about that. I let the guy play knight g2 at a world championship.
I have been there, Maurice. It's very unpleasant. It was back in 2008. I lost to Alexander Kosteniuk in like 5 minutes. And everyone was like, well, did you draw because we finished so quickly? I said, no.
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
Draw would have been great, right?
I just had to wait, yeah. And then I think then another blunder happened in my second game. But then on the next day, I was able to recover and actually start notching up the points.
Exactly, the next day. Let's get to the next day already. Not have to sit around and wait for all this time, because your brain is just mush right now.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, oh, it's very hard to bring the energy up. Hang mate, the way Tan did. This blunder. Who blunders like this?
The thing is, though, when you finish so early, everyone looks at you as well. Everyone kind of looks, and they're kind of like, well, how did you do? You know, and
then the commentators talk about it, and then they write it up in the bulletin later. And, you know, please, guys, give it a rest already, okay?
But okay, wait a second. Here now, so we have on our camera the young Krishna Gutham, because I couldn't really picture a face to this name. Yeah, that who is he? And now we get the chance to look at another Indian prodigy. How old is he?
15.
15, yeah, incredible. He has just beaten Rajabov. Now he's fighting against Sasha Grishuk. Sasha also feels that and we talked about it, that he's extremely ambitious, that this is a golden opportunity to try to cash in order to go 4 out of 4. But those games are the most tricky when you feel like, yeah, this is my chance to go forward. But these youngsters are always luring and they are always hoping for some surprises.
Yeah, but talking about the position in general, I mean, black has a fantastic knight on f5, but the trumps are all with white. I'm just thinking that knight can get kicked back to this rook on h5 is very dangerous. And actually, maybe I spoke too soon. Actually, I'm a bit worried about the counterplay. The C line as well, but it's about king safety. Somehow it just bothers me.
Yeah, it's clear that white has the better position, and that's why Sasha is also investing so much time. But black has this lovely knight on b4, which is very unpleasant for white because the knight on a3 is stuck on a3. If we could jump that knight from a3 to c3, we would be saying that white is winning because then everything is harmonious, and all the weaknesses that you highlighted, and I also highlighted with my arrows on the king side, look on h5 versus look on h8. The compromised pawn structure, the knight on f5 will not be able to stay there forever because g2, g4 is coming. But with this knight on a3 and knight b4 combination and the rook on c8, there's always some counterplay for black.
Definitely. Double-edged game.
Could I show you an amazing position with Aragaisi playing against Akobian? This next sequence you're going to love. I don't think I've seen a lot of things over the years, but this is a weird one. Take a look at this position. The knight on h5 is a bad piece. The knight on h5 is a bad piece for the moment. Okay, so we've got that down. But you can't play g4 to attack it because your knight on f3 is hanging. So what are you supposed to do? Well, it turns out you can play rook to e5 and attack it. What? We could just take it. Like, give me that. Yeah, but I'm going to replace that with rook takes. And we're back to the story. Your knight on h5 is a bad piece. We just want to take it for no reason. Really? What if we defend it? Well, I told you the knight on h5 was a bad piece. We're going to get rid of it now. What kind of double exchange sacrifice is this you have? This is stuff you never see. After the move bishop to e5, the queen has to leave the sector and allow the queen to land on the h6 square. What a line, a double exchange sack to create this position. But it gets worse because after the move f6, your only move, knight g5. You play like this. There's two things. Either you're a genius or we're going to check your pockets because this kind of play is just beyond spectacular. Obviously, you can't take this because it's mate. Over here, you take this. There's a bishop h7 sighting coming. And wow, the only move, it turns out, is bishop takes f2 with check. The king will move, and then a rook d7. Come on, these are incredible lines. But just to start off, rook e5, let it get taken. Then when you play g6, rook takes on h5, bishop e5. What a variation. I really hope and pray he plays this way. Will he find this line, and will he dare play it if he does see it?
Well, he's thinking because he's down to 3.5 minutes. That's the danger, that he might be looking at these lines, and Aram, he's of course a very dangerous player, but if he will finally back down and he gets stuck with his 3 minutes,
that's the truth.
That's not good. Yeah, so he has to go for it if he sees it. The
problem is when you see it, your intuition, either you play it intuitively or you don't play it. Because you can't calculate all the way to the end. Like, you have to believe. When I play bishop e5 and queen h6, which I think he can see that far, it's going to be okay. And he's nowhere in that direction. He's instead played the move bishop to
c7. Well, actually, bishop c7, what does this signal us? That after rook d7, he wants to do what exactly?
But hang on a second, rook d7. And I was just thinking, isn't there some bishop takes h3 in the air as well for black?
Yeah, I don't know, but this bishop c7 looks so pointless, like you were overthinking things. What is this? Yeah, Maurice just highlight. Of course, we understand these are engine lines, but bishop c7, this does not add up. This is the wrong direction.
Yeah, in general. Just in general, it's wrong direction. Of course, rook e5 is a kind of move sometimes you don't even look at because the piece is attacking the square. Like, what are we talking about? To understand that the knight on h5 is a problem, and it's that kind of problem that, hey, we should go after it. It seems so simple when you actually say it. How can you attack the knight? Well, I could play g4. No, you can't do that. Well, I could play rook e5. Keep calculating. Once I tell you to keep calculating, then you'll find all the moves.
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Like, you just find all of them, but you have to actually establish this in your mind first. If you don't, you don't find the move, and unfortunately, he did not. And now bishop c7 is often what looks like not the greatest direction.
Yeah.
And also with the combination that he's done to 3 minutes 7 seconds in this position, this doesn't give. And you look at this. Look this time, bishop h2. He basically invites a repetition of moves. But first of all, this will never happen against Arjun. His next move was bishop back to h2.
No.
Oh no, no,
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
Even if he was playing me, he'd be looking at rook e5 and say, you know what, screw it, I'm going to play rook e5.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I think you have to see rook e5. You have to actually understand that that's actually really dangerous because a lot of us won't even think about that because of knight to c6.
But okay,
So
forget about this bishop c7, bishop h2. Let's look at Magnus because Magnus is doing Magnus kind of things.
Absolutely. Down a pawn is Magnus, isn't he?
But
Down a pawn. Oh, poor Magnus. You're right. Magnus is marching with his center pawns up the board right now. And it's looking very potent as the queen on a4 is just out of play for the moment. Look at white's pieces. The bishop on b2 looks horrid as well. And it is black who is going to start making some nice centralizing moves and more than enough compensation in this position. In fact, if anybody's looking for something, it's black.
Well, do you want to hear the computer's assessment, evaluation of this position, or make a guess, Jovanka?
well, I actually saw it, so I have the
then
evaluation here.
I saw it as well. I think plus 2.
Minus
right?
2.
Minus 2.
Yes, so
I mean,
such a compensation.
But I would
yeah?
not have guessed that number.
Yes.
There's no way I would.
Like black is having the initiative, yes, but also computer sometimes overestimates, yeah, because. But it looks very good for black.
It doesn't look that good. Like that, you're down a pawn. You have comp, and on top of that, it's minus 2. Like, is it just death?
Well, hang on a second. How are you gonna protect the e2 pawn
After queen e7 or
I was thinking, rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8 or queen e7.
Go
yeah.
queen e7 and hang on a second.
The pawn's going to drop.
The pawn's going to go, and then we're not talking about compensation anymore.
But the queen, okay, I was thinking queen c6 and queen to d5 would be able to happen at some point. That you have to at least deal with this thought, right? So you can only attack 1 to start. I'm not going to play f3 on the second move.
But you can't play queen c6 after queen e7, for example.
Because I'm getting trapped with some kind of rook.
Then rook fc8 and queen d5,
yeah.
knight b6.
Yeah, so that's the problem. The queen can't get back in the game.
Yeah.
So in fact, it's the offside queen that's the biggest difficulty.
Yes.
More than anything, the e-pawn is just along the way.
Yeah, imagine that queen on c2 and we talk about white's advantage.
Yeah, now forget it.
Yes.
Yeah, the different scenario. Very good point. And again, the bishop on b2, queen on a4. You got bad pieces. We don't need to count pawns.
And rook e8 played.
And also, one final point, the knight on e4 has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
I mean, he has to go back to d2 of all.
Well, he played f3, I believe.
He's going to hide it on f2?
Yes. Yeah, well, he has to because, but okay, yeah, knight. But yeah, how do we kick it?
Have f5 at some point.
But there will be queen c4 check at some moment.
Gets in the game, right? Yeah, that's true.
And then there's knight to d6 as well. So no, you don't want to be allowing that. But
rook b4 here, and then queen c6, and then f5, and then there's a queen.
And then coming to d5 from that angle. It is not as simple.
No, it's not a finishing.
Yes. And
need a move for him.
Magnus also only has 3 minutes 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, the move is sweet. What is the problem of f3? What's the
e3 square, yeah?
The e3 square.
Yeah.
And there's a knight that can just take advantage immediately. Knight b6, knight d5, knight
oh, yes. And
once
then
you see it with tempo, it's over. And there goes Magnus, the beast.
Spotted a square.
Look at that. You make a move, we first have to note the weakness to the move. Always a good habit in chess. You did the move, that's great. But what's the problem with that move, if I can identify? And you see the square, once you see it, your brain lights up. Yeah. Sometimes that's the way it's a very effective way of finding moves, is what is the weakness behind that last move?
Well, this is how computer is thinking, no? The computer is asking those questions, no?
Is it that...
Okay, queen a5.
Yeah, well, queen a5. I mean, is it that easy though? Because I can see that white might just go, okay, fine, let that knight get to e3. But I do have pressure against the c5 pawn. But
so yeah, Magnus heard you. and played C4.
C4,
Yes.
that is the problem, yeah?
That's a big old problem.
Yeah, that is a big old problem. But I tell you, there's some... Let's take a look at one game that's happening that is razor sharp in the game between Nana Stagnitsa and Zhu Jiner. I just want to quickly head there
Here
for
we have
just a moment, because here, Zhu Jiner, you mentioned that she's one of your favorites.
Yes, absolutely.
She's incredibly strong.
She has impressed me.
And here she seems to be taking full control in the game against Nana. The e-pawn is dropping. Also, h3 is in the air, lengthening the diagonal for the bishop on c6. And how is Nana gonna fight this one? Drops the rook all the way
And
back.
she's down to 40 seconds. That's not a good combination, because there are no easy moves here for white. One could say that if white is able to trade the light square bishops, yeah, if the bishops are removed, then black can, then white can kind of feel more secure. But this monster bishop on c6, covering all the squares and also hinting at white's king. But the pawn is on e3, hanging as well. It's not just the pawn, but it will be also a pin against the rook. And also we get access to the e4 square for the bishop. What's happening here after queen takes e3?
That's the move that I was thinking instantly.
Simple chess,
Yeah,
yeah?
simple chess. Maybe, you know, white will be able to go queen f5 and try to fight in that direction.
Yeah, but the queen also beautifully protects the g5
I know.
pawn. Yeah, it is just so nice. I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand, or maybe there was simply no other move for white. That was the problem.
Yeah, well, she's taking...
And she takes, yeah.
Okay,
Bishop c4 blitzed out.
threatening queen to g6. Watch out.
Yes, exactly. So what we're going to do, we play some king g7, I guess. But then already queen f5. That's a different story. So
Yeah.
bishop e4. We might start with bishop e4.
I don't mean for you to move away from this board at all. Stay on this game, please. I just wanted to note that we saw a draw in Grishchuk versus Gutham in that game. So those were perfect scores. Those are now 2 perfect scores gone. So we have 4 perfect scores no longer with us out of the top 10, leaving only 6, while Yu Yang Yi and Movahed is also leading very quickly to a draw as well. So that's going to eliminate yet another perfect score. And so we'll have 6 games gone. It's only Arjun and Magnus will remain on a perfect score to round out round 5 we're looking forward to, if they both win.
So actually, Arigaisi managed to capitalize on Aram's missing rook e5.
If he wins, I said. He
If
hasn't
he
won
wins.
yet.
Okay.
He hasn't won yet. If he doesn't, in fact, he's better, but he has not won the game. It looks like his opponent has been waffling. If he does win the game, it will be that pairing. If he does not, and Magnus does what he's supposed to do in the game, we saw that big edge, Magnus will remain alone. From 10 players to 1 in 1 round, we'll have a perfect score.
Yeah, and Magnus, just looking at his position, is absolutely killing it. You know, he's really taken full control. It's now an endgame, but white is on the verge of losing the e2 pawn. And it is going to be absolutely catastrophic. Maybe we can quickly just check in on that.
Yes.
Yeah, here you can see the e-pawn is going to be falling, and it's never about the quantity, it's always about the quality.
And it is an endgame, actually. It is an endgame, but the position looks so overwhelming for black. All the pieces are lined up. The e2 pawn is falling. Black can combine it with d4, d3. There is even an argument that maybe, but I feel like I'm dominating so much. Why would I even go for d3 if not necessary?
Yeah.
It's black to move, no?
It's black to move.
Yeah, it is tempting, right? You know, a lot of people will be like, oh, go d3, you attack the rook. But then I was like, okay, well, pawn takes.
Yeah, pawn takes. It looks like I'm about to win the game with rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2, simple is as simple does. And that's the best way.
We're going to play d3 when it hurts the most.
No, this is desperation. 93 check, a monster threat that will just completely crush the opponent. D3 can come later. Your A2 pawn will drop, but it's all about the centralization of the pieces. And did he just move a rook?
Yeah, rook to d1.
Well, hang on a second. Isn't there like also knight e3? Isn't that?
No, now he prepared the...
No, that was the big threat.
Yeah,
but now
with
with
the
rook
big
b1, he's slowed that down, at least for the moment. But there must be something really...
Okay, d3
Boy,
followed
D3
by
looks
bishop
crushing.
d4 also, yeah, because you hit the rook with d3 and if rook
I'm sorry.
b1...
D2.
What if d3, d2?
Yeah.
That can't just happen straight?
Yeah,
Well, hang on.
also. But also, d3 bishop d4 winning the
That's everything.
we are...
Oh, no, look at him. Look at that face. That's like, yeah, it's bad.
And look at Magnus's face. It tells the story. Thank you very much. I'm going to cash in.
And Magnus is racing to 4 points.
No, this is resigns now.
4 out of 4. Yeah.
That move f3 you thought was just comfy, and now a few moves later you're going, could I have that pawn move back, please? Because it just weakened everything. It weakened the square, it weakened the rank, and Magnus has taken advantage of all of it.
Yeah, and Magnus is also carrying the momentum. Yeah, that he started so well. We have seen him a little bit shaky in the first round, but
And
the
there's
first
a
minutes D2 is played.
Killer move. That
Cashing in.
with threats galore. His focus has been obscene. I've called a lot of Magnus tournaments, seen him over the years, and I've seen him in form. I've seen him irritated as ever, and I've seen him super hyper focused. And this Magnus is just one of those, like, I'm looking to play the most ruthless chess. I'm going to solve the problems in the best way. He looks scary. I'm sorry, right now. He looks in a scary mode the way he's playing. And every game has been like that. Have we seen any game where Magnus may be shaky?
Game 2 was the only kind of thing, but then he navigated that one pretty effectively with King C6, genius move.
Yeah,
So Magnus, Magnus I
was the
think, is
key.
in
That was a big game.
superb form. But someone else who is doing the business, Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, if we go to table 7, he has an absolutely fantastic position against Enriquez Villagra. And
Well, he's up a piece. and
he's up a piece.
Where is the compensation?
There is no compensation. So, Maxime?
Then if we may jump, since we do have the extra piece there, a moment.
Let's go to Argaisi.
We
Yeah?
just missed the Aragaisi blow. This position here, after bishop to d6, or the engine won't even let me go backwards. Bishop takes on h3. He just landed a massive blow near the king. He had an even stronger move with knight to f3, but this is certainly more than good enough. Aragaisi just played bishop takes on h3, and this position is obviously horrible. You can't take it because queen takes and knight f3 will be mate. So this is going to be a victory. What does that mean? 2 perfect scores. We've got the first dream matchup coming, and that is between Magnus and Aragaisi. What a way to close out the day.
It would be absolutely fantastic. It's the perfect ending to a
But
fantastic
wait
day.
a second,
But
they
I
are
know.
down to 20 seconds
I know,
each.
I was just going to say.
Let's
go
head,
back.
Let's head to see their faces.
Because rook takes d6, I saw, was one move that Aragaisi had to play. Rook takes
And he
bishop.
played it.
He played it, yes.
He played it.
Of course.
We need camera on the
We
players.
do need the camera on the players because
There we have it.
queen takes rook, what's happening
And
next?
knight f3 stunner. This is how Arjun Agassi is playing chess. Queen takes d6, mad by knight f3, sacrificing the knight and going for a
Beauty.
checkmate.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, completely caging in the white king. You can't take the knight because after queen takes pawn, it's going to be checkmate on g2.
Oh, you saw the eyebrow lift there from his opponent when
Yeah.
the realization, like, ouch.
20
a bomb.
seconds.
And look who is a very interested spectator over the shoulder there. You can see Magnus knows this is a beatdown. And just a glance at Magnus to the left. And there we go as they whipped off some moves.
And bishop
And then,
takes g2
bam,
check.
bishop g2
That's the
with
final.
check. Give me that, please. It's they're still at 97 check thing, but he's going to be down in exchange. after
No,
the
it's
rook
rook
move,
takes
or
c2.
rook takes c2
Yeah, it's
and resign.
resignation.
And Magnus walks off after watching those body blows and thinks, okay, this is the guy I'm going to have to play. Let's see what happens as they play. And both of them had black the last round, though.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see what the pairings.
But that means that Magnus will have the white pieces because he is the higher-rated player.
Yeah, and well, it's a sweet moment for Arjun because his next opponent has just seen him finish off the game in style.
That was what a moment that was.
So
indeed.
decisive games there at the top, which leaves 2 people on perfect score, but Bu Zhangyi is playing against Jan Pomniachtchi. It's a rook and knight endgame. Looks like that one is headed into a draw, although I'm sure not without adventures.
Yes, well, we know that Nepo is always very fast, so he must be up on the clock. Yeah, he's up on the clock. On the other hand, we also know that Bu is an incredibly solid player with fantastic technical skills. So I'm expecting him to hold this position despite being low on the clock. And what does it tell us? There is also Gukesh in action against Ellen Pichot. Maybe let's check that out. And also Giri against Bierre. We have two great matchups where Gukesh seems to be in total control.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we don't have camera, right, from that game, because it would be so lovely to see Gukesh
We'll
in
get
action.
there. We'll absolutely get there. And Gukesh, yeah, he's had kind of mixed fortunes. Won some games, dropped a few points, well, half points here and there.
Yeah, but he's up there. If he wins now and he has all the
exactly.
chances, then...
And Magnus rated him. He said, do not be surprised if Gukesh does very, very well in this event.
Yeah, because I think that he had a rough start in the Global Chess League, but then he finished on a high note, yeah, and this automatically, you know, as a player that he carries the momentum, he has the confidence level, he feels like, yes, I'm actually ready for this tournament. And there we have Gukesh in action against Ellen Pichot, who I think is kind of a coach of Faustine Oro. I have heard some informations like this. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he is one of the coaches.
Okay, well, it makes sense, you know.
Very good theoretician.
Both
He's also Argentinian.
yeah.
Exactly. And he's up there fighting against Gukesh. But for the moment, it seems like Gukesh is up a pawn. He just played the move rook c4, targeting that powerful a passer. Black will definitely push. Yeah, the pawn is pushed to a3. Both players down to 20 seconds each.
Dramatic moment. Just please remind me to show the game that Aronian lost from a completely winning position when we're done. Just remind me to do that, because he was easily winning the game and ended up losing the game miserably.
And look at this. a3, bishop takes d7, a2, rook a4, knight takes d7 on the board, and black escapes. It seems like he will reach 3 versus 2 rook endgame, which should be holdable.
And also going to the women's.
Is he able to do that? The computer disapproves. Knight g6 check. There was this intermezzo check which I have missed. Ellen Pichot must have missed as well. It just looked like, yes, we are disbalancing the knight from e5. We're going to get to the d3 pawn, but one tempo is not enough.
And, well, it's a close call here, but let's go to the game between Javokhir Sindarov against Nicholas Theodorou, because
on which
Sindarov,
board is
this is on
just
board
next
8.
to them. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And looks like Sindarov could be gonna on the verge of winning this one.
Well,
I mean, he's got a great, he got a lot of pawns there in the middle of the board,
goes
but
down
you know,
to 10 seconds.
exactly. And the king on h1 actually is pretty safe. You know, can hide away on g1,
Yeah,
and
actually,
the
he
d-pawn is going to
sacrificed
roll.
the pawn with d6, rook d8, bishop d5 in order to activate the rook. Yeah, there it comes, rook f1 after bishop takes d6, and there is now tremendous pressure on the f7 pawn. After the World Cup, I felt like there is no way it is possible for Sindarov to keep on going, and I knew his schedule, yeah, that he plays the freestyle final in South Africa. He plays the Global Chess League, and then he comes here. No human can withstand this kind of pressure, and he hasn't slowed down. He plays brilliantly tournament after tournament.
Oh, I paced young.
He's just 19 years old.
Do you remember those days, 19 years old? I don't.
Yes, and there he goes. Rook takes f7, king h8, blitzed out.
Yeah.
Where is the knockout blow? If black gets the pawn to h3, there will be some counterplay against white's king. So be careful.
Yeah.
And he
Pawn
takes
takes.
on h4, yes.
Okay, but this drops the h2
It
pawn.
drops, but at least we make sure that our king is not boxed in.
But black is getting active. Black is getting very active. I just kind of wanted to point out, and not to move away from this game, that when it comes to the women, it looks like if Jujina wins, she will be the only one on 100%. Vaishali is in trouble against Maria Muzicuk, and the top two boards did finish in draws.
Yeah, and this is completely winning for Jujine, so
Okay, yeah,
she will
completely.
be 4 out of 4, 2 pawns up, rook endgame, and also
Finishing the day on 100%. What could be better?
exactly.
Gukesh, by the way, had much better ways to play. He's still better, but has not really sealed the deal in his game. He would have been +5 for superior moves, but he's struggling there as these players are in the critical moments, trying to keep pace as much as possible by winning these games. And it doesn't look great here
For Teodoro.
because just head in hands. You can see the look. For a beaten man. And that eyebrow raise. You always spot that eyebrow raise.
Yes.
That's the, oh, geez.
Yeah.
This time, I'm not sure what I'm going to do here.
There is
as
no
my
counterplay.
position looks
Yeah.
terrible.
Well, the problem is the Black King is caged there in the corner.
Yeah, you can do
You can't
some.
move.
Yeah, you can do some rook f5 business or something, rook f4, and then threaten checkmate.
And once the White King gets safe and gets involved in the action, then it's just going to be a question of advancing the pawns.
Yes, but first of all, will Black be able to... he just played rook c6, okay. Very cynical approach. I don't want to checkmate my opponent, I just want to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. Because the Black Rook on b8 can't lift
move,
off the 8th rank. And then, once the White King steps in, then you can
rook
start...
e2, only move, you
Yeah.
have to cut the king, and this is what Nicolas has done.
And Gukesh has blundered in time
Oh,
pressure.
let's go there.
And thrown away the win. Maybe he'd be able to do something, but the forced win is no longer there.
Yeah,
We
because
see-
Sindel is winning anyway.
Yes, this is 2 pawns up, but let's go to this moment where, look at this. He played, after this move, he played rook to a7 in this position, and his opponent played g5, and he's getting mated if he just keeps walking forward, and he can't take en passant because he drops his knight. So this position he had to take, and
But it still looks promising.
well, the problem here after this move is how do you move anything? You have to be a little careful. H4, the king can back away, and suddenly this knight will be very active and be able to come threaten things like knight to e5. What do?
You got to
can't
stop
move your
the knight
king.
getting to e5.
You just can't stop the knight from moving, and that's going
Yeah,
to be
he
that.
played rook a5, but then you play king f7, right? Or
Well, this is...
he
this
played
is-
rook a5 already here.
Did he play rook a5?
Yes,
I don't have this position.
I just got this move.
All right, well, we're back to here. Is it this position you're saying?
It's on the board, rook a5. Here we have the... And
Okay,
king,
let's take a look.
King h5 happened.
I mean,
Yes,
he
rook
does...
e4.
I don't know, this is still really difficult for Black.
what do you
right?
mean?
Knight f6, king g6.
King g6 and g5
Knight
coming.
d7. Very dangerous with 3 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
How do you defend this kind
But
of
it
thing?
completely altered the calculus of this game. And we'll see whether or not Gukesh can find a way in. I mean, this is the game.
Yes, but is it enough? Because knight f8 check is coming, then you come back with the king to g5.
Yeah, and it's coming back. Some
But okay,
hesitation.
then king f7, and if rook a7 check, knight d7, because we need to activate that knight.
Yeah, the knight, actually, ironically enough, on f8 is on a good circuit, right? Like knight h7 is coming, you can throw in a few checks.
Yes,
The king has to...
because king f7 runs into rook a7, the rook moved from d4.
Yeah.
The rook, in my mind, was standing on d4. We missed out on this rook e4 move. King f7 played, but now rook a7 check, and then king g8 and knight h7. This defense. But I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that Black can survive this with so little time.
Well,
It's more
Is he-
competitive.
It's more competitive,
he's,
yes.
he's pushing the
consideration
pawns.
than the board itself.
h5.
Okay.
I don't like the rook on e4. Actually, the rook on d4 and now knight a7 check, king d6, rook d6 checkmate would have been possible with the rook on d4.
Can you do some...
Oh, you didn't notice? He's gone for the check immediately.
King h6, but this is getting very serious.
Pawns are closer and closer.
Well, you can...
And he takes Rook G4, but this is kind of... Rook takes
this
H7,
ending
this
is close
capitulation.
to a draw.
No, but not if you are cut on the 7.
But you can't get
But isn't the F pawn
position you
falling?
need.
No, Rook G7 check you have.
Yeah, okay.
I thought like you have Rook G7 check.
Oh, no, this is the problem because you go
and
Rook
if
G7, Rook G5.
Then King F7.
Yes.
And okay, what you do? The King is boxed in. It looks like it should be a win. It should be a win, but it's not trivial yet.
And there we go.
But it should be King H7, then H6. And we just win this.
Yeah.
Will we?
No,
There are chances to survive.
well, I just...
Second, there was a win though.
There was a win, but this is not it.
Yeah, but this is crazy. Okay, this with they are playing with... okay, Gukesh is already now with 50 seconds. So we can slow down.
So the way to win...
Wow.
Okay, well, I'll let Maurice do the honors.
No, let's follow.
Let's follow the game.
We'll
though.
come back. We'll come back to how he could have won, and it was deep for sure.
But the question here is, how is White going to make progress? At one point, you have to just give up the F pawn.
Yeah, the F pawn is lost, but the king is cut on the 6th rank. But actually, king on F6 is a very good piece because the White's king cannot get out. You can take Rook takes F5, and then you go Rook B5. You go far. You always have this back rank check with Rook B8 or Rook A8 because I was assuming White plays Rook A7. So normally, I always thought to place those rooks as far as possible.
Yeah. You absolutely have to do that, get that maximum
King
check.
G8.
Okay, for being tricky.
Yes. So H6, H7 is a huge threat.
So that means you have to do something about it. If H6 is happening, Rook H4, can you switch?
Yeah, Rook H4, but then Rook F7 check, and then King G7, F6. And then there is Rook H6, but this is like a fairy tale. How do you find this with 15 seconds, and how do you believe in it? Yeah, he's shaking his head. King G8 was very powerful, and Rook A4, no, this? I thought that, no, he had to go Rook H4.
Well.
Yeah, now it's lost. Now Rook F7, and because it was very important to take on H5 and have this Rook H6 against F6. Unbelievable kind of construction. We can also maybe later highlight this because it's a little complicated. Too advanced stuff.
Yeah, now King takes is by King.
King G7
King
is
G7,
coming.
and then you will be able to move the rook. That's why you had the Rook on H6. A fairy tale kind of defense.
Gukesh is going to do this one. King G7, an important resource for White. King G7, you've got to stop the king getting to G6.
Simple as that.
Yeah,
Also,
Rook G4 check, King H7.
Doesn't Rook G7 also win?
Yeah. I was...
Yeah, no, this is...
Rook G7 should win too, right? Because he's going to be able to play F.
Yeah. But okay.
Oh, no, it doesn't. At least what I was planning to do. Rook G7, I was going to play King H7 with the idea of F7. But then Rook F8, and I'm in Zugzwang.
Okay.
yeah, these are Rook and welcome into the Rook and games, right?
Well, guys, we're seeing the finishing touches here. Handshake, Rook to G7. That block was going to allow White to simply advance the F pawn. And Alan Peter thinking, where could he have saved it? There was an absolute study-like way to hold the game. But for Gukesh, wow.
That was big. And Gukesh had a forced win in another way. These rook endings are so difficult, but many times elegant. And just this one moment here, I'd like to show as, they're chatting, and again, that wonderful camaraderie we have as chess players as they're just chatting about a game where one player may be devastated, but here sharing that moment. What could I have done otherwise? Maybe should have tried this, maybe that. And the mutual respect we see very clearly as they look at the possibilities. And this is one of the great things we have in our game, one of the great traditions.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Even after a long, hard game as this one. I wanted to show very quickly, though, this variation that Gukesh had, and you guys are going to love it. Another little trick of these end games that you can give away a pawn. He could have played the move Rook to Who wants to play rook a7 when you're giving away your pawn? Well, after this capture, the move king g6, you've got the worst pawn, the h pawn, and you're going to get checked out of your mind, you think. The rook goes down and says, okay, push your h pawn. I'm not worried about that. Well, the guy plays check, and when the king moves, he plays this. Well, your king's exposed. My king is close enough. This is standard stuff. This should be a draw. Until the guy starts moving his king away. And you say, what? I can check you. It's like, well, I'm going to just leave. More you check. Oh, yeah, now I'm going to bring behind the pawn. And then, oops, we see h7 land on the board, and we get this skewer that we know. And everything just becomes clear all of a sudden. This was really simple after all, if you could calculate quickly like a computer with the seconds ticking away. That's a very nice endgame. He could have won easier and earlier. He ended up winning.
Yeah,
though.
and then can we already then check also if there was this fairy tale kind of defense at the end?
Tell me the position.
That was when he went king
here?
No, earlier. Earlier was
instead of rook a4, he played rook a4, yes.
Yes.
Here, that if he plays rook h4,
yes,
because rook f7 check, king g5, it's the same like in the game, f6, rook takes h5, and after king g7, instead of resigning, we have rook h6.
Yep.
And it's a draw, and we are threatening rook g6 check.
That is correct. Yeah. Another trick of these endings. These rook and pawns, I tell my students, I tell anybody who will listen, get down, put your sleeves up, and learn your rook and pawn tricks. They will pay off in so many positions. You'll transition into winning positions. You'll draw these types of positions. That's what you want to do. We all know rook and pawns are so important for your skill set as a chess player, your understanding. Most importantly, for your results. That's where it counts.
Yeah, they're some of the most common end games as well. So definitely, if you're able to save a few difficult positions, that will help and win, as we just saw Gukesh do. You know, be tricky. And talking about players on 100%. We mentioned earlier that Jujiner was the only one who had a chance of leading the tournament 4 out of 4. She's done that. She won against Nana Stagnitsa. And now she finishes the day 100% sole leader of the competition. But of course, there is a big chasing pack behind, just half a point behind her.
Yeah, it will be very nice to see the standings if we will have the graphics at some point, because I'm pretty sure that there is a big chasing pack behind with brilliant players. And in the open section, it is only Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Ergaisi who are having 4 out of 4. We did promise you, or and Maurice asked us to remind him, and I see that you are remembering the Sandipan Aronyan episode.
Oh man, the arrow in the neck. Jeez, what happened to poor Levone in this position? Yeah, this does feel like you just threw away a full point. Maybe it feels like 2 points you threw away. Well, there's at least a 2-point swing. Could have win one, win the other way. Here, Levone, actually, if I just go one move back, this is the position. Yes, there's some tactics along this diagonal, sure, but it's black who is landing first, and he played the move rook takes on c4, cleaning up. He's hitting on the a2 square in a moment. It'll be a mating attack, and he's gonna, you see a diagonal. Yeah, we're gonna blunt that diagonal by putting a knight on c3. So what did his opponent do? He took the rook and said, okay, go right ahead. What's your next move? Now, queen takes would have just done the do. This is just painful, as if you take now on h6, then he'll be able to play knight c3, shutting down the diagonal of the attack. He's threatening on a2. He's got c2 in his sights. You're just about to get cooked in this position. By the way, bishop takes, he'll take on a2, take the bishop, and the attack is crashing through over here. But what did he do instead? He played bishop takes c4, thinking, I'm getting through. Looks good. I'm hitting everything. Threatening bishop takes here. This is going to hang. It's over. Until his opponent dropped this deflecting move. Rook d8 check on the board. Oh, a stunner. Where did that come from? And now he had to take, and queen takes, and he can no longer shut down the diagonal with knight to c3. The bishop turns now into an absolute monster. The only thing you can do, shaking your head, is this. And then he hits you with rook to h1. Threats are coming from every direction. Let me check you here. Let me go hunt you down. Mate threat on the board that you can't stop. You've got to gift the guy this rook back. And this, by the way, you can always play check, but you can't follow up with anything at all in this position. And so bishop d5, king d8. The game ended just miserably as the rook went back to h1, and now he took a pawn, and after e5, his opponent played check, preparing to play rook h7. painful turnaround. You go from just give me the point to, oh God, I'm dead in one just ridiculous blow after rook to d8 with check. I'm sure he's talking to himself still after that turnaround in this position. Just a bad move. What can you do? That's what happens in these tournaments.
That's exactly what happens. We saw miniatures here, we saw rook and pawn endings, we saw just a complete turnaround. And yeah, painful loss for black there. But let's take a look at the game that's happening on board 20. This is between Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Ivan Zemlyansky. Because Ivan Zemlyansky, very young, just a teenager, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, I mean, definitely a player that you'd think would be up there fighting with the best.
Blitz for
yes,
sure.
in the Blitz, absolutely. And it all kind of went wrong for him as everything just completely collapsed.
Yeah, but the youngsters in this fast format, and it's kind of crazy, yeah, because I remember 2018, the first time I commentated, and Duda was the super young player, and he was the one chasing Magnus Carlsen, almost stopping him winning the Blitz title. And now suddenly he's facing youngsters. Yeah, 7 years later.
It happens fast.
It happens very fast, sometimes too fast, I believe. Yeah, Zemlyansky winning against Duda, that's a huge... Should we take a look at the game?
Yeah, let's have a look through the game because it looked very convincing.
Okay, it was a Sveshnikov. This is very good news for me. I was basically getting my candidate victory in Dortmund 2002 thanks to the Sveshnikov. And there is this line, there was always this line of sacrificing the piece for 3 pawns with takes, bishop d7, e takes f5. A very tricky kind of line. Let's see how Zemlyansky played it. Castles, e4. They are trying to get counterplay on the e5 square. This is very typical. Put something on e5, knight on e5, or maybe the rook comes to e5, fighting against the d5 knight, fighting against the f5 pawn. Rook e1, rook b8, a4. So white established perfect grip on the position. I believe this was some kind of a tabi already 15 years ago, or maybe 10, time flies. Rook e8, queen g4, king h8, rook takes e4. It seems like, let's count, white has 7 pawns versus 3, so it is basically 4 pawns for the piece. Normally it's more than enough, but this is the Sveshnikov. And the move rook e5, I told you something will land on e5, and this gives counterplay. After rook takes e5, knight takes e5, suddenly this bishop on d7 is a monster eyeing both direction. Which move did Jan-Krzysztof do? Queen e2, protecting the grip on the b5 bishop, but now suddenly black takes on f5 and the piece play comes to life. This is the reason why I love the Sveshnikov so much, that whenever you get the dynamics going, then you get fantastic play. f3, bishop e6, knight b6, queen c7. Yeah, small little check is also maybe threatening slowly, but
it's in the air.
It's in the air. Queen e3 played, d5. The dark square bishop will be the monster because the dark squares are weak in white's camp. The pawn on f3 is misplaced. Let's just get the chance to put the pawn on f2 and the pawn on h3, and we might be talking about dynamic equality, but not like with the pawn on f3. So what happened? King h1, rook d8, preparing some d5, d4 at the right moment. And if that comes, and it comes, then everything falls apart for white. White's pieces are beautifully harmonized, coordinated. Black's pieces, yes. Sorry, and that's it. White is fighting for his life, but how long you can fight against the pieces? One minor piece got traded, but black has the 2 bishops, the pair of bishops, which should decide a game like this. And there is no perpetual. There's just no perpetual. And then black also won in style with bishop g4 and delivering checkmate with a lovely king on h5 against white's king.
Yeah.
These kids, well, let me show you another kid do work against a vet as 1-0 Edajmus beat Arkady Naidish, who's a very strong player, a veteran. But look at this position here. As white, you might decide to play solidly, Peter style. Maybe a little rook c3 kind of position would be your joyful move to play. You got the rank.
But he played g4 or what?
Of course he played g4. You see, you guessed it immediately. You know how these kids are, the optimism of youth. We're going to go for it, play g4, make f5 work some kind of way. It doesn't matter if you're not really that much better, even slightly better as white, and also your king's exposed. Who cares about a little thing like your exposed king? But take a look at what he did to his opponent. Now he played a positional move. He plays g4, continues with b4 without just playing f5. His opponent played bishop f8. Now he said, okay, here I come, f5. And the attack just rolled after queen to e1. Very nice move, preparing e6. Let's go. And now queen e5. That was like 5 moves from g4 to queen e5 along the diagonal. And now f6, a little tricky trap. If you take bishop g7, hits your bishop, and you're dropping material. We don't care about that. What we did is establish this pawn on the e6 square. Look at these pawns. Just nasty. His opponent played rook takes there, but your f pawn for my b pawn, that's a good trade. We'll take care of that one. And now h5 trying to crack the structure. Sure, you could do that. Let's play e7. We'll give you that pawn. No problem about it. This is a very nice decision on his part, by the way, because what does he get is the e6 square. He did waffle for a moment after moving his rook. He played this move attacking. His opponent dropped the rook back, and he went back, and then he said, okay, I got you. I'm just going to drop this bishop back. I'm hitting here. My pawn is getting ready to advance. You're going to get steamrolled. His opponent played d4, trying to block the bishop, but after takes, he resigned because this rook takes on the square just simply allows queen to f7, trading off the one blockader. This pawn's going to become a queen. That was dominating. g4, Peter, not the rook c3 stuff. Too calm.
Yes. Can I have just one question that after g4, how come Arca did not play f5? Because I felt like after g4, if white gets f5, then it's game over. Can't he play immediately f5 or even after rook c8, b4, f5? But we have to stop f5 at all cost. No, here it was impossible. What?
Well, there's a capture. Okay, let's play your instinct and rook c8.
Exactly.
Let's go back here and give this move. But he should have played f5 now. So your moment is, it's now that he should play f5. This was a little bit of a tempo waste, but f5 now, actually, your rook move hung the pawn.
Now the pawn is hanging, yes.
That's pretty hilarious.
But okay, maybe I can actually call it a sacrifice because at least I'm getting some counterplay.
At least you stopped the steamroll of pawns flying down the board. So yes, that was that one moment. But otherwise, great win.
Yeah, great win, and I don't know if you both saw, but that end was played with like seconds left on the clock as well. So a fantastic win from the kids.
The kids can handle the
such things.
Yes.
Yeah, and I also kind of want to just show you the beautiful finish that was between Jumbabayev against Lenia Dominguez, because it's a great finish. Just the last move.
Wow. Yes, of course. F5, F4. Let's just put it back and let me highlight it. Yeah, that this is the typical way of how do we break, and this is one of the most pleasing things in chess when we can break through.
Which board number are we talking about?
Number 21. It's 21. Just the final move. But
Jumbabayev against Dominguez.
I'm a big fan of the aesthetic.
What a finish.
And it's all about the breakthrough.
Where did this second F-pawn came from, right?
So we should just show like why the F-pawn is untouchable. You take with the G-pawn. That's a very simple one.
Then it's E3. If you take with the G-pawn, then
it's G3.
Then it's G3.
G3.
Yes.
And
that's it.
There's a pawn that's becoming a lady.
Yes.
That's why it's nice to be up a pawn.
Yeah, in a king pawn ending, even better.
Absolutely, yeah. So it was a wonderful finish for Lenier. By the way, also Wesley made a hat-trick. He won 3 games in a row, so he's very much back in the mix after that horror start, taking down Puranik with the black pieces. Richard Rapport has also won his game, so Fabiano Caruana had this miniature win against Kadric.
And how did our trio do? You know, we saw Fabiano won his game very early on.
Where is Alireza? Alireza drew against Nesterov. He drew against Nesterov. He's a very solid player. I talked to Dubov that I was saying like in the World Cup that yes, I feel very sorry for you guys that you can't play this tournaments now, so too many tournaments and like this, and just play in Russia. And Dubov told me yes, if you are playing against Nesterov, you can only lose rating because these guys are so super solid, but they have like 2580, 2600 marks. Somebody has 2550, and they play brilliant chess. You cannot win a game. And that's why some of the Russian players are bleeding ratings. Yeah, it's horror to see that, you know, okay, now Yesipenko is the candidate, so I'm very happy that he will be able to showcase his talent, yeah, but also Grishchuk is playing inside Russia, Daniel Dubov, and you can't really win a game. They are very solid.
Yeah, absolutely. And a name that you mentioned as well, Vladislav Artemiev, you know, he's been over 2,700.
2760
yes.
in Vaikanzi 2020. And now he's 2640. Come on. What is happening? Yeah, it's a crazy world.
It is a crazy world.
It's funny because back in the Soviet days, they'd play a Soviet championship and it looked like a candidates. Like,
absolutely.
These guys are all your gangsters of chess and they have to play each other to try to win their country's championship. Those days have somewhat passed, for sure. Now they still have very strong players in Russia. And then there are other tournaments like now, you say the same thing, trying to get points inside the U.S. when you've got people like Nakamura. Try to win the U.S. championship with Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Dominguez, Levon Aronian,
yes,
Wesley, Hans. The list goes on. And yes, Fabi has managed to win a number, 3 in a row. Right now, going for 4 in a row next year. So
incredible.
Wait a minute, he's won 4 in a row. Excuse me,
4 in a row already.
To win 5 in a row.
Yeah, well, that would be a hat trick, right?
Past Bobby Fischer, by the way, in a streak.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, we'll see whether Fabi does it next year. But it was an eventful round, and let's take a look at the results. We saw some decisive games at the top, and that means that there are now just 2 leaders.
Well, what's this?
This is already, no, this is the pairing of the 4th round. We are the results.
Yeah,
well, we don't see the results up there.
We'll get it ready for you. Don't worry. Don't panic.
Yeah.
It is there. And Magnus Carlsen, after that very clinical win with the black pieces, he proceeds to 100%, 4 points out of 4. It's been a dream start for him. It's also been a dream start for Arjun Erigaisi with a very impressive finish there against Aram Hakabun. Sorry about that. Peter, I know you have a close connection with Armenia, but sometimes these names are different.
Yeah, but Hakopian also tricks me because I know Hakopian, yes? My good friend Vladimir Hakopian, and then suddenly Hakopian, what's happening?
What about Varush and Hakobian also?
Yes, also, yes, in the mix.
Yeah, and also wins.
Who's playing here too, by the way?
He is playing Maxime Vachilegraf and Yavakir Sindarov, Gukesh and Anish Giri. It was also a very quick win for Fabiano Caruana. It was also pretty eventful in the women's as well, because from the leaders, we started the round with 7 players on 100%. That whittled down to just 1, as it was only Zhujina who managed to win her game against Nana Zagnitsa, and she finishes the day on the sole lead with 4 points out of 4. And if we bring up the standings, I mean, it would be absolutely fantastic to bring up the standings. For the women, we can see that there is a big chasing pack behind her. Nino Batshishvili, Alexandra Gareshkina, Maria Muzichuk. I mean, these are some of the biggest names in chess. And Antonetta Stefanova, Yushin Song. That is very important that she is up there at the top, because she is one of the players also fighting for that candidate spot.
She still has
alongside
chances, yes?
Bibisara Asaubaeva and Anna Muzichuk.
Well, I think that both Anna and Bibisara have 3 points. We don't see them on the list because maybe their tie breaks are not as good, but I think they are very much there.
Yeah, there's still a day where tomorrow will be a day where anything pretty much goes, and that's where we're going to get a real feeling for who's in shape, who is going to carry on with that momentum. But for the ladies, they're going to be looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, Zhuzhina is one of those players. She could just dominate.
Yes.
Extremely strong. I'm very impressed.
Very impressive.
By her. I'm waiting to her to make that next surge because she just shows incredible fighting spirit.
Absolutely. And yeah, what a round, what a round. But one more round for the Open. 5 games that we're going to be seeing.
We get to see the matchup that we've been waiting for the day.
Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces probably against Magnus Carlsen. What do we think? What do we expect?
Well, I think that clearly Arjun would have preferred to have the white pieces against Magnus because playing with black against Magnus, it's not easy. But if you are 4 out of 4, excuse me, I think you sign it, no? Okay, give me Magnus. It means I'm 4 out of 4. Well, it will be a clash of styles, yeah, because we have seen that Arjun is very aggressive. He likes to create a lot of complications. But will Magnus give him the chance? Yeah, or will he just, you know, make sure that he has everything under control and then squeezing? Maurice, what is your take?
I got to tell you, the final moment in his game, that is Arjun's game, was Magnus was watching. Magnus came in after Arjun was just rolling, and he saw bang, bang, boom, bam, and he just saw blood flowing out of the opponent's face. And like, oh, yo, this guy is balling right now. So Magnus is kind of like, you know what? That position is not happening on my board. We don't need it to get wild. He calls it old man chess. I think you're going to see old man chess out of Magnus. Just play boring, flatten the game, and make sure he controls the whole thing. And Arjun is not going to have a whisper of a chance to make it complicated. That's why I think is going to be his goal. Now, whether or not he's able to succeed at it, a whole different question.
Well, we'll see whether things get spicy. But one thing for sure, it's going to be an exciting matchup. Now, earlier on, I apologize. I put you both on the spot because I asked you, you know, what was your favorite FIDE tournament of the year? And I know, Peter, you struggled to answer that one. But now I'm going to put you on the spot again because we also have a second poll where we're asking, what was your favorite non-FIDE tournament of the year? Now, I think I know what Maurice is going to answer. The Grand Chess Tour, that's one option. Freestyle chess, Norway chess, or the Global Chess League. Ooh.
Well, for me, it's the not only freestyle, but it is the Weissenhaus stage in February when Magnus Carlsen did not win. Vincent beat Alireza Firouzja, beat Magnus Carlsen, and beat Fabiano Caruana, and took the title. That's absolutely my event of the year.
Yeah.
Is this a poll where the fans get to answer separate from us?
Yeah,
so we get to influence them before they vote?
I think that's pretty fair, because I know that you're going to try and influence them in one way.
But we didn't even answer your first poll. Did we give a real answer to your first poll?
You basically said anything but the team's event.
No, that wasn't my answer. I just didn't want to influence the fans. My answer is clearly the World Cup. There's no question about it. To me, that was slam dunk. That tournament, to me, is the most brutal thing possible. The gauntlet going through all those players. The Grand Slam was great as well. But the World Cup, man, you survived that. You've done work. So that is definitively my answer. Now, you want me? You're suspecting I'm going to say the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes.
As the answer.
I think you're contractually
and I thought you were going to say clutch chess because that's really my answer. But it looks like if I have to go with favorite of the year, wait a second. What were the other two?
So it was the Freestyle Norway Chess or the Global Chess League.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the Grand Chess Tour. Sorry.
Okay, so, well, I'm going to try and influence everyone to vote for the Norway Chess, because that was absolutely insane. You know, we didn't know who was going to win it until the very final moments. We had the whole emotional moment from Magnus, where he slammed the table after Gukesh
That's pretty
fought
good.
back. And it just was something a bit special with all those Armageddons. So that was my personal favorite. It was also the one I commented on. So I was there.
Yeah, but that's why I think it's always very nice to commentate on events, because then you know all the drama. You know exactly, it's not just the final standings tells you the picture, but you have all these emotions carrying in yourself. And that's why you know that how special those events were.
Exactly. And, you know, also with Norway Chess, I love the fact that it also had a Norway Chess women as well, you know, where Anna Mizichuk won. And Ju Jun was such... You know, she was in such killer shape the year before, but here, you know, it was Anna, the one that won the prize. So I loved it.
The Global Chess League was pretty good too. I'm not trying to influence anyone, but I think all those tournaments, in fact, I'm going to do it negatively. So all those are good choices. Whichever one the fans pick will be a good choice.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't go wrong. So you just vote with your heart. And we, of course, share with you the answers of the poll. Who put the most convincing case forward?
Well, I don't know, but do we already have the result of the first poll? When will it be?
Well, so far, I can tell you, well, not the first one, but I can tell you that in the lead, when it comes to the non-FIDE tournament, is freestyle.
Wow.
So 38%.
Okay, so my influence, yeah?
And second is 29%. So we'll see at the end of the day whether we've had much influence on the polling. But, well, the pairings are out for round 5, and the round is soon going to begin. I can just, turning around, I can see that everyone is seated at the board. The opens, they are ready. It's as we expected. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Arjun Erigaisi. Alexander Grishuk plays against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, these are big names. Vladislav Artemiev plays against Ralph Mamedov. He's so dangerous with the white pieces. He's like a rapid blitz chess specialist. Sindarov against Sargsyan. Gukesh against the, you said 15-year-old?
15-year-old, yes.
Movahed. So that one's one we're going to keep an eye on. And
15-year-old Krishna Gautam against Anish Giri.
Mm-hmm. We're going to finish the day with a bang.
Yeah, a lot will shake out after this next round. Remember Fabiano Caruana, he was sitting on what, board 2 to start? Or board 3? One of those boards, one of those top boards. And then he got relegated to somewhere in the 50s. He's fought his way, clawed his way all the way back now to number 9. And a win here will put him easily in the top 5 boards. Mm-hmm. So a victory is on his mind there to say, yeah, I did. That draw was just a Swiss gambit. I gave it up early, so get some easier pairings and make it all the way back. These two, however, no Swiss gambit in their minds, no gift of a half a point. It's going to be Arjun versus Magnus. And after this round, there can only be one player remaining with a perfect score. And at the moment, Magnus is late.
Yes, Magnus
we will
is
be
late.
on the Magnus sighting as the seconds tick away. I'm looking down, though, into the hall, and I see Magnus quickly making his way to board 1, rushing as fast as possible, and he's about to arrive at the board, and there he is shaking hands with Arjun, having lost a few seconds on his clock.
Yeah, he's lost a few seconds, but it's nothing critical. I mean, he does start off with 15 minutes, so he's just adjusting the pieces. This is almost like a ritual for the chess players, just to get them into the zone. What is he going to open with? We've seen him be very successful with d4. Well, he goes for knight to f3. Now, what is Arjun going to respond? Knight to f6.
Right, this should be a game. We'll bounce away from this game every so often, but this is almost the kind of game you say, we're going to stay most of the time on this matchup because the winner here takes the lead after day 1.
And Peter, if we could bring up the game so that we can just see everything in fine detail. So the knights came out, then c4. This seems to have caused Arjun just a pause for the moment. But e6.
Yeah, because there are so many different transformations that after c4, Magnus invited Arjun that, okay, play c4, c5, then we are transposing to English. Arjun said, thank you very much, I decline. I want to transfer it to the e6, d5 kind of structures. And we have a move.
We do have a move.
And we see another 4th move, knight d7.
And still the bishop comes out to g5. Now, is Arjun going to go for the c5? No, the bishop
No, he goes for bishop b4. Yeah, he's always going for the sharp stuff. And he goes for this old Ragozin line, which probably Magnus is not so happy seeing, or maybe he's happy, but certainly it's not something that you recently checked because it's out of fashion.
Yeah, it was an interesting way to actually play the Ragozin because it rules out the queen a5 lines. But on the flip side, in some of those Ragozin lines, you know, the bishop on c8 gets out to f5. That's not going to be happening here.
Exactly, yes. So basically what used to be is that white also can play another move e3 without cd-ed, because with cd-ed we enter some incredible big jungle with knight b7. I'm very curious to see how Magnus will react and how much time he takes here. Because it's a big choice and a very important one.
It is a big choice indeed. I mean, we could be seeing something very similar to what happened in the Nana Zaknitsa against Jugener game, where the queen comes to c2, you know, c takes d5.
Yes, but there b6 was included.
Yes.
I don't believe that we will see b6 in this game.
No.
Because it's much more that black will try to play with some c5. For example, if white includes cd-ed and then plays something like e3, then we have different kind of possibilities. And we have a move. Magnus played the move.
Played e3.
e3, exactly. This is the professional move. And after e3, black anyway reacted with c5. And now Magnus captured on d5, cd, when ed is answered. And d takes c5, yeah. This is the solid line to shut the sharp line down. It was also my kind of choice in 2014. Yeah, e takes d5, d takes c5. And you allow, I mean, you stop any kind of craziness with c5, c4. You don't allow this crazy kind of complications when things get out of control. D takes c5, and then black has to be precise to kind of maintain equality. I think the last state of theory was that actually black is kind of holding, but I don't know how familiar the players are with all the details. Queen a5. I have forgotten all of them.
Isn't it like rook c1?
There were also, and then with h6, bishop h4 included, that's a completely different animal compared to, you know, it's very confusing.
Hang on, I'm just remembering my, like, knight d2. I think I always like to do knight d. Keep it safe.
Yes.
No knight e4 on the agenda after those.
Exactly, and knight e4 is a devastating kind of threat.
So, you know, Magnus actually often chooses the path of minimum risk. So what do you think he's going to go? Rook c1, knight to d2? Which one is the safer?
There was also queen d4 somewhere. Isn't this the position that white can actually play this queen d4 move, which invites bishop takes c5 and white falls back with the king to d2? And that was a very solid kind of play, but it was not really promising advantage. So it's like we talked about, Maurice also had the same opinion that Arjun will try to sharpen things up at all cost, and Magnus will try to shut the game, the complications down as much as possible. Now, who will prevail?
Yes, and already we have an imbalanced pawn structure, which is the first step for Arjun in the game. Create the isolated pawn. Yes, I have a weakness, but I have some dynamic chances as well. So we see that has transpired. So give that plus to Arjun to start off the game, that he got some kind of imbalance in the structure. It's not symmetric. It's not just one of those stop solid, nothing going on type positions. Very sharp position indeed, and Magnus has made a move as we see this
and
nice
he
shot.
goes for Jovanka's knight d2. Yeah, the old classic. Yeah, this knight d2 was there.
But again, you know, I wouldn't say Magnus goes for the most boring position or shut things down position, but he also knows who he's playing. And so psychologically, he's going to balance the best move with the move that is best against this particular opponent. So he's a simple master, the way Lasker was a master at this strategy. He does it incredibly well, and so he'll dictate terms as he thinks, all right, I could play that other move, I see it, but what about this one? Arjun is not going to feel comfortable if I play this move. And already Arjun is pausing.
Right, and I was actually just going to say, you know, knight d2 sets its own problems, right? Because the choice now for black is, do you go queen takes c5 or do you go bishop takes knight? And yes, you know, you might saddle white with a bad c-pawn.
Which he has done.
Which he has done. But White does get, as some kind of compensation, complete control of the dark squares and the bishop pair. So Arjun is definitely the one that has to tread very carefully here.
Yes.
And we get a very, very imbalanced and almost permanently, at least in the short term, so maybe the word permanent is not quite the best choice of words, but we see Magnus at this point, finally, after rushing to the board, probably felt a little hot under the collar as he knew he had to speed to the board, but now he's got a position he knows and knows how to play, because you see him take his jacket off and kind of calmly get back to business, go get a little bit of water, get himself ready, because he's not in a position where he's thinking, okay, I'm somehow disoriented. We got a chess position on our hands, and it's very imbalanced. He doesn't mind an imbalance as long as he can control the action.
Absolutely. And can I just share with you something a little bit funny about 3 of the top 4 boards? They have very unconventional pawn structures. So the first one is Alexander Grishik against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Have a look at the pawn
That was
structure
actually
there.
the A3 Naidov that we talked about.
Yeah.
Yes, this is how it comes. And look at this. He's looking aside, trying to remember some preparation. And MVL probably very confidently blitzed out the most precise way, because he's a Naidov specialist. Yeah, he has to know.
He's not going to be allowing an early G4 from White there. And I just like the unusual pawn structure. And what was funny whilst the players are thinking, have a look at the pawn structure on board 4 between Sindarov against Shant Sargsyan.
That's pretty funny.
When have you seen, early on I said, let's face it, 3 is better than 2. Why have double pawns when you can have 3?
Well, it does happen in the Catalan, the black side of a Catalan.
Yeah, just look at all that traffic happening on the sea line.
That is a lot of traffic on the sea line, for sure. You wouldn't worry about being down a pawn here if those are the pawns that your opponent has, especially in an opposite colored bishop position. The real question is, what is your bishop going to do long term? Who has the better bishop? Because that light square bishop looks very munchy right now, like it's going to be snacking on the C pawn. The A pawn will hang, so the rook will have to guard that pawn. And his opponent does not look like bothered at all. He's like, I got a bishop on E6. And I know how to use it, and you better defend it. In the meantime, the white bishop would love to get to the D4 square. The white dark square bishop would love to get to the D4 square, but C5 will always be a problem to keep that bishop out, and so the bishop will not have that much to do. Yeah. So I think that black feels very comfortable here with very good reason.
It's also some kind of a preparation by him. Yeah, you don't reach this position just by accident, and you have 13 minutes, 45 seconds on the board, on the clock, and it just shows that why Shant Sargsyan felt like I can afford that draw with the white pieces, because actually probably he believes that his black preparation is very powerful.
By the way, breaking news, board 8, Daniel Darda against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That board has ended in a draw already, in a position that you won't say, Peter, that's the boring Berlin. This was a conscious decision on their part to make a draw in the last round of the day after having a long day, that they decided we're going to draw in this one. This one is still full of life. Anything could absolutely happen here. If you had to play for a win, you'd gladly take such an imbalanced position. This is a strategic decision on their part that they just did not want to battle. Nepo said, you offer me a draw? Sure. I'll take it. I'll just go get my rest now while these suckers fight it out. But that's still a half a point.
Actually, it's a little bit surprising if you look at not only the position, but on the clocks. Actually, black is up 5.5 minutes, more than 5.5 minutes. And we know that Jan is always an optimist. Does it mean that maybe he was thinking like objective white is better and then let's call it a day?
Also a possibility. The engine does think that white's a little bit better in this position, so he wasn't as comfortable. That's a mix. Clock versus, we've seen a little bit better turn into a lot worse, so you could keep playing. But he decided, his opponent, I guess, played bishop b2 and said, would you like a draw? Maybe it's time I just get out of here before things get hairy. Still, big result. Last year's co-blitz champion, which we will not see this year, but a co-blitz champion, he is now done for the day and letting the rest of them fight it out.
And someone else that is done for the day is Andrei Yesipenko, as he agreed a draw against Alexander Shimanov. And there I'm going to put the blame solely on Shimanov. Actually, no, I'm not. It was a mutual thing. I mean, it was a pretty symmetrical, kind of very even type of position. But those players have finished for the day. Very calm waters there. And
well, back to the Magnus game.
Magnus game, yes.
He's down 5 minutes on the clock. He wasn't 5 minutes late for the game. He was only about 30 seconds late for the
30 seconds,
game.
Yeah.
But now he's down a full 5 and stretching it, going on to 6 minutes on the clock in this position. And it's not some good player, but not exactly 2,700, 2,770 level player. This guy's Arjun Erigaisi, one of the top young guns on the planet, top 5 in the world.
Well, I actually call it a draw. The game will be a draw. I don't see, because there is too much confrontation, and now we see rook c1, queen a5 happening. White might get a tiny, small little edge, but the clocks, that extra 5-6 minutes advantage for Arjun should be enough to neutralize the pressure. I'm calling it a draw.
You're calling it a draw.
Yes.
Okay, well, the bishops are coming off.
But clearly Magnus is hoping to squeeze black, but somehow, the bishops are traded. This pawn is weak, but it's not a problem. If white could castle and then get knight b3 in, then the whole position would be full of potential for white, because then the queen gets access to the d5 pawn and everything makes sense. But without this one little detail that the castle is missing, black is threatening to take on c5 and just liquidate everything.
Here's a sharp move here, though, queen g4.
I was going to suggest that queen g4, attack g7, not easy to defend it because the knight is hanging on d7.
Yeah, the line looks like it runs knight takes on c5 and give up g7 to play knight d3 check. That's enough, a little spice, but I imagine the preparation is pretty good. Arjun probably knows exactly how to play this position if Magnus plays the move, because it looks like he's whipped out his moves to this point.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Yeah, actually it's a key moment, because if Magnus is really ambitious, but he opts for a solid move.
He just castles instead.
Castles,
development over everything. It's not really in Magnus's style, to kind of hit that red button and say, let's roll the dice, let's go.
Yeah, but it's kind of a silent draw for castles. And that was my kind of, I hate predictions and I don't dare to call out things, but it just was in the air that the decisions that Magnus took before by playing bishop takes f6 signal to me that he will go for this liquidation. There we go. Knight takes c5, knight b3. And you don't have to be Nostradamus to call out a draw here.
Yeah, that again, I'm going to go back to that moment he watched the end of that last game. You like to know if your opponent is in form or not. And when you see your opponent whip out some vicious tactics, you think, I don't want to go into a dogfight with him exactly. I want to keep it under control. That queen g4 would have made it spicy, but his opponent has been playing move instantly. His opponent, Arjun Erigaisi, again, one of the top players on the planet, and showing his deep preparation, comfortable preparation. Magnus doesn't want to go into opening battles. It's one of the things he hates about chess. He'd rather we play some random position, like Fischer random, if you will. Now, we know his freestyle. To go into this preparation, you play queen g4, Arjun was going to instantly make the next few moves as well. So this is a safe and logical choice.
Right.
The old man chess, he calls it.
Oh, man. Well, okay, finishing the day on 4.5 out of 5 ain't bad, and it sets him up very nicely for day 2. And earlier on, I did ask you what was the most exciting non-FIDE event of the year. We gave you options: freestyle, Norway, and Grand Chess Tour, Global Chess League, and the results are in. You guys asked, we delivered.
All right.
So freestyle chess was the winner, 37%.
Wow, 37%.
Yeah. Norway chess came in second. It was a very exciting. Grand Chess Tour, 19%, and Global Chess League, which was fabulous, absolutely incredible stuff there. 15% just happened just now in Mumbai. In fact, it seems to have set the players up in good shape, because everyone who played in the Global Chess League is doing really well, actually. It was once said to me by someone that you often want to be playing 2 tournaments in a row. The first one may or may not go well, but the second one tends to go super well. By the third one, you know, that depends on how young and how fit you are.
Yes. But I also want to add just one thing to this game, that basically it shows that Magnus has tremendous respect to Arjun. Yeah, because otherwise this is so uncharacteristic for Magnus to shut the game down like this with the white pieces. But probably he just felt like, okay, I'm 4 out of 4. I'm not going to take too much risks.
Can I go back to the fact that he just saw what Arjun just did?
Yes.
Sometimes it's not good to go look at the guy's games.
But then you know what Peter Heine should have sent him? He should have sent him this screenshot from your analysis with Rook E5, that he could have been crushed. You know, this is the preparation you need.
That's
yes?
right. He's got a weakness here. He's not doesn't look like he's flowing all that well. He could have been definitely put under heavy pressure. That's a different impression. But when you come over to a board, I'm telling you, the guy's 4 out of 4, and you thought you were doing pretty good, and you see him do the Spankalicious on the, it's like, whoa, he's playing like that. Listen, I'm not letting anything wild happen on his board. This board that we're going to have, let's stay cool, calm, and collected. Even the best player in the world, he knows his customers.
Right. Well, cool, calm, collected makes perfect chess, but I'm going to move us away from this because I feel like this is going to be fizzling out
I think
into a draw.
we can stay here because I believe that in the next couple of moves they will shake hands.
Okay.
And let's not miss out the...
Okay, let's catch the handshake, because after this I would really like to revisit the game between Alexander Grishik and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Sure.
It's funny you said that because
yes.
Maxime was just over the shoulder of Arjun. He looked at the board, then he glanced up at Magnus, and then he turned and walked away. And that is clearly very important in his mind because he knows he can catch the 2 of them.
And in fact, now many players can catch them, yeah? If this
hang
game
on
is
a second. Maxime was up and watching others' games. That means one thing, that he's very confident about his position.
Exactly.
Because you don't stand up when it comes to playing rapid chess. I mean, you're there, you are locked in.
And there we have it.
Yeah.
On the board.
He was highly curious about that game because he probably just, do I have to play for a win? That's the other thing, too. Do I have to take chances to stay close? Should I not like crazy chances, but do I lean towards risky? Or if Magnus is not going to win or Arjun's going to win, I'm like, you know what? I'm only going to be a half a point behind if I get a draw.
Mm-hmm. But Maurice, look at the position. I think the answer is clear, right? Yeah. Because things are out of control and it looks quite nice for black.
Yes, it does. The bishop on h6 doing some nifty footwork there, defending the g7 point, but also bearing down on d2. And also the white king is the one that feels a little bit sensitive, whereas black king can just sit comfortably on e7 and is a little bit untouchable
also,
for the time being.
Pawn structure is compromised, right? Because this h2, f2, f5 kind of construction, if ever a rook g8 move comes, it's game over. Yeah, so black has ideas of just putting the king on e7. It might feel perfectly safe behind all those pawns, and then rook g8 comes, and I'm struggling to actually see how, king e7 played. How is Sasha holding on in this position? Things went horribly wrong for him.
King e7 played.
Did we mention he's down a pawn?
Nope, I didn't get that far.
That's also an argument.
Part of the issue here is just a simple, straight extra pawn. Yes, they're doubled, but guess what? If that f5 pawn ever drops, those double pawns turn into monsters in the long run. So this last move by Maxime, you are so right. Talking about the security of the king on e7. The pawn chain says it all. It's like Hannibal trying to scale the Alps. We know he did it, but you try to get past these pawns will be very difficult to pull off because you have no pawn breaks, no reasonable pawn breaks to crack the structure. Your best one is f4, and you ain't never going to play f4. This is not going to happen. c3, you weaken your own king, so you can't crack the structure. Black has a wall, a mountain chain of pawns, giving him pure security there. definitely we got to like black.
Could you do it with pieces? Like I'm okay, because I'm trying to be cheapo queen. I was trying for queen h3, rook g1, trying that kind of idea. But
yeah, but then the e4 bishop is falling. Yeah, so he needs to actually, the whole idea of this variation is based on establishing control of the e4 square. That's what white is aiming for with this e takes f5 structure. But now that he has lost the control of the e4 square, because yes, the bishop is still hanging on to e4, but with the knight on c5, this lovely queen f4, bishop h6 combo, pressure on the d2 knight, it feels like black is controlling the whole board.
Absolutely. And where's the queen going to go now? Does she
Yeah, it's
really
a horror scenario.
Maybe you have to go queen h3 and just grit your teeth.
Make note of the clock times. 10:15 for Maxime, 3:39 and ticking down. That's a huge time disadvantage with the pawn down, with the challenge position. Not fun at all.
But one thing I gotta say, it is Grishik. He is used to living life on the edge.
He is playing Maxime, though. Another guy.
And if it would only be the clock, I would say yes. But the position and the clock together, in fact, forget about the clock. We could give 1 hour to Sasha. I would still be very worried because the position is bad.
Yeah, and again, it's Maxime. It's not like you're going to trick him. He's going to trick you. This guy, if anything, is so sharp, so tactical that you're just going to see moves appear on the board like wizardry. So very difficult to see him manage to save this game, which will bring Maxime all the way up to a tie for first if that other game, the key game we've been looking at, is a draw.
Well, the players are not agreeing to a draw immediately in the game between Magnus and Arjun.
I don't think it's going to happen that way. It's going to have to be a repetition. Magnus is just not going to offer a draw. I think his professional pride won't let him offer a draw. It's even material. We'll repeat the position, maybe. But
yes, or have a complete liquidation.
Yeah, it's like a complete liquidation, or we repeat the position. But for him to say, "Would you like a draw?"
Yes, it
don't.
should be enough to look at each other that this is not that draw. This is how the game should end.
Exactly.
Not by offering. Yeah.
Interesting, the psychology at play. Magnus doesn't want to offer a draw.
Yeah, you just don't want to offer. It's a little bit a sign of weakness, yeah, like begging for a draw. I mean, what are you doing? Yeah, no.
Okay, can we just check in on another game, which is between Gukesh and Movahed?
We'll be very happy to do that because, Movahed, we haven't even seen any of his games yet, but he's doing so brilliantly. The question though is his position right now looks very suspicious. And here we have Sina Movahed against the current classical world champion Gukesh, who is only 19 years old himself, but compared to Sina, he is already a very experienced kind of player. White has the total grip on the light squares. White is able even to establish some more control with knight e4 because bishop d5, rook d5, and then the tactic with knight f4 will eventually run into, I can even put it on the board, it will be easier, because a little bit too many arrows that this tactic that seemingly wins the rook backfires because after g takes f4, queen takes d5, there is knight f6 check, a beautiful tactical shot, a very typical one, and White wins the queen and the game. So because of this, White has the chance of putting the knight on e4, or will he play, actually he played the move knight c4, so he's trying to have another, what is it? Is it bishop e4, knight c3, to try to get the perfect control or harmony like this?
Well, that looks completely wonderful, right?
Yes, the pawn on
knight
b4
e3 just cements that knight to d5.
Yes.
I mean, could you even be funny and try to kind of get the bishop to e4 and then try to get up some kind of battery with the queen and bishop? And
yes. No, this is a horrible position for black.
Yeah, this bishop on f8 is just no good. And you're not gonna. Maybe what black has to do is to try to dislodge this knight from d5, knight c7.
But the other guy comes. Yeah, there are two knights. Usually, often there is this saying that if two knights are fighting for the same square, this is not ideal. But now they are reinforcing each other. Yeah, it's. I'm as a Sveshnikov player, my heart is bleeding for black because this is not the right Sveshnikov, and actually it came from a Najdorf, which makes it even more sad because there are no dynamics.
Yeah. Well. It's looking good for Gukesh, but can he find the right maneuvers in order to maximize his advantage? We'll find out. Maurice, what do you have for us?
Just a quick glance. I want to show something because this kind of stuff does not happen to really strong players very often. In this opening line, we see white is Jose Martinez Alcantara, who goes by, what is this?
Jospem,
yes, indeed. An incredible online blitz player. He's playing against Robert Hovhannisyan, and he played this very cagey double fianchetto line, but look how Black treated it. Black treated it like you treat like some 1800. So I'm just going to trade on the bishop, and guess what? I'm not even just that. I'm going to play h5. You're playing h5. I'm going to play h4. Like, we've won how many games like this in simuls, right? Playing chess like this. It turns out it worked out really well for him. You don't want to capture here because you run into the basic attack with g5, queen h3, et cetera, et cetera. We've seen all this many times, and many of our viewers are looking, going, yeah, I know how to do this. That's how you do it. Fischer, of course, Bobby Fischer showed it famously in the Yugoslav attack. And after takes, he just took and took over the center. He's got this queen h3 problem that Black has to face. Fantastic position right out of the opening. Again, the kind of weird thing you see that within 11 moves, a top GM, or a very strong GM anyway, could have this kind of trouble in his position.
Yeah, I mean, how did it continue as well? Because...
Well, he did play king back to g1, and the queen landed on g4, and after knight c3. I mean, it really feels like a Yugoslav attack, but it's kind of basic. How did Black get this quickly? 14 moves, 13 moves in. That's his 14th move. Should have played bishop c5, apparently. But after this move, no trade for you. We're going to keep the file, the attack, the knight's going to g4. It's all good for Black in this position.
Yeah. It's all about the kings, and White is the one who is facing some heavy firepower. So
after just a few moves.
After just, also in such a simple way as well, with h5, bishop h3. Well, it happens to the best of us.
Yes, well, the Magnus game is still on, but we are not missing out on any action. It's still very drawish, but I would love to go back to the Grischuk-Vasil-Lagrave game, because first of all, Sasha is down to a minute. And secondly, he has sacrificed another pawn, but at least his position makes more sense. He's trying to get something going against Maxim's king. Let's take a look. Look at this. Rook he1, then, yeah, let's just see this last moves. Rook h8, queen f1, sacrificing the h2 pawn. Maxim took it. Knight f3, queen g2, queen e2. And yes, the computer says that Black is clearly better, but I see some ideas lining up against Black's king on e7. Maurice, you are sharing my enthusiasm, or you just think like, okay, Black is 2 pawns up and has everything under control?
Well, I do see the potential sack, but I honestly couldn't do anything without seeing the inches move, which we see Maxim spotted, and this spectacular move, bishop to e3, the last move you want to have to calculate with only a minute on your clock. That is a beauty. I told you don't want to have this kind of situation against this guy, Maxim Vasil-Lagrave. So tricky. He sees tactics in the blink of an eye, and suddenly he's dropped this move, and you got to shake your head. Like, what? You see the nervousness now as he's glancing at his clock. Is Grischuk, as is, ticking down inexorably. If he captures, the liquidation happens very fast, and he's going to be ending up down material in an endgame, which he does not want to have. His bishop that's blockading on e4, not going to happen. The f2 pawn is hanging at the moment. So we can just look at this calculation. Takes. It looks good right here until the move knight g3 lands on the board, and it's all going to happen as we see it unfold on the board. Very quick play, and there we go. And it's right now the move he calculated did Maxim, that one, and Grischuk has caught up with time on the clock, but he's going to be down 2 pawns. He might win one back, but it's all passers for black. There's so many of them on the other side.
And Grishik is just down to 33 seconds. It's ticking down as well. Rook slides back. And now it's just a question of just going in with e4.
Yes, okay, you have to close the center. That's clear. The reason why Maxim is posing, he's already thinking about the consequences. So yes, e4, knight d2 should be played, and then rook g4 protects the pawn.
And then you can just get going with the h-pawn. Or
That's a horror. When black gets this bind and can close his eyes and just go.
That knight on g3, stopping rook h1, and you will not have any play. But Maxime is stopping to look at it. The only dream white will have is maybe being able to push the pawn to d5, but he can't even get as far as d6. Maybe some dream someday. Get the pawns on the queen side rolling. It doesn't look likely. But Maxime is not playing the move e4 immediately. It looked like he was reaching for the rook on c8.
okay, but if he
No,
goes...
but what? Cannot be. I mean, d takes e5 is such a big threat, or he does not mind. Wow.
Wow, he doesn't mind. Okay, so you basically inviting white to take on e5, and then he's just arguing that the h-pawn is just going to be a runaway monster.
And he's a pawn up.
Yeah.
Just that's again. He'll look how calm this guy. Look at this guy. He looks like a gangster. Just like, yeah, what? Make your move, man. I got this completely under control. I'm just gonna keep capturing stuff. I'm gonna be up a pawn, and it's two passers. You don't need any more than that to win a chess game.
And an active king, and no counterplay for white. Yeah, because after e4, it could have been a little bit more messy. Very professional choice, and it's the 5th game of the day. Maybe you are playing it with already a very heavy head and so on. You want to keep things simple.
Richard goes into full defense mode right now, but the last thing you want to do is have to defend this position, and it's black who gets to play the next active move. In fact, if you attack the knight with rook g3, what do you do with it?
Yeah, it's a big problem. Okay, ef and then knight d2.
At least you have a threat.
Yes, exactly. Double threat on the h7 pawn, and
But that just encourages the kings to slide over
to g6 and win the game. Yes, I'm not happy. But what can I do after rook g3? I don't see a move.
No, it's very bad. Maxime is cruising, and we see both players actually on the big screen in the hall, both Maxime and Grishchuk, and we see Magnus and Erigaisian. Somehow they're still playing. Why is that game still continuing?
Well, I was actually going to ask your opinion. Is Magnus the one who is really pushing for the win? You know, he's just saying, you know, I have the superior pawn structure. The pawn on d5 is weak. Or
Yes.
is this...
I think the answer to that is yes.
But the thing is, though, after queen to d2, isn't it just a case of defending the pawn on d5 and gritting the teeth, or do you just even
Black
give it
has
up?
also already set up this famous f7, g6, h5 construction. So he says like, okay, take my d5 pawn if we trade queens, yeah? You don't want to defend the 4 versus 3 with queen and rook on the board. But if we trade queens, this is the elemental kind of position. Probably black agrees, but maybe black also does not need to give it up so easily.
No, he's not giving up this pawn, but I'm saying to you, Magnus is not in draw mode right now. I mean, the draw could have been had at any time. If you want to make a draw, you just trade queens.
Yeah.
Put some. Magnus is not in draw mode. It's not that he could have gotten anything. He didn't get anything, but he looks to be in. I'm going to keep testing you, and I'm going to mess around, and yes, it's equal, obviously. But I'm going to mess around and see if you get low on the clock and somewhere you make some slip. And usually, this is where we see the Magnus magic, where it's a draw. Everybody in the world would take a draw. And Magnus goes, I'm not everybody in the world.
What a surprise, right?
And I really think he's trying to win this position. I mean, don't you?
Yes, I do think that he's going to try to win this, but can we just zoom out from this game, because I gotta draw your attention back to the Gukesh
Yes.
overhead game, because I mean we left it. White had full control. White ain't got full control now.
And in 6 moves or
Yeah.
how many moves? I don't really understand what's happening.
With only 31 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, things out of control, and move ahead is an incredible tricky player.
I mean, how did this even occur? Because when we left it, I mean, can we just
It was
quickly
move 26.
rewind? Yeah.
Then we saw like knight c4 total grip, knight c3, and he broke. He broke with g4, probably thinking that he's winning. And after knight f4, he miscalculated something. Gh, knight h5, king h1, queen e6, and it's a Pandora box. Suddenly, black's pieces are out.
G4 was the issue for sure. He thought that was the right break, and it just wasn't poorly timed. That was the big moment. And, you know, you have a nice grip. When you have a nice grip, sometimes just keep the grip. You don't have to do anything. Your opponent can't do anything. So
Exactly.
improve your position. And especially with your rook sitting on A1 earlier. But now it has happened. He didn't, and his rook is still on A1.
Yes.
This is what
bishop h6 happened, activating the bishop. And now look at these bishops, the bishops are pinning the white's position. White is still holding on. He probably will have to, he goes knight g4, hitting the bishop.
Yeah, no doubt my student Madison is watching, and we talk about that rook on A1. You know, she wants to make that break early and get the action going, and it took me a while to get her. Get your pieces in the game before you do anything wild. And now Gukesh had the moment to just bring his rook to D3, get the other rook in the game, have everything ready. Then when you hit with G4 or any break you make, everybody's ready. You take advantage of it. To play G4 too soon, you see that rook sitting in that corner still, and it's like, but your pieces aren't even working. At some point, black has everybody in the game.
Right, some overhead being given a new lease of life. Just to update you on the results, it was a win for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as we expected, against Alexander Grishuk. So a fantastic day for Maxime.
Yes, amazing. And Sindarov Sargsyan game ended in a draw. No surprise there. Bu Rapport also draw. Wesley saw against Denis Lazovic a draw. But all lies on this big game, because Gukesh is, I would not say trouble, but with the clock situation together, it's a scary kind of situation.
Magnus did win the pawn, by the way, on D5, or at least Arjun decided to give it away. And now they have a 4-against-3 classic position that should be drawn. But again, there's no reason for Magnus to just take a draw because he's up a pawn in that position.
Of course, now Gukesh at least traded the queens. But anyway, okay, probably he's holding, probably it's equal position, but just that the impression before was such a fantastic position and things got out of control was a real shock.
Fabiano Caruana doing very well in his game as well, looking like he should win against Aravind, driving that one home. So we say a lot of results are going to really make an impact on this tournament, particularly depending on what happens on board one.
And just checking in on Ali Reza Firouzja. His game is still very much in progress, still anyone's game. Actually, he's in a spot of trouble.
Wow.
So,
and he's only +1, or what is he?
He is, I think, on, yes, +1.
+1 only, yes. But okay, all eyes on this big regrouping. Now also, Gukesh has managed to set up a lovely position. His knight is coming to E4. Now I'm again a believer in White's position. Now White can never be worse.
Well, White is the one that is playing with no time on the clock and very much having to use their instincts. But it's actually funny, actually, how the two knights are fighting well against the bishop pair. Because you'd think, you know, the bishop pair would just absolutely reign supreme. But this bishop on c6 just isn't the best piece. Maybe what White needs to do, sorry, what Black needs to do is start working the magic on the king side. You know, try to target the king there on g2. But that's not going to be easy. I think that's just a pipe dream.
Yes. No, the knights are beautifully controlling everything. The pawn on f3 does an incredible job protecting the e4 knight. The pawn on c4 protects the knight on d5, so White also has ideas like rook d3 and then bring that rook to g1, and maybe when the king walks away to e2, opening up the g file. For Black it will be even. Of course, Black would love to get the king to e6. It's also a typical way of trying to fight, but I'm not sure. I just feel that Stina got over-ambitious, he got too excited and rushed. He had 3 minutes versus 20 seconds on the clock. He should have invested time to make sure that he knows what he's doing, because he allowed the queen trade and this helped Gukesh stabilize.
Here comes the rook. By the way, Artemiev is winning his game against Mamedov. Up material, looks like he's going to go up 2 pawns eventually, so that's a big result coming through. As other games are drawing, Wesley So drew his game. I saw Richard Rapport draw his game. Wesley So against Lasovic, and Richard Rapport got a draw against Bu Zhangji. He had the black pieces. So some results that are impactful again as players are trying to get points, but not so easy. Gukesh definitely wants to win this game, though. There's not a maybe about it.
Black has just sacrificed his pawn on d6. Was it a sacrifice or a blunder? He went rook df8, rook a3, bishop h4, and Gukesh captured that pawn instantly.
Well, I think for Black, you just kind of want to get the activity going with the rooks. The material doesn't matter. Throw in a check.
Yes, rook g5 check, king f1 on the board.
Somehow.
And bishop d7, activating the bishop.
Well, yeah.
Going after White's king, but White's king will start to run towards the center anyway.
But is it safe there? I mean, because if you, as soon as you run to e2, you know, the rook comes down on g2 with a check.
But knight e4. Knight e4 played by Gukesh.
Full control.
Did miss a real chance, did Black, to equalize pretty easily. But now we have this position, and it's those bishops and rooks are swooping.
Yeah, but what will happen next? Yeah, rook e2 check, king e3. So far, everything is logical, but the dark squared bishop is not able to deal a check. A check would be deadly, but this check is not coming.
The thing is, you do have the 2 bishops, and the 2 bishops are weird, right? They do funny things. And also, this bishop could get to g2, the one on h3, could get to g2 somehow. That would be a bit of a problem, right? We get this move, maybe, but this move is counterintuitive. That
it's very difficult.
This one is very difficult. You maybe want to put your rook over here, attack something,
what about
get behind
bishop f5? Because I feel like White's position is kind of hinging on, okay, that was a bad move.
Well, again, this rook gets active, and
I was counting on bishop takes knight.
But we've got to say, this is a weird one right in this moment.
Rook b2 played.
Rook b2 played, okay. Far more logical. Keep the rook away and put it on some kind of active square attacking. But now the move bishop g2 is possible.
That's a standard, but then let's get we have to see the players.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And by the way, just to update you on the results, Vladislav Artemiev did win against Ralph.
He misses bishop to g2.
Okay, but you're not thinking in that direction.
Yes.
He got seconds left. Okay, now
he just didn't realize the power of it.
But yeah, now it's too late, because White simply protects king e2, and the body language, how Gukesh jadooped himself on the chair, how he stared at his opponent, signaled that he knows that now everything is under control.
Yep, one bad trade, and that's all it took. He saw the bishop g2 move. He just didn't realize just how powerful
that he can sacrifice the rook.
Sacrifice the rook to get rook takes f3 check. He would have taken and gotten the rook on a3. That same rook we were talking about. Yes. There we go, Maddie. Remember bringing your rook in the game early, because it could get funny business, and Gukesh would have not have had the victory if his opponent had found this move. And there was that rook again. Rook back to a1.
Yes, and it will be activated.
Yeah,
activated on g1.
Both players playing with around about 30 seconds on the clock. And Gukesh, it's just all about consolidating and slowly coming forward to advance.
Well, in fact, it's almost over immediately, yeah, because rook g1 check, where do you go with the king? If you go to the h file, it's horrible. If you try to go towards the center, you will be hit with king f5, knight d6, checkmate.
Lovely.
It is checkmate. It's not a check. King f7, knight d6, checkmate.
Yes.
Showing the power of the knight. So the king had to move to h5.
Yeah.
Yes.
And rook h1, and it's all written on Movahed's face. He knows it is over, because now knight f6 check is coming and will win material. There's this spin. The king.
Still laughing at this knight d6 checkmate, because I thought, okay,
Crazy.
king f7, king knight d6, and you just go king
And
e8.
yeah, you run, you run.
but
Not fair.
it's not even possible.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. how
Artemiev did
to
win
do-
his game.
Yeah, Artemiev is also moving to 4.5.
Things are very balanced in the game between 15-year-old Krishna Gautam against Anish Giri.
But wait a second, maybe we should just then also check out on Magnus. That is Magnus doing a Magnus, or is Arjun surviving because Gukesh is already winning that end game? Because he made step forward, and I feel like despite the 0-0s, this is the most scary position for Black during the whole game. F4 and then King G7 sneaks in. Yes, you will lose the H4 pawn, but if you get to the F7 pawn, there might be some combination of forces creating some trouble.
The problem for Arjun is the time situation. He can play King F8, but he has to find the subtlety in it. King F8, E6, King back to E7.
And EF,
when you
King
take
F8.
King back to F8.
Yeah,
that is what he has to find.
And
Step 1 done, E6. Step 2
Bravo.
done as well. Look at that. He saw exactly what he needed to, and he did it apace as well. And Magnus accidentally knocking over the king there, pawn takes, and now king back to F8. Kudos.
Bravo.
Star. What a star. What a
Amazing.
stud. The young man showing, yeah, I know you're Magnus, but...
But wait 1 second. I mean, how easy is it? You know, you've still got F5 in the air for white. You know, he just takes
Okay,
the
he takes.
pawn.
This is now very similar to the Gukesh
Yes.
Pichot version, but position, but in a much, much better version, yeah?
Yeah.
Black also has the right to collect some things.
And how is Arjun meeting this? He's gone rook to h3, attacking the h-pawn. 5 seconds.
King G5, King takes F7, and Rook H6.
And we have the endgame.
We might be having FH theoretical draw, but in practice,
Exactly. And this
And he goes
is
king
as good
F1.
as Magnus could have hoped. Does the youngster know how to draw a drawn position? These are notorious. The F and H, we know it's a draw. But again, we see that rook and pawn ending. We talked about the necessity of having great knowledge of all the nuances and the tricks that could happen. This could be a win for Magnus.
Right.
Very easily. Just doesn't matter that it's a technical draw. This is a position where you should, even when you kind of basically know it, you could easily make a mistake.
it's practically a horror.
Yes. I mean, it really involves, you know, Black going after the h-pawn and using the rook to check sideways with maximum distance. But you do need to know exactly what you're doing. Like, for instance, here, if you step back with the king, you're probably losing. So
Magnus is going to try every trick.
Yeah, Rook G1 check, King F5. You do this shouldering.
And
I love the way Magnus is just playing quickly, even when he knows it's equal, I know. But I'm going to keep playing with the kind of confidence that makes you think that maybe you just blundered.
Yes.
Right.
And
maybe we can just follow the camera, because the players are playing so quickly that it's difficult for the live board to catch up.
Yes.
If you just focus in on...
if he had a better angle, it would be
Yes.
nice, but might be useful having...
Yeah, Magnus feeling like, okay, I have made tremendous progress.
Well,
Time
you
to
had a
cash
rook
in.
at 4 against a rook at
Exactly.
3. Now you got 2 extra pawns.
Yes.
And yes, you know it's a technical draw. I saw him fight this one out against Vasil Agrave, I think, in the Grand Chess Tour in one game. And same deal. There was a moment when the win was there, and Magnus kind of slipped and missed it. And both players didn't realize that it happened. But it's just one of those. It's like, it's almost worse than rook and bishop versus rook. Because rook and bishop versus rook, you know what the draw is. Second rank defense or Zen defense. You just, look, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to do it like this and control the board. You make the draw after 50 moves. This one is not that easy. This one has tricks galore. And even when you study it, you still are wondering, look at how much time he's spending on the clock trying to figure out what his best move is here.
Yeah, he goes rook h1.
By the way, at one point, Magnus was down to 3 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
And so, for instance, what I wanted to draw your attention to is that, say, if white were to go rook e7 check, you must step up with the king.
Yes. If you fall back on the back rank, then it's lost.
Yes.
On the 7th rank. I actually once lost to Magnus like this in 2009 in Time Memorial. That was the first game that I lost to Magnus, not the last, but the first. So very memorable. But the only way I reached the FH pawn by my king being cut on the 7th. Yeah, he didn't. I did not have a draw. That's why he voluntarily entered it, because he knew that it was a win.
And this is a beautiful angle here. We can see it all. Don't take on h4.
Yeah, king g7 will be played immediately.
We could be here for a while with this one as Magnus tries to massage and massage and look
He will
around,
massage.
play 49 moves and then finally push a pawn kind of thing. He will keep it going, as this is a big moment in this 2025 event.
Absolutely.
2 players with perfect scores. Magnus repeats once. Don't expect him to play rook e8 again, but we've seen this one, haven't we? We've seen it one time, maybe? Have we seen this before?
Yes, we have.
But it's only 2 times.
Right. I mean, the rook was on h1 when it happened, right? This rook e6 check. So this is time number 2.
No, because Black's king was on h7. That's why Arjun is thinking that should he put it on h7? And he goes to h7. Okay.
So he just has that second one in his pocket.
Exactly. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now we get it, and here's Magnus now having to make a mental note.
Yes.
Don't repeat this sucker again.
Yeah.
How do I keep the position going?
Well, ultimately, white will have to give up the h pawn to make progress. You'll have to put the king on f6, give up h4.
But wait a second, king g5, so it means that after rook g1 check, white has to play king h, because he cannot play king f5, then rook h1, you can stop the clock and invite the arbiter if king f5 happens, because you claim 3-4 repetitions. So what does it mean? King f6 runs into rook g4, should he already give up the pawn and rely on the f pawn? But king h5, you also don't want to cut yourself on the g file.
No, and he's, by the way, down to only 17 seconds on the clock.
And he seems to play king f5, but then Arjun, if he's alert, he can claim a draw. No, king
h5. Magnus is very alert in this moment, but now the king is cut off. And here we go. How do you make progress getting your piece forward? The rook on e6 is not exactly ideally placed. It would rather be far away on a6. There it is, rook to a6.
Yes.
That way you can play that check and hopefully play your king up. But
okay, just rook g2, yeah. We just sit and wait. Yes.
And he has done so.
Logical. Because if white has this rook a5, rook g5 kind of maneuver, rescuing a king, but then I go always king f6. I step forward.
And if if the black king
5 seconds when he played that last 4 seconds actually, when he played the move.
Yeah, king f6, rook g5, we're gonna see this position.
Okay, be careful. Rook to
he goes
g5.
rook f2. Okay, so now white's king can get back to f5.
Out, and we reset for a few moves.
Reset.
When was the last pawn capture?
Well, that's still not.
Move was move 61? No. Rook takes h5, move 64. And no pawn
king
move
f3, coming back.
I like how Magnus is really not committing himself, because I would have been like, okay, f5. I would have perhaps rushed with king going to f6 like I once did. And he's just taking his time, throwing in a few checks. I think he's just trying to wear Arjun out.
Well, he's got another almost 30 moves to wear him out, and before finally pushing a pawn and then gaining another 49 plus.
And look at now, Arjun changes his defensive task. He puts the rook on b5 with the idea that, okay, if you want to advance with your king, push one of those pawns. Okay, do something.
And here comes the king again.
King g4.
But this time, rook check can be answered by rook g5. g3 just put a little seed of doubt in your brain, and he says, nope, I'm not letting you come up. No need to check you. You push me back with rook check. I'm not giving you that rook g3 potential shelter.
And now, what is the best practical try here for Magnus? You throw in a check and then push the h-pawn?
Well, actually, the best practical try is doing nothing as long as you can, and this is what he's doing. And now finally he pushes the pawn to h5.
That's a reset.
Yes, so forget about the 50 move. That was the last capture. Now it starts again.
Arjun playing very
Move
confidently.
89, by the way. So.
Throwing checks.
And here we go. A fresh new position, no repetition here.
Okay, rook b1, yeah. I think you should go back. Yes, he goes back.
And here comes rook g6 with check.
And where do you go? This rook g6 check always psychologically very unpleasant because no matter where you go, your king is cut. Yeah?
Don't go to the back rank.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the table basis saying.
Of course.
Stay, go h7, go f7, never go king f8.
Yeah, but still
king h8, allow the white king forward.
Between king h7 and king f7, it's a very tough call. Of course, it's between those two moves.
Well, the good thing about king f7 is you can't play h6.
Oh, please do it, yes?
Yeah, please play h6.
Yes, please play
so that I can win the whole rook and win
second.
the game. So here we go, Magnus now.
With king f7, you just move the rook along the g line and the king is cut off.
Yes,
Yeah, but there's a check.
but okay,
There's a
you check and then the king goes
comes
forward
back.
to f6.
Yes.
It's all okay. You never lose the game in this moment, yeah. But the tendency is always the danger, yeah. If things are getting out of control, king g5. Seemingly, Magnus is making progress.
This is a moment when you must find rook g1.
Yeah, but he's been doing this mechanism,
Yes.
checking the king. So found, and once again for Magnus. Like,
And now with king h6, you can play rook f1, yes?
Yeah, and then rook g4, and then king f6. Yeah, this kind of position.
This move.
Mm-hmm.
Rook
Either
g4.
rook back. And now the king can come back to g5. So king f6 must be...
Yeah, king f6, but then king h7, and I'm pushing h6. Also, I'm playing on your nerves. Yeah, it's very tricky.
Yeah, it's definitely on my nerves, that's for sure.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
It
now.
would be on our nerves.
Yeah.
We don't know if Arjun
This
has
is the moment, though.
what kind of nerves he has. He also seems to be nervous.
Also, the question is, like, does he stand up with the king?
I'm
Does he
afraid
just
that
wait
this is
with
the
the
moment
rook?
right now where he needs to show certainty, and he has played
Rook h1.
which
Stopping king h7.
But king g5 now. This is what you guys were planning.
Yes, but okay, it's not the end of the world. But
No,
a step in
but
the
a step
direction.
exactly in the right direction. So an f5 is coming, followed by h6.
what
Things are-
a struggle this
Rook
has
g5.
turned into.
I would have loved him to go to h7, yeah, and stick to that defense. It was holding on for the first part.
Well, okay, now it's getting serious because
And
the
down
clock
to 20
time.
seconds, yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, a mistake could happen at any moment, and king f6 is the only draw, and he's found it.
Yeah, because rook f5 check was a winning threat, probably.
Yeah.
I'm afraid Magnus is like really squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. This is just one of those. And he says, but he's down himself to 7 seconds. He can make some kind of rook move here. He's glanced at the clock and ticking down, and he's played king h5
7.
in a moment when he had only 2 seconds left on the clock.
Rook h4,
Okay,
it was a
rook
nervous
h4.
move.
That's a big move, rook h4. What are you supposed to do?
King g8, doing the Gukesh stuff, he wants to meet rook takes f4 with rook g6 check.
And king g7.
And then push the h-pawn. But he has...
Well,
Yes,
that's
what is
exactly
it?
what he's going to have
It
to
is
do.
crazy. Rook
Throws in a
g6
check.
Okay, but the king is indeed close enough. He's one step away. He has to play what looks like king f5, no?
Yeah, but then king g7, he has to, of course, king f5, but he's also down to 10 seconds.
9 seconds, he's found it. More accurate defense. He's not only down a pawn. His rook's going to be able to go to a4 and switch around laterally, and Magnus cannot push this pawn through. So it's perfect play by his opponent, but all Magnus can do is move the king back. Yes, 5 seconds left. He moves the rook. That doesn't allow king g5? No.
Well,
because
h6,
but
no need for that.
yeah,
Rook
activate the rook.
Yeah, start checking from the side.
And now this is...
yeah, now it's a draw.
h6 freezes the king. That just allows 2 checks, no?
Yep.
Check number 1, and now check number 2. And where's your king going to go?
And
nowhere. Great defense by the youngster. Incredible. So had to find some only moves at times, but pulled it off and showed what kind of heavyweight he is.
Absolutely. Also, Arjun Erigaisi, I think he made life a little bit difficult for himself in that particular rook versus rook and 3 versus rook and 4, getting into this endgame. But then once he got there, it was like, I know everything about this. I know exactly how to defend it. The way that he kept on that checking mechanism, you know, check from the side, check from behind. And there, once again, the players exchanging their thoughts. And it means we have 2 co-leaders, 4.5 points out of 5, probably more.
Maxime has
more
4.5,
joining us. Yes,
4.5.
exactly. But no one, what I wanted to say is that no one has that 100% score.
Yes.
So, wow.
Yeah, will be very interesting to see the standings.
Artemiev should have 4.5.
4.5 as well.
Also,
because he beat Mamedov.
I think he is 4.5.
Gukesh has won as well.
Artemiev.
Yeah,
so he's looking at a 4-way tie.
But I'm thinking, what Gukesh should be
Gukesh is also on 4.5 points.
Wow.
So suddenly, everyone
we went
has
from
joined.
2. First, we went from 10 to 2, and now we pushed the number back up again. But some stars, like superstars, starting to emerge at the top.
Absolutely. And
with color,
it means
what was
anyone
Gukesh's color in the last game? He had white.
He had white.
Magnus had white. No, so they're going to both be black for the next round.
There are lots
so
of
it's unlikely they
possibilities.
face each other.
Yes.
But it could be an Arjun versus Gukesh pairing for the first day. That would be an all-Indian matchup. That would be interesting to see round 1 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow we will have 4 incredible runs with crazy pairings, because let's just remind our viewers that today was the only day when we had 5 rapid games. Tomorrow and after tomorrow, the second and third day, we're going to have only 4 and 4 games in the open section and 3-3 in the women's section.
Yeah, and it's been an eventful day. 5
to say the least.
Yeah, what time is it at all? Yeah, it was a long day, but an incredible
day.
It's just
absolutely just whooshed past. I mean, what have you made of today's action?
Well, I think we have seen so much drama already, and this will just increase. Magnus was doing Magnus things. It almost felt like that, wow, if he pulls this one off as well, then the whole tournament will go crazy. Come on, you won this position. It was 4 versus 4, but Arjun basically fought not only for himself, but for the whole tournament. He stopped Magnus. Now people are catching up, and we will be in for an incredible treat tomorrow.
Yeah, they will definitely heat up as the tournament progresses. Well, round 5 brought us a lot of adventure, a lot of excitement. So let's take a look at the results of the day. Okay, we'll bring it up in just a few seconds. But for me, you know, there's been some kind of highlights, and my mind just keeps playing back that moment with Magnus's king. This is back in round 2, being on c6, and how dead safe it was, and White's king on e2. I mean, that was, for me, such a crazy position.
Yeah, that actually set the tone for Magnus. Yeah. After that, he got overconfident. He got back. I mean, he got to his rhythm that we were expecting. But the second game opening was shaky there against Paravian.
Yeah.
I gotta say, for me, it's the stumbles, the spills that happen. That you see these amazing players make mistakes. We see the game where Abdusattorov played the calm Queen D7, only see Bishop E6 land on his board. Like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. Or Tanzang Yi against Vaishali.
Yeah.
She played a Gumruk move and mate on the back rank? What? That's the stuff you see in Bobby Fischer teaches chess. It's all about mates on the back rank, that book, it seems. And just queen down. And that was it. She just blundered that one. Or Aronian. Oh, you take with the queen, you're winning. You take with the bishop, you're losing. Life of a chess player, life on the circuit. Those kind of blunders, players will have nightmares tonight. How did I play that move? How is it possible that I let that happen? That's life on the chessboard, but also in Rapid. It's going to be worse in Blitz as those kind of spills and thrills and swings and things happen all the time.
Yeah, no, and also you just reminded me of Arjun's game, you know, where there was incredible queen sacrifice available. And
against Sandipan.
Yes.
By the way, Sandipan is also some kind of a hero of today, because he had this crazy game against Arjun that he lost, then he won that crazy game against Levon, and he has beaten Pragnanda 9 round 5. Can you believe this? What they just Sandipan personally had, yeah? And we could go on to every single player has his own, story. That can you imagine what happened to me, yeah?
It was a white knuckle ride for him indeed, but again, we do have the results, so let's take a look at them. It was the final game to finish, but it was a draw between the leaders, Magnus Carlsen and Arjun Erigaisi. So that means that no one has 100% in the open section. But as we wait the results to appear, once again, I've got to be admiring of the playing venue. So much space, how majestic it is, how much elbow room every single player of the boards have. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I mean, we saw he played the opening so comfortably, so beautifully, and it was a victory for him against Alexander Grischuk. Another decisive win for Vladislav Artemiev to join the leaders. And he took down Ralph Mamedov and Gukesh.
So many draws, though, from board 6 to board 12.
Insane, yeah?
Which includes Fabiano Caruana, includes Wesley So, includes Jan Nepomniachtchi, who we knew drew very early, includes Anish Giri, Richard Rapport, some of the big stars of world chess, not able to take their opponents down in round 5. And we can expect more of that, I think. As the games get tougher, you start to play against people of your level and your form, most importantly, playing well to that point. So you're not just going to run over them. It's going to be tough at the top, but now we have all those players sitting on 4.5 as well. So should be, I think it's going to be Maxime against Magnus tomorrow.
Wow.
I'm just guessing.
Okay, and we have it confirmed here. It is a 5-way tie at the top.
If
5 players,
if Gukesh drops, the colors are perfect. It's Maxime versus Magnus and Artemiev versus Erigaisi. It'll be perfect match of colors.
Yeah, but like this, who knows, yeah? There is some twist with 5
Yeah, the
players.
twist is with Gukesh in there and how that flares out, and especially who is he going to play sitting at 4 points.
And also, one of the highlights of this World Rapid Championship, the same applies for Blitz. We see so many new names. Look at this, just the top 15. We see Gutham Krishna. We see Orozbaev, we see Sandipan. Yeah, they are playing, this tournament of their lives. Of course, it's just the start, but they are becoming famous. People got to know them. They might be getting invitations and so on. This is so lovely to give everyone a chance to shine.
They got to keep it up, though.
Yes, definitely.
Congratulations, you play 5 good rounds. Tomorrow you lose 3 games. You're not getting invited anywhere.
But tomorrow the result will be published, yes, and your name appears there that you see I have been there. And
it's temporary joy. No happiness until the tournament is over. There's no such thing as momentum and trends in chess. You're only as good as the next game you play. As soon as you play it, either you're a hero or a 0. So let's just wait and see what happens. The players will get a good night's rest and come back tomorrow to fight.
Yeah, a good night's rest is incredibly important. Who will not be having a good night's rest, do you think? Who will be raging? Like, okay, Levon Aronian is definitely one who'll be thinking about missed opportunities.
Back-rank mate in the
back-rank mate. Yeah, and for others, Ali Reza Farouchda needs to start
he needs
finding his momentum.
But I also feel like Grischuk will be kicking himself because he started with 4 out of 4. He had the white pieces. He could have taken it slow or controlled, but he went for this tricky kind of line exactly against Maxime. This was a bad choice. Actually, he lost because of a bad opening choice. Yeah. That's the kind of my feeling. He picked the wrong guy for this kind of battle.
Maxime has worked out all those alt variations, what he's going to do that gets him a nice position that he likes. Maxime is that kind of guy, theoretician through and through. In the Najdorf, you want to test me there? The guy could write a book on the Najdorf, literally just dictate it to you. Just sit there. I mean, 100%. He won't even forget lines. Just be like, okay, in this line, we will play this. In this line, we will play this. And possibly this. And it's all good. C'est très bien. Hein? C'est fantastique. Look, that guy, you could trust him. And he's just got that kind of brain.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, he sets him in pole position for tomorrow's day of action. And, well, that more or less wraps up day 1 of the World Rapid Championship.
What happened to the women's results?
What happened to the women's standings? Okay, well, you asked, and I'm going to make that special request.
Could we get it? I mean, they were playing after all.
Well, I think we already saw them, but let's remind everyone because they also had so many. I mean, Jojine is the only player on the maximum.
In the whole tournament.
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
100%.
Yeah, but to be fair, they only played 4 runs, right?
Here we go.
There we have
and there we see that there are a whole clutch of people there on 3.5 points and some big names. Nino Basashvili, Maria Mizicuk, remember Zhong Xuxing, she is fighting for that FIDE circuit candidate spot, so she wants to get that great placing. And Sarah Kadem, I mean, she's been having a tough time a little bit late, but this seems to be really her kind of format. And of course, as we know, anything can happen in days 2 and 3. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
People, I got to tell you, it's been fun. Peter, first time we got in the buggy together, and a good ride so far. I'm looking forward to this day tomorrow. It's just only going to get better and better.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an absolute thrilling day of day 1, especially of the World Rapid Championships here in Doha. I'd like to thank you guys. You guys have been absolutely incredible. You guys made it all just go by so quickly. And of course, I'd like to thank everyone at home for tuning in and following us move by move. And of course, tomorrow the action does begin at 2 p.m. That is Doha time. That is 11 a.m. if you're in London, 12 if you're in Berlin, Norway, and for those of you in the East, then it's going to be a very nice start at 8 p.m. Perfect finish to the day. But for those of you on the West Coast, I'm very sorry. But the early bird catches the worm, as they say. It's been a great pleasure here in the studio, catching up and following all of the action. And get ready, because tomorrow is just going to get bigger and better. So it's goodbye from us here today, and we'll see you all for the fun tomorrow. Hello, we are here in Doha for the World Rapid and Blitz, and here with me is an absolute dream team of Grandmasters, Maurice Ashley and the one and only Grandmaster Peter Leko. Guys, this is going to be an absolutely fabulous event.
No doubt about it. This place already feels like it's magical, and you've got the great players always descending. The end of the year, it's the holiday season. I mean, we're filming on Christmas Day, so it's already quite festive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there is so much action going to happen in the next couple of days. I can't even wait for everything to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Christmas Day, tomorrow, Boxing Day, and the action is going to begin. And when I was going through looking at who's playing, I'm like, God, this is like the best of the best, all here in one spot. I don't know what's going to happen. Do you guys have any predictions? Do you guys have any experience in playing such a big event?
Well, I have played a couple of times actually in Doha. It was my most successful event 2016, and I stopped Magnus Carlsen winning the Blitz section. So yeah, I have mixed feelings about it. It was wonderful. The organization is always stunning here in Doha. Yeah, it's just such a pleasure to play here. That's why everybody is coming. But talking about some last minute, Alireza joined the party. Maurice, what do you make of this?
I mean, you know, it's incredible. It's a world championship, right? You have the world championship, of course, the classical world championship. But here, this is a real world championship title. And Magnus says, you know, I'm the best, and I have to always come here because I want this title. Of course, people like Alireza and Fabi and all the top players are coming here and saying, yeah, this is a world title I want to put under my belt. It's going to be something that I remember forever. So there's no doubt that all the best players want to be here, wherever it is. I think they play on the beach or some remote place, you know, island in the Pacific somewhere. It doesn't matter. This is the Rapid and Blitz World Championship. You got to be here.
Yeah, you know what I found really funny, right? Is Magnus was there in an interview on YouTube, and it says, you know, Alireza's not playing, so these are the guys that are going to be the next favorites. But Alireza, he's like such a strong contender. Last minute happens. Alireza has an amazing GCL, you know, just beating everyone. It starts with 5 out of 5. And what do you get? Last minute ticket into the World Rapid and Blitz. And suddenly it feels like anything can happen. Is that kind of event, right?
Well, anyway, anything can happen. This is such an event, and that's why I love it so much. Yeah, I feel like personally, I can name you 25 players who can win the event, and I still might be missing out on someone who wins it finally. It just shows that why I think this is so special. Of course, Magnus is a clear favorites, but there are so many other brilliant players.
I mean, look at last year. That was the only time I was a part of this event. It was held in New York, and Volodar Murzhin ranked 59 in the field. Like, how do you, 18 years young, nobody's picked him, even top 3, and the kid comes out of nowhere and wins the tournament. It's that kind of event. There's favorites you put on paper, but then somebody is hungry, somebody catches fire. It's rapid, it's blitz. Literally anything could happen.
Yeah, and this is your second time commenting an event, like, and you were there. You had ringside seats to all the drama that happened last year. You got to tell us all about that.
Well, last year was absolutely insane. I mean, jeans gate, you know, you got Magnus saying, I want to wear my jeans, and FIDE say, you're out of the tournament, and then back door negotiations behind the scenes, and then at the end, the tie for first between Magnus and Nepo. I mean, that was insane. Trying to commentate on that, you just try to call a chess event, but it was more off the board drama that actually made more international news. So will that happen here? Hopefully not. I mean, but it's fun for us as commentators when stuff like that breaks out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was just crazy. You couldn't really follow what's happening, yeah, because the news are coming and you are losing your mind. And we know that actually in the Blitz, like how Nepo came back from a losing match there against Magnus, that was the reason why it actually got finally to a share, yeah, because he bounced back after being 2-0 and kind of a very dangerous position. It looked like it will be a 3-0 sweep by Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was actually in Japan having an amazing holiday. And I remember I snuck out and I was like, I've got to follow the action. And I thought it was like going to be a clean sweep for Magnus. And then this comeback. And then it was like, what's happening here? And yeah, well, you know, all's well that ends well, right? As they say.
I don't know.
We won't be seeing a tie this year.
No,
anyway.
no. You know, ties, they say, is like kissing your sister. We don't need that here at all. But it's going to be exciting no matter what. And I do agree. With Alireza coming in, we talk about favorites. Look, in the Blitz, Magnus, 19 rounds, the cream's going to rise to the top. Magnus looks like on paper favorite no matter what. But there are other players, like we mentioned, Ali Reza, like an MVL, that will just be mercurial quick and show their stuff. And for me in the rapid, again, you always got to say Magnus's name because otherwise you just look stupid if you don't. But then you have people like Aronian. What is Aronian, like what elixir did he drink that now at 42 the guy is winning everything? I wouldn't bet against him actually winning this tournament.
And actually, he's almost always winning the Blitz playoff, which makes it even more crazy. Yeah? And then we interviewed Levon, and he said, well, I actually all my life loved to play Blitz. Yeah, and this is what I really like, that he's so cool. He's handling the nerves, the clock. I think that old players are also better off, being more careful about their time. They know that they need some remaining time. The young players, okay, I will handle the situation with 2 seconds on the clock. Well, you might 10 times, but then one time it goes wrong and you're out, yeah? So the old guys, I think Vichy was also very famous for this, that always keeping some time to make sure that you can handle the nerves.
Yeah, and well, one thing that actually I remember back in 2019 from our conversation about this particular event was you described it as a dogfight. You know, in the women's, in the open, it is really insane. Like in the rapid, you only get 13 rounds, 11 rounds in the women's, and anything can happen. You know, when I was picking out some of my favorites for the women's, I was like, everyone is playing. Like Zhu Wenjun, she's the queen, absolutely, 5-time women's world champion, also won the women's world rapid and blitz champion from 2024. And then there's like Humpy Koneru, who was absolutely sensational last year, right? You know, becoming women's world rapid champion. And then we have so many big names, Lei Tingjie, Tan Zhongyi, Bibi Sarah Salbeva.
Carry Live, no, the list goes on and on.
It goes on, and then you've got the young guns as well.
Zhuzhine, or I don't know how to pronounce her, but she's a monster.
Liu Maoyi. It was like, I don't know who to pick. And of course, you have the storyline about that final candidate spots. You know, in the open, that's more or less decided. It's going to be Pragmananda, but the circuit space for the women, you know, that is completely up in the air. Could be Bibi Sara, could be Anna Misichuk, and it's such a hard.
Or Maria, her sister. Look, that's the thing that's great about this. How many events do you get when the cream of the crop of world chess show up? Yeah. All of them. Like all the gangsters are here. You look around, maybe one or two, like Knock is missing, he just had a baby, but all the gangsters, both sides are here. And I think they love each other. They love this event so much that they get to be around their peers in this kind of rapid format. Maybe the Olympiad, you get the exact same kind of fields, but it's a long drawn out event, you know, over a couple of weeks. This is 5 intense days of murder, madness, and mayhem. They want to kill each other, grab a title, grab some money, and end the year on a great note.
And at the same time, they also have tremendous respect and they have very good relation with each other. Yeah, so I heard players going out together to play paddle and so on. Yeah, that there is a lot of socializing between the players. But when it comes down to fighting over the board, then they are merciless.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we kind of talked about it. You know, the Olympiad is one classical game per day. But here, it's like literally 24 hours worth of chess. You've got your preparation. You also got, you know, playing the games and then the waiting. I mean, what's it like? You know, how do you even keep up your stamina when you're playing chess for so long? And how do you handle the nerves?
I think Peter is the one to really ask this question, but I'd like to point out, you know, you said dogfight. To me, it's really a marathon. Who has the stamina? In fact, this morning he had breakfast with Fabiano, and he was just walking out the gym, right? So he was there. He said he spent almost 2 hours in the gym working out. I think, like, you know, he was doing leg exercises. It was leg day for him, and also cardio. He was in the sauna, and this is what you're going to need: is some kind of stamina over 5 days. You play all this rapid. There's no day off, and then you got to play 19 rounds of blitz behind that. By then, your tongue's on the floor. If you're not fit, I mean, Peter, tell us, you've done this before.
Yes, exactly. And also the big question is that how do you recover between the breaks? Yeah, those are the key elements. Yeah, because for example, you lost a very painful game. Then if it keeps hunting you during the break, then you are done. Yeah, so putting the pass behind you as quickly as possible, it's also one of the key factors. Yeah, and then bouncing back immediately. And also you have to keep running forward because it's such a tournament that if you are stuck in the middle, yeah, then the so-called the mud is taking you down and the other guys are running away. Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah, there is just one medicine to keep on winning, because if you lose your momentum, you are done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's especially relevant, right, in the Blitz, right? You lose one game, it's important to get back on your feet and get back to your winning ways, because otherwise you crash and burn.
I think in the Blitz it's sort of easier in a way because it's just the next game is coming, the next game is coming. And it's also quick, right? It's you feel the pain, but it's not like a beast thing. Maybe it is like a beast thing. You just that hurts so bad. Okay, next game, and but the Rapid, you invest more time, you spend all this energy, then you screw up. We all have been there. You're like, how did I do that? I'm such an idiot. And that one could be a little bit more lasting. And as Peter said, if you don't have a short memory, then you're in trouble. You're still dwelling on this nonsense game. Like, it's over now. Yeah. Get on with it. And it's the best players with the shortest memories that are going to be able to really manage their emotions and move forward.
And talking about memories, I have to bring this one up. So this is the second time the event has been held in Doha. We have Peter, the man who stopped Magnus from winning gold. And there's actually a really famous moment, because I've actually never commentated on this event, but I have watched it on Norwegian TV. And there's this funny moment where Magnus is there in Doha on the podium with some flowers, and he kind of goes, nah, I'm out of here. I'm not happy with my silver medal. And yeah, I mean, it just made headlines everywhere. Even my hairdresser was talking about that moment.
That's Peter's fault.
You know?
Yes, yes, it was.
We also had like classic moments, like Ivanchuk won the Rapid, right? I mean, that was absolutely brilliant, because he was playing a game of drafts, right?
Right, exactly.
During the award ceremony.
Yes, you know, it was really amazing, because I was also playing my best Blitz event of my whole career. Finally, and I knew that I cannot afford to lose against Magnus, because then I'm falling back. And I had the white pieces. We played an Italian. First it was kind of easy, then things got out of control. Magnus got the upper hand, then I fought back, then I was clearly better. Then at some moment I understood clocks are ticking down. Okay, I'm slightly better and he has no real chance to win. I offer him a draw. I don't know what's that for him. And his hand is already moving forward, because of course he's so happy to finish this game with a draw. And then by nerves he makes a move and he refuses the draw. I was like completely shocked. What are you doing? He himself was shocked that what he has just done. And then 5-10 moves later, we finally, with the game anyway, ended the draw, which made that him missing out, and Sergei Karyakin won by beating Jovanka. And I took the 5th place, shared 5th with, I don't know, millions of brilliant players. But that was really sensational.
Yeah. Gosh.
Congratulations, Peter. I'm sure Magnus does not want to see you at all during this tournament.
Probably. So I will be hiding the commentary with him.
Yeah, but what's it like being a commentator? Because you've done it 5 times, this is now your 2nd time. I mean, what's your impressions about this event?
Yeah, and actually I can tell you that whenever I talk to players, the players are telling that, you know, this is such a fantastic event to play, you don't want to miss out. And then that's what I thought before I started covering the event. And then you realize that you are so privileged to be seeing all the action, because there is so much happening, and basically you have the chance to keep track of almost every single individual's own drama. And we will have plenty of drama, and every single person after the tournament, if you let him talk, he opens your soul, he will tell you what happened if just this small minor detail would have been different. I maybe could have become world champion. Yeah, so close is the fight.
This one is like a delicious buffet, right? There's so much food to eat. You want to eat all of it, but you can't. But you get a chance to have the front row seat. You know, as a commentator, I've had this pleasure of being able to just be watching, trash talking, saying whatever I like, not having any stress on me, but being able to see the best players perform at their best and sometimes at their worst. But that's part of the whole story. And you get to close out the year in a beautiful place, a festive season. There's nothing better than being here for the final event of the year. You can't beat it.
Absolutely. I mean, again, so much drama. Where else do you have a competition where players literally fall off their chairs? Double illegal moves. I mean, what else? Playing a game with 30 seconds. When I was going through all of the scandal that's happened, there is one big name that really rises to the top there. It's all about Magnus, right? Magnus turning up late at the Blitz, and 30 seconds left on the clock. And where else do you have an event where you literally have tales of the unexpected.
Yes, absolutely. No, here expect the unexpected. Yeah, you just never know what's happening, and you never know who is going to win the event till the very last second. Yeah. It's crazy.
And I got to tell you, being able to work with you all, my first time working with you, Peter, having Jovanka again, we haven't worked together that much, but it's always fun. And this is your first time, so it's this team. I'm looking forward to seeing us call the action and being with such great people.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Maurice. The same. I very much feel the same, that we have the dream team. It's so much passion and energy involved, and this is what we need for this event, because it will be a crazy event with all the excitement, with so many twists and turns.
Yeah. And before we close out, just some quick predictions from my guys.
Well, in Rapid, don't rule out Sindarov. He is amazing now.
Yeah. And for you, Maurice?
Come on, you put me on the spot. You know who I'm going to say. It's going to be Magnus and Magnus.
And Ju Wenjun, I'm going to say.
Yes, and Ju, I will say on the ladies' side, I'm going to give it to Bibisar.
Bibisar.
In the blitz, and Ju Wenjun in the rapid.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about having that momentum. It's all about having that magic. Well, what can we say? Doha here for the World Rapid and Blitz is going to be absolutely magical. It's going to be great fun. And we'll be here to call all the action.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
I'm here with Ju Jenner, who is the sole leader of the women's section in the FIDE World Rapid Championships 2025. How does that feel after day one?
Of course, I feel very happy about this result. I mean, I feel very well here.
You've been in incredible form this year, especially winning the Women's Grand Prix, doing so well. What do you think is the reason for that?
Maybe because I just very enjoying playing chess. Yeah, and also I also graduated from my university, so I spent more time on chess. Yeah.
What were you studying in university?
I studied accounting.
Oh, okay. Do you think you're going to use that or just play chess?
I'm not sure, but for now I think chess is more important for me.
You also had a match against Andreken, if I'm not mistaken, which was very good for you. Will you be doing more of those before the candidates?
Well, we will see.
Oh, okay. And finally, Ju, you are not the top-rated player here, but you are definitely a standout player in the women's section. Do you feel like the strongest in the whole?
Well, actually, I thought I'm not so good in rapid, so I just want to enjoy playing here. Okay. And yeah.
Is your classical better? What do you think about blitz?
I think maybe I'm stronger in classical game.
Okay. Well, congratulations on a great day, and we will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
I'm here with Sarah Khadem, who is playing in the FIDE World Rapid Championships right now. Sarah, this is a format that suits you, suits your style. How do you feel?
Well, recently I've been playing bad in all the formats, but yeah, it was my best tournament that I had in 2018 that I won 2 medals. But I really like this tournament. This format is so much fun, I think, and I'm trying to enjoy it as much as I can.
Do you think this format is more or less stressful than classical chess? Because in my opinion, what I've seen with the shaking legs and the banging clocks, like, I can tell, but from a player's perspective, what do you think?
I think maybe in short term it's more stressful, but classical tournament is like if you see the whole tournament, I find it more stressful. I think this is like at the game maybe you might feel some stress, but then it's gone because you have a lot of games to play, you know.
It's over.
Yeah.
And with Rapid, another interesting thing is how it starts so slowly and calm. Everyone is chill. You don't really hear much sound. Then all of a sudden, it gets really stressful because of the time pressure. Now, as a player in the game, how do you transition in that stress? Because with Blitz, you're in time trouble from the beginning, basically. But what's that transition like in Rapid for you?
Well, the first day I think it was okay because we just came from the Global Chess League. Yeah. So we also played, I mean, it was a different time format, but still it was kind of similar. So I don't I don't think that I had, a problem with managing my time so far. But yeah, I find it very interesting because it doesn't really depend on the opening and all, and you can like play more creative chess, and that's why I like it more.
And the final question, Sarah, you've been away from your family, right? Usually you've been traveling with them sometimes, but this last month, how is it without that support? And are they still supporting you from far?
Yeah, they are supporting, but it's not very easy to travel all the time together, especially now that he goes to school. Like he's 3 years, but he already has school. So we decided for now we don't go together because they are more comfortable at home. But fortunately, after this, I'm going back. So.
And one day he'll be playing with you once he starts learning chess and he goes with you to the tournament?
I'm not very sure about that, but I will teach him how to play, but I don't know if I want him to become a professional.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
I'm here with Jonas Biere, who just beat Nordibek Abdusattorov in the FIDE World Rapid Championships. What a game, what a result, tell us.
Yeah, thank you. It was, I'm very happy with the result, of course. I think it was a good game. I played a tricky opening, so he actually fell into a trap quite early on, so I managed to win his queen surprisingly quickly. Yeah.
Wow. And when you play these tricky openings, is this something you prepare for your opponents in this fast time control, or is this like in the back of your mind, in the books already?
Yeah, I prepared a few openings for the tournament just to play in general, and this was one of them. Yeah.
Okay. So you stray from your regular repertoire specifically for this format?
Yeah, I prepared some things like specifically for Rapid and Blitz, yeah, for this tournament, some tricky openings like this.
Well, we saw at the World Cup actually in the playoffs that this worked a few times, like when you get them in stress to play something they don't know. What is your opinion in general of the format? Do you enjoy the faster time controls?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm not sure it's my best format actually, but I enjoyed it a lot, for sure.
And I noticed, Jonas, you've got a new look going on, a new haircut and all of that, so you feel confident?
Yeah, I'm confident. I wanted to do something different. I feel good.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
I'm here with Maxime Vachier-Legrave, who just won his first game at the FIDE Rapid World Championships. Tell us about it. How did it go? It was a good game for you, quite quick as well.
Yeah, I think it was a good game. These Queen's Gambit lines, they're very good to keep the position, like complex, strategical, complex play, and it worked out very well. But yeah, I saw some guys are suffering a lot. I mean, Magnus has a tough, very tough first round. So, you know, first rounds, they're always tough. But obviously the tournament is still very long.
And you've, of course, won the Blitz before. How do you feel about your Rapid chances?
In general, recently I've played better in Rapid than in Blitz. But on a very good day, of course, my Blitz is better.
Okay, what makes you say you've been playing better Rapid than Blitz? Are you speaking about tournament results at home as well?
Tournament results and more consistency in general. Like I know it's all the age, sort of, but blunders happen much more easily now than 10 years ago.
Well, they're exciting to watch still. But Maxime, something I thought about, walking in the playing hall, it's so quiet and relaxed in the beginning in Rapid. And then it gets super intense towards the end. The clocks start banging and time trouble sets in. What's it like? Like, do you notice the energy in the air changing?
I don't know. I never really had clocks banging on my side, but it's natural. Like when games have more tension and also more likely to end in time trouble. Of course, even in the Rapid it can happen. Of course, in Blitz it starts to be a festival.
Yeah, lots of loud bangs. And final question: we're here in Doha, Qatar, a beautiful, huge venue. What do you think so far?
Yeah, so far so good. I love the venue. I think there's plenty of space for all the players, and the playing hall is very. There's no noise in the playing hall. No noise at all. Sometimes some playing halls they were tougher to focus. I mean, it was tougher to focus on the games, but yeah. So far I'm very happy, and let's hope that. I think also compared to previous years, I mean, I know New York was an improvement already, but there will be little delays in between rounds, I think, because arbiters are now very experienced with entering results and getting the pairings done very quickly, and that's very important, especially for the first day, because 5 games of Rapid Chess can be a very long day at the office.
Long day at the office. Well, thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of your game, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you.
In 2025, we mark the year of social chess, a year to highlight how chess connects people, supports communities, and opens doors to education and belonging. We began in January with the World Social Chess Initiatives Marathon, bringing together organizations from every region to share their experience and build cooperation. In February, research and conferences helped lay long-term foundations for understanding the social impact of chess. March focused on Elderly Chess Month through the Chess for Longevity Roadshow, with activities and stories shared across continents. April highlighted infinite chess and autism inclusion as families, teachers, and players work together to create supportive learning environments. In May, the Chess for Freedom workshop in Mexico united federations and correctional programs, with inmates from around the world competing in the Continental Championships. June highlighted Chess for Protection, with events in refugee communities, including Kakuma. In July, the Chess for Recovery sessions explored how chess can help rebuild focus and confidence. We also celebrated International Chess Day with a 24-hour online tournament where more than 20,000 players made over 5.5 million moves, showing how chess can unite people everywhere. In August, the Women's Chess Marathon sparked a month of global connection. And September centered on chess in education, where October promoted inclusion and health, including the Chess Olympiad for people with disabilities and the Intercontinental Championship for prisoners. In November, the Social Chess Storytelling Challenge concluded, sharing powerful real-world impact. As we gather in December, we recognize that the year of social chess is not a conclusion. It's a foundation we will continue to build on, together. Now we look to the coming year, 2026, the year of chess in education.